Good morning, everyone. We will make a start. Sorry, we just had to get some up-to-date paperwork, etc. going.
Some papers I left on the desk and gone last night, which I actually had
Oh,
a whole lot of notes on after we said we were going to
okay.
leave it here. Papers.
Okay. Question, staff. Oh, we don't need to do this in public. But Dave had left his notes on the desk.
That was those different targeted rates amounts. That's my notes on them.
We'll have a look, Dave. We'll plough on. Sorry that happened. Okay. Good morning, everyone. If we can have everyone listening, that would be really good. Just a reminder how very hard it is, how very distracting it is to have a noise in another ear, just especially for those in Zoom. So thank you. No side conversations for now, if you wouldn't mind, just while we all hear each other. That would be brilliant. Thanks. Thank you for yesterday. It was a long day, but I think largely a good day from the point of view of exploring what we can put in the budget and what we can take out. We face a really big challenge today because while we did defer some items and take a few items out and make a few savings here and there, we're nowhere near where we need to be. We're a long way shy of where we need to be if we are going to realise the aspirations of this council and me to keep rates as low as practical and bring our finances under control. So today, I'm just reissuing that same challenge, if you like, to all elected members. And thank you to those who have done this overnight, send in ideas, recommendations, motions, but to all members to not only add items for consideration, but look to find some where we can save money. And at the same time, I have challenged staff yesterday and again today to do likewise. So when we get through the priorities and we have our lunch break, before which we will have an update on where we are at sitting then, I suspect we'll come to a point where we all realise that we need to do more to snip things from the budget if we are serious about the cost to ratepayers. And that will be good because it'll enable us to see what levers we can pull in the afternoon to address that, or our sensitivity to put rates up. So it's going to be a good, interesting day. We're going to go through the remainder of the priorities. There have been a number of motions emailed in overnight. We are going to stick to the 1 minute for debate so that we can get through the first part of the day, expediently, and get to the crunchy, nitty-gritty part of the day in the afternoon. In respect to that, welcome to those on Zoom. Look forward to sing out if I overlook you in some way. It is quite hard to manage a room and Zoom at the same time, but we'll try and be as reasonable as we can. We might as well carry on today. We'll get Sean to give us a refresh of where we're sitting with any additional calculations that have been made and as a starting point for today's discussions. Thank you.
Could I just ask a general question just on process and perhaps something that might help us today? Yesterday we were looking at some projects and the possibility of reducing their value in the budget, and I bring to mind there was one project of about $4.5 million that we were contemplating $1 million spend on. What becomes the status of that project that it presumably goes into the long-term plan and is recorded there as a project in whatever year we've got it in? If the project can't be completed within that price bracket that we've agreed on here, what then happens? Does it get removed, or does it then become a decision of council to decide whether it might then cost the $4.5 million? And I'm using this one as an example, and I'm sure we'll have others today that might slot into that same that same situation?
Thank you, good question.
So as a general rule, the LTP makes a budget allocation for certain projects, and various projects are at different stages of costing. So sometimes we have, a much greater understanding of cost than for other projects. If we've got a project where we have assumed a cost will be X million dollars, and when we get to the business case and that cost is more than that, that comes back to Council or Finance Committee for approval for the additional amount.
Okay. So effectively, this one might just become a placeholder in that particular year, subject to potential agreement on what the project might cost at that time.
Yeah, so the budget is allocated for that project,
Yep.
but then Council, if the project ends up costing more, that comes back to Council for a decision to spend more or not.
Thank you.
And I think you raised a good point, Councillor Pascoe, that in the discussion today, when elected members are proposing either a reduced amount or a new amount coming in, to ask of the general managers whether that can be practically delivered would be useful as well. Okay, thank you. Sean, would you like to step us through where we got yesterday? This is not the final modelling, because we'll do that when we've done all the priorities, all right? But this gives us a starting point.
Certainly, thank you, Mayor Paula. So it was as discussed last night in terms from a financial model perspective. So through the collective decisions yesterday, there was a number of projects which some projects added in, some reduced or deferred. The net impact of that was to take the debt to revenue, assuming that the rates stayed the same, that the debt to revenue peaks at 276%, so that's smoothing out that debt to revenue curve, which was peaking at 280%. And balancing the books has come forward by 1 year to year 5, I think it is, or 2025. So that's the situation as it was yesterday evening.
Councillor O'Leary?
Sorry, Sean, what was the impact of those decisions on rates, on the general rate?
So that will still be a decision for Council on what you want to do with rates. If you wanted to get the first year rates as low as possible, the effect would be to take the debt to revenue back up to 280%, and if you wanted to do that, I believe that based on the decision so far, that first year rates revenue in total could be 10.6% in total.
So we've sort of gone from 11.3-ish to 10.6.
Correct.
Okay.
So we've only moved a small distance, councillors, and that's my key point of the
Thanks,
morning.
Sean. Yep.
And that doesn't...
9.9 was the same movement today.
So
Where we currently are is not satisfactory to me, anyway.
yeah. So once we've worked, we've almost through all of the proposed motions for priority 1 and 2, and I think there's one still on the table for priority 3. Once we've been through priority 4 and 5, we'll get some scenario modelling just on the whiteboard so that you can see what at different levels of savings or deferrals would be required to achieve different types of overall rates outcomes.
Your Worship,
Okay.
it might just be worth just to further to Councillor O'Leary's question. Richard yesterday talked about flattening the curve. So if you look at the on the screen there, most of the focus in terms of the financial strategy is really around those years 3, 4, and 5, in particular year 5. Where at the present time it's at 276%. So when Richard referred to flattening the curve, the decisions that you're making potentially in years 1 and 2, it's actually the ramifications of the decisions out in years 3, 4 and 5 where most of the focus is. And so rating increases in year 1 and also rate increases in years 2 to 10 have quite a significant impact on that flattening the curve as well as the expenditure decisions you make. Does that? Well, we're just, there's a number of parameters that the team are working to support you on, but you can clearly see that the debt to revenue is the parameter that we consistently are up against at the moment.
Thank you. And not a bad comment, Councillor O'Leary, because when I look at what's come through overnight, while there are some proposed savings, there are also some proposed additions. So they offset each other, and we've just got to keep that in the back of our mind. You can't keep adding.
Though all those, they're coming up on the email, sorry.
Yeah, they're coming up. We'll step through them like we did yesterday.
Yeah, just all I'm saying through the chair, it'd be really useful just to see thought processes that are going to evolve
Can you
today,
email?
'cause that will assist us.
I think they,
Yeah, so we have sent through the emails this morning with all of the motions that we've received.
No, that's
Yeah.
good, thank you.
okay. Sarah?
Weren't correct, or I didn't actually put it in and stuff, so there'll be some.
Okay. Well, and councillors, while we're sitting here and as the conversation continues, please make sure that at the earliest possible moment you get to staff to either draft your motions or to amend them if they're not quite right, or whatever is to happen. I've got a couple more questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, and good morning, Mayor Paula and colleagues. Sean, my question to you, following on from the very good question of Councillor O'Leary, help explain to me the concept of having moved a number of project and expenditure back. It's given us more ability to borrow. You suggested that we could borrow more money that would then artificially enable us to reduce the rate that we set. Walk me through that logic, please.
So the debt to revenue percentage is the sort of key constraining factor. So the debt to revenue percentage is the key constraining factor in terms of our financial strategy because of the LGFA borrowing limits. If council wanted to push its debt to revenue limits up to those maximum amounts, then you could fund more of your program through borrowing, and that would mean that you wouldn't have to have quite as much revenue from rates.
At the same time, Sean, the choice is ours as to whether to apply some of those savings to reducing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's the basis of the later conversation. Have you got any further any further questions, Ewan?
No, thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. And just as a note, the sound quality is not that fantastic. I'm really struggling to hear the content of what's going on. So with that in mind, I'm going to ask the question again that Councillor O'Leary asked Sean. What's the general rate sitting at now? I heard 11.3 and I think it was 2.6, but I didn't get the context of it all.
I think you might have heard what you wanted to hear, Councillor Margaret. So at the moment, in the modelling, we've still assumed the recommended overall rates increase as per the report, which is a total of 11.3%. If council chose to use all of the debt capacity to offset rates increase, based on the decisions that you've made so far, you could get the year one rates increase down to 10.6%.
Oh, 10, okay, 10 and 2, not far off.
Okay.
But then you said that's going to jump up again in year 2?
So the assumption for years 2 to 10 is that the rates increase is 4.9%.
On top of the 10 or just 4.9?
Just 4.9.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So you can see that we don't need a small pair of snippers. We need to take some giant shears if you really want to reduce the. Oh, yeah, something bigger than nail scissors anyway to snip at this one. Okay, let's go through the day. We had a pretty. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, just while you're talking about weed whacking bushes and the likes, there are other bushes to whack as well, because we're spending a lot of time in this project area. But I'm wondering when we have the discussion about the cost of doing business, the effect of the Municipal Endowment Fund on our situation, all those other laterals around it that have quite an effect as well. Is there a place for that?
Yes, there is indeed.
Great. Okay, cool.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Let's start with priority 4. Oh, sorry, councillor Vasco.
I think councillor O'Leary was ahead of me. Okay, just question on that last statement, Sean. The effect of the drop from 11.9 to 10.6 is effectively us borrowing the difference, isn't it? Because the deficit stays the same.
Yes.
11.9 or 11.3?
It is 11.3.
11.3 to
Yes.
to 10.6
And the answer to your question is yes.
is effectively us borrowing that money.
Yes, because
rather than putting it
we
in
have deficits in those years.
Yep, yep.
So we are borrowing to fund those deficits.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
I'll wait till we start because I've got questions before we do proposals, if that's all right, on the Green City one.
Okay.
If you want to do that, do you want to start that now?
Is it a global question? Because we're going to go into priority.
Yeah, no, but it's questions on the priority.
Okay, let's, and that one, leave it till then.
I'll just start with one anyway. I don't know who's street lighting? Is that Chris or, that is us, I thought so. I'm just looking on, so I'm on page.
So, Angela, can we just leave that one till we do actually get in the priorities? I see where you're going now.
Sorry,
So
yeah, okay.
Because I'm just doing questions on the overall financial position at the moment.
Of course, yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
Councillor Van Oosten?
Following up on Councillor Bunting's question with regard to other things that we may discuss today. Yesterday there was a proposal from Councillor McPherson to have some additional income from CBD commuter parking. And that's not been in the report prior to that. There will be some other ways for us to be able to improve our income, and I don't see those there either. Possibly parking at the Hamilton Gardens, maybe carbon emissions set-offs. How might that be discussed during the day?
I think once we've been through all the priorities, you can raise, and we'll keep it on that electronic whiteboard, we can bring those ideas to the table because we are going to have to bring some ideas for greater revenue or greater cost cutting. So I think you make a good point, Councillor Van Oosten. Are you happy with that? And if by some reason in the busyness of the day I do neglect to come to something that you want before we make any final decisions, please just shout out. Dave, what was that?
Oh, it's a blue hand, just to make, so you know I want to speak. It's a new blue hand, not an old blue hand. No, just following up Maxine's good question. Is perhaps to do that we could have a place we could park some of those ideas so that staff could do a really quick rough order of costings if that would help in some of those areas prior to coming to that point. So
yes.
Something like that.
So I understand, Sean, you
place
are?
or person.
Yes, good idea. Julie is capturing a list of ideas. And could I just add that as within each priority, there are, in the report, there are there is what is recommended. There is also the activities relating to those priorities are discussed as the service level reduction option. So as we go through the priorities, there is opportunity for elected members to raise.
Yeah, but I'm thinking rather than on the fly,
sure.
Give us a place that we can say to Lance how many car parks are there, and we'll work out in that area.
So there again.
So you've got a little bit of information.
Yeah. So the sooner that you can raise your questions through the team via email, so they've got a chance to bring what you need, the better.
Sean.
To who?
Amy and
to Amy and Julie.
Amy
and then
Julie.
because there's already some items from yesterday that we need to continue to discuss. Okay, let's crack on to this bit and see where it takes us anyway. So we were on priority 3, there was the founders one still outstanding, is that right?
Yep.
So we'll do that one first. Not founders, Wellington Street Beach. I don't know why that came to head. Wellington Street Beach. Yeah. Just, yeah. Faux pas can be a dangerous thing. Okay, so we've had a conversation after last night, and this is an issue that Councillor Van Oosten feels particularly strongly about. So we've gone with this combination and this idea. Would you like to explain the intent, Maxine, of your recommendation? Yep, you're on.
I'm not. Oh, there we are now. Yes, look, after our discussions yesterday, can acknowledge that there is the real need to be able to find some savings, to be able to put together a well thought out and structured way to be able to deliver on something that's absolutely dear to my heart, but also to the hearts of others in our community as well. But to do that in our new environment, and that's with that lower budget. The money for the thinking and the setup of that, and then in year 2 a reduced cost. I wonder if we might be able to ask Maria to be able to give us some idea about what that is, and that might be able to hedge off any questions that you might have regarding that lower figure. And I think, Maria, if you could give us some assurance about whether that $1 million would be enough in order to be able to deliver a staged and a foundation to start from.
So the original budget was intended to deliver on the concept plan for Wellington Street Beach, which included a significant increase in accessibility and terracing for that site. My belief is that by approving the $100,000 thinking money, as Maxine put it, we could design a solution that does go some way to improving the accessibility and is future-proof, so in the future we could deliver the terraces, but in the meantime we would get a better path connection for those users.
Thank you. Thank you. So, so that's the intent of this recommendation, to allow the thinking and a little bit of base work that could be added onto. Is that right?
Indeed.
All right. Any questions for Maxine? Councillor O'Leary.
So I think Maxine just clarified it, but it's a reduction. It's the 4.2 in the first year to be reduced to 100,000, and then another reduction in year 2 to 1 million. Can you give me the page? But just a question, is that, Maria, is that 100,000 now OPEX though, if it's just going to planning?
We would be able to capitalise it when we deliver the project.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Hamilton.
Just to answer Angela's questions about this, the money, the 4.2 is for the total project delivery. In year 1 was 1.9 million on that, which is to be reduced to 100,000, and in year 2, 2.3 million, which will be reduced to just the 1.
So it's Wellington Street Beach Light.
Yes.
With the ability. Okay. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Mayor Paul, just a follow on from that, if I might, Councillor Maxine. So the remainder, you've got the 100,000 and the million, then you're left with 3 million. Does that just sort of feather it out, or where does that remainder sit in the project?
That's gone altogether.
Oh, okay, so the total was just 1.1. Oh.
So it saves the 3 million in actual fact, but you may eventually have to reinstate that to go for the greater terracing, is that right?
So if council wished to deliver on the full concept for that area, they would have to put the funding back in, revisit. Yeah.
Councillor Gallagher.
Just a question first to Maria Barry, then the Chair of the River Plain Group. Maria, the $1 million, just summarise what we get for that, or what the people get for that.
So given that this has just been designed overnight, Councillor Gallagher, that $100,000 would buy us the ability to do the full amount of thinking.
Yeah.
At this point, I would anticipate that it does increase the level of accessibility for those many people who use the swimming area and the people who walk through on the path connection.
One of the things is the current location of the changing room, the loos, which are a view blocker, and would that be part of $1 million, or do you do the 100,000, which then informs how you best allocate the $1 million?
The latter, Councillor Gallagher. It might be worth noting that there is money in this financial year for a playground upgrade, which the planning is underway and delivery is planned for the new calendar year. So that area is getting some love. There is also building renewal for that building, and we may be able to stretch that budget to move it. So.
To the chair of the River Plan Group, I respect yesterday you personally, I suspect, as enthusiastic you are as Paul as deputy, I think there's a little bit of pain in the conversation you had yesterday. You've overseen some painful trims. What's your gut? Because I notice you're seconding this, and this is important to me, genuinely. Why use? Not debate, but just give me the feel.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Martin. Look, it's a more conservative version of what we had planned. 4.2 million for the terracing and moving the toilets did seem to me like a hell of a lot of money to pay for that. And my concern was I could see the project being pushed out and pushed out and pushed out because there's a lot of priorities along the river. And my view is if we can get a result for the community, if we can get the area tidied up with this $1 million looking good, and the potential for a playground and being able to move the toilets anyway through renewals, I think we can get a really good bang for buck. So I think it's actually a superior plan because it's more cost effective.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers.
Councillor Forsyth?
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just trying to figure out, is it question time or debate time? But
it's question.
I understand it's question?
Mm-hmm. Question, yes.
Okay, I'll stick to questions then. My first question is, how much can we take from previous versions of plans for Wellington Street Beach for this designed overnight proposal for 100k basically? I know of at least 2 Wellington Street Beach plans, and now we're proposing to spend $100,000. What can we take from those older plans?
So we can take the design intent and the concept, and this 100,000 would give us the detailed design. In my experience, Councillor Margaret, working alongside the river corridor, is when you're putting in paths and infrastructure, does require some planning.
So you made the comments designed overnight. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that, and presumably you've plucked 100k overnight. Can you just explain a little bit more about what you mean by that, please? Because, this is a council that doesn't like doing things on the hoof, and this feels to me like it's on the hoof.
So I'm confident that the $100,000 would be sufficient to get council the detailed designs needed to deliver a good outcome for Wellington Street Beach.
And you'd be drawing on existing strategies, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So the key point here, Margaret, is that it won't be a new strategy. It would be drawing out of the existing strategies to which you referred. Okay.
Okay, and I think I heard correctly that the balance of the 3.1, which was put forward in the total 4.22, is now being wiped out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So this would be looking to start next year, is that what you said? If it's okay, if it goes through.
It would be looking to start the planning next year and deliver the outcome the following year.
Okay, so again, just I'm a bit nervous about this design on the poof thing, this design overnight, but you're reassuring me that this is nothing that's last minute, that it's been well thought out and we have a strategy and good plan.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. That was very quick thinking. Maria, are you confident that the $1 million will be sufficient to adequately cover off any obligations that council has under health and safety on the site? And I'm asking that question because I know too well how steep the site is, and I know how much contouring
Good question. We've got the question.
Okay, and you know, I'm thinking here of wheelchairs and prams and pushchairs and so forth.
So I'm confident that the $1 million will improve the accessibility on the site. It won't deliver the whole terracing option.
So would we build, would we construct a site like that that did have potential health and safety issues?
No, we wouldn't construct a site that ended in potential health and safety issues.
So the $1 million is insufficient to do that?
No.
Okay.
So the $1 million, it's similar to what we're doing at Ferrybank. So we had some money at Ferrybank to do a revetment wall. It doesn't deliver on the full concept for Ferrybank, but it's able to be added to at a later point, and it makes the area safer today or tomorrow when it's
than
finished.
It is currently?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go, there are no more questions, so I can't actually see if there's any Zoom questions. No? We'll go to the debate. Maxine.
Thank you, and it's with a great deal of discomfort that I hear back the proposal that we've originally had. The vision and the view that we put around a couple of months ago on an email so that you could all have a look at it was wonderful. It had everything that we were looking for in terms of a safe entry, access for all, terracing, and a nice place to sit and enjoy the environs. We're in a different environment now, and there needs to be the appeared back view. It's an area that's becoming really activated. There's a cafe across the road that is very popular. There are walkway accesses to the river, and it makes every sense to improve this area, to activate the whole of it. And it's a long time coming. And I ask you to support it along with me.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just to reiterate, look, we've had some good discussions about this. My fear was becoming that for a $4.2 million budget, we just might never get this thing done. And it does need tidying up, Wellington Street Beach. There's a certain kind of nice wildness to it, and I'm sort of always reluctant to take away with that by overdoing things anyway, actually. So I did have some quiet reservations about going over the top there, because it's a nice spot. It just needs tidying up, and I'm not sure if it needs us to go over the top. But and also, look, we're not a council in a great resource position. As Maria talked about the Ferrybank and the revetment wall we did there, we found an option B, which was cost effective, and that is, to be honest, probably what this is. It's a more conservative version. We can still get a good result, and we can actually get this thing done earlier for the community instead of it being on the never, never list. By the time you throw in the playground and the possibility of still moving the toilets through renewals, I think it's ultimately a really good result, and I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, Councillor Julie Hardacre, Mayor Julie Hardacre put Angela and I on the River Plan Group. As one of her legacies, and her and I didn't always agree, as you know, but one of her great legacies is the River Plan, along with Margaret Evans, the vision, and I would share a little bit with Margaret on that long-term thing. But this, to me, what I like about this is we get some runs on the board. We actually take the river plan document, and it's not it, and Dave Mack does not bring a coffee table into this chamber and disgracefully accuse the river plan of being a coffee table book. This is an action dialogue, so I like this. We get runs on the board. The other thing which I love is, of course, this is the strategic link from the theatre city area to the Hamilton Gardens as well. So it all fits, okay? It also recognises that the Wellington Street beach is used anyway and has been used for up to 100 years by members of the Kirikiriroa Hamilton community. So this is a really good action. So I'm going to actually enthusiastically support this path forward.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Maxine, Councillor Maxine, I just want to extend my sincere thanks for your motion. It must not have been easy, because I know how important the broader project was to you. I thank you for the suggested downsizing. I believe it will give us a positive outcome, and most importantly, it will still enable us at some future point to fulfil your entire vision. But meanwhile, it will be an improvement in an area that's becoming more and more popular. The reality is, today we are potentially facing the highest rate rise in modern Hamilton's history, and your motion has helped slightly, and I, for one, appreciate it. So I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I am in support of this, and I'm really glad that an interim first step solution was found, because this is a really special spot, but it is really hard to actually get down there. We took Leo down for the first time the other day, and he loved looking at the ducks and splashing in the river. Didn't go too far in, but it is really awkward to get down there. You have to kind of jump off a little bank, and so for a lot of people it is totally inaccessible. So this is a really good first step, and it does create a place for free recreation, free swimming. So, you know, that's a really valuable thing for people in the city, particularly at a time like this.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I really like the intent of this motion. It's delivering what we need to deliver for the context and the times that we're in. Sure, we all want the gold-plated version, but, you know, the reality is there's going to be many decisions that we make today that aren't going to be in that realm. This makes the beach more accessible, and that's a good start. I'm happy to make the tough decisions today. There'll be plenty of those coming forward. I think it's a really common sense start, and I'm very supportive of it. So well done, Maxine and Jeff, for curving this back to make it a much more acceptable motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, I also applaud Councillor Maxine on her initiative to still bring this to the table, but at a much reduced price. I am, though, concerned that our promise in year 2 may not be achieved within budget, even to the minimum outcomes that Council would want and may be legally obliged to in terms of complying. Wellington Street Beach has never been a safe swimming beach, even 60 years ago when I swam in it. And earlier plans fell short when the prospect of supervision, of the need for lifeguards, etc., might being needed, scuttled strong plans to proceed with this particular project.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Points. I note that Councillor Pascoe did survive from 60 years ago, so it was safe enough. But I want to support Councillor Maxine, and Also a comment that Jeff made, which I warmed to actually, which was that it's a bit wild, it's a bit sort of Waikato, it's a bit Hamilton Bogan, that you jumped in, we used to jump in at Wellington Street Beach and get out at Pine Beach, or sometimes at Days Park actually, float down in our lilos, or sometimes without anything at all other than us. Yeah. That's all right. As long as you could float, the river would take you down there. And you don't want to overdo something and concrete edge everything and that sort of stuff. So that's one advantage I see potentially in this. I agreed with what Ewan said, except I need to correct him on one point. He made the statement that we were facing the largest rate rise in modern history. So unless modern history started 3 years ago, the last council had a 15.4% rate rise put in front of it, and then 12 point something. So Ewan, that modern history is not quite right. It's just in this council's life.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just
Your Worship, point of order, I think Councillor McPherson may be slightly premature.
Okay, that's not a point of order, but thank you. Thank you. My own comments, well done we had something on the table yesterday. We've been able to have a good conversation. Well done, Max, for bringing it, because I know that you were so passionate about it, and I didn't want to see it go. I have to say the sad thing is the original river plan to which a number of members have referred to, while very good, had minimal, almost none funding attached to it. Just remind members that the river has an east and west bank, and so this is an opportunity to improve some of the east connection with the river. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Oh, right of reply, Max.
Only a small need. I think jumping in off the bridge is called a manu, if that's what you're referring to. And that, thanks to my colleagues, look, it's never an easy thing to do, to have to slash your budget. And I hear your concerns, Councillor Rob, but I'll be right alongside you in that Finance Committee should we need to bring anything back along there. And let's deliver for our community something that's long awaited, and acknowledge also that the beginnings of this motion came through Paula and Jeff. So thank you for that too.
Thank you. Collaboration. Thank you, Maxine, for your work. Let's go to the vote. Slow, slow, slow.
Anticipation.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Well done. Okay, thank you. We'll go to priority 4. Next motion, which I believe is the Rototuna Neighbourhood Parks. Is that the one? Just to speak to our intent, Jeff and I discussed this. It's really just about, as you say, prudence in timing. I know that Rototuna, some of the neighbourhood parks have been waiting for a long time. This is an opportunity to just pare that back a little bit in the short term, but still deliver. We wouldn't be able to afford to do the full noise refurbishment of those parks at this point in time anyway. Yeah, it's enough said, I guess. Let's go for questions. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. No, I'm glad to support this. I just need to find out a couple of the edge bits from perhaps Maria or Lance. This proposal is regarding land acquisition and development, is that right?
This proposal is the land acquisition required to deliver on the Parks Provision Policy.
So it's just the land acquisition. Okay. are we're safe enough that the value of the land isn't going to go up in 5 years, so we end up getting a whole lot less for this budget, or can we mitigate that?
So I wouldn't say that with what property values are doing at the moment.
My only concern,
I guess it is a decision of council with awareness that Rototuna is reasonably well provided for but doesn't technically meet the parks provision policy.
Okay, all right. No, that's my only worry, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just a following question. So given that Mark's right and the properties are likely to go up, is putting forward or deferring this placeholder a little bit token in that it could be double by the time we get to that point in the 10-year plan?
It could be. There are potentially other options. If an opportunity came up at any point in time, we could bring that back to the Finance Committee for consideration if the money's in the budget.
So what would that be, Maria, like another option?
So if, for example, there was a development opportunity or an opportunity with a developer, we could bring forward any options in that space. Deferring it, there's no getting away. Deferring it is deferring the purchase of that land, and land doesn't get any cheaper.
Is it designated currently?
I don't believe so.
So would it be more prudent to, rather than defer it completely, at least designate it so that all and sundry know that this is going to be a park and reserve?
It would be the land. So sorry, no, it would be in the district plan. It would be provided for as park space.
Okay, so it'll be designated currently, but the ownership will be private.
So firstly, it's in the district plan doesn't necessarily mean it's designated. So in the district plan, it will be identified as a future park. Even if it is designated, it doesn't necessarily mean we can pay current prices for it. Because ultimately, when you do if you do any public works aspects or any negotiations with the property owner, you try and reflect the market value at the time. So Maria's comment before is ultimately true in that we're taking on significant risk that there will be increased cost. So the alternative, I guess, Maria, is there any alternative to, if we can't afford this park, to meet our ambitions for this area? And I think that's what Councillor Ryan wants to understand is, what is, we have certain service level expectations in the next so many years.
No, that wasn't my question. My question is purely financial.
Oh, purely financial. Well, the answer is there's no way we can, unless we hit.
So another question on that note, would it be more prudent, in your opinion as CEO, to look at some funds set aside for designating it, and would we be able to use the argument of betterment later on when we went to purchase it?
I'd need to seek advice on that, and whether Chris is here to discuss that. The challenge is whether or not we'd actually go down the whole Public Works Act avenue to purchase it, and that's the argument, and whether or not there would be uplift in the surrounding properties, given that they're probably already designed at a higher and greater use when you put a park in. I'd suggest that's negligible as well, but that's more valuation advice, which I don't necessarily have the experience to wholeheartedly give.
Mayor Paula, just a process. I'm not wanting to be unduly slow, but I wonder if we could park that and just work through some of the logistics of just preserving that land rather than just pushing it off and in the end having to buy it back at exorbitant rates, which is something council is really good at doing. I wonder if we could just finesse that a little bit to future-proof it.
I suggest the betterment's already arisen by the fact we've included it in the plan to buy in the first place.
But we need a clear answer to the question.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm going to go talk to Maria about some options I don't want to share in public.
Yeah.
So I'll have that conversation privately.
Hold this one over then. But can we, just because we are partway through questions, let's complete the questions and then hold off voting for that last piece of information. Is that okay?
Mayor Paul, if I may, one more.
Yes.
Sorry, I just see the next motion is similar with Peacocks and it's pushing out to year 9. And we're talking big dollars. I just wonder if you could look at the two of them collectively, Richard, just in terms of future-proofing those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Julie.
Sorry, Mayor Paula, that's slightly different. Lance, do you want to explain that one?
No, let's not. If it's slightly different, let's not.
Yeah.
Let's go to that one. Let's finish this one first. I will hold your question, Ryan, when we get to it. So let's just finish the questions on this particular park. pending getting an answer to the question that Councillor Hamilton has raised, and we won't take the vote until we're satisfied we have the answer. I have a question from Councillor O'Leary.
It's not on this particular item, but I'm not sure. I've been waiting for an opportunity to ask the question. In terms of, I'll see if I can explain myself properly here, but in terms of what we're doing is we're pushing things out and we're deferring projects, and that's fine. But I noticed in the last Finance Committee meeting, we've already got $21 million of deferrals. So I guess what I'm asking is can staff have a look at what they think our likely current deferral program is, because that's not even the full quantum. I don't know what it actually is. What I'm trying to ascertain is, are we going to be loaded with current deferrals once we get to 31 June of this current financial year anyway? And is there an opportunity to rephase those deferrals in a sensible way out? Because do you know what I'm saying, Chris? This probably is a question for you.
Sorry, I missed the start of that question. If you could repeat.
So what I'm trying to figure out is we currently have a massive deferral program anyway, and at the last, for a variety of reasons, in the last finance meeting we added $21 million worth of new deferral projects. So by the time we get to starting this budget on 1 July next year, we're having a new year of capital projects to do, but we've still got this massive bow wave that I think we've still got projects deferred from 2018, maybe 2017. So I'm wondering if there is opportunities to look at the current deferral program and see if there's some really sensible rephasing of that would help in our planning. Does that make sense? Makes sense in my head.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about that comment, massive bow wave of deferrals.
Well, it is.
Yeah, no, look, if you take the $20 million we talked about last time,
yeah,
a lot of those are contractually committed, like half of, or about to be, like half of that was for the Rototuna Community Centre, so your decisions on that are relevant. So I don't think all of the deferrals, a lot of the deferrals will be tied up with committed projects.
But just understanding that, because we've still got another 9 months to go before the end of the 7 months to go before the start of the new financial year, and we could end up at each finance meeting adding another 5, another 10 and another 20. So I'm just wondering if we can't look at that, whether there's an opportunity to
look, I do
rephase some of those.
I do, and the answer is yes. I do understand the question. Like, we have a lot of our deferrals we've deferred out into future years anyway, so they're getting reconsidered through this process. So the only deferrals will be the ones that happen from now till the end of the year.
Okay.
So maybe that's part of that bigger discussion when we come to this afternoon about levers. So can we leave that to that point in time? When we come to this?
I understand the question. I just don't think there's a big prize there, but we can certainly look at that. Yeah.
No. Okay. Thank you for the question. Councillor McPherson.
Oh, look, just the areas that this expenditure, these neighbouring parks might be in, I'm wondering whether any of them are sort of the only park area within the new part of Rototuna North. So I'm a bit concerned. I recall the Flagstaff North area where we had didn't have Discovery Park for many, many years, and there were lots of complaints that there was nothing for the kids there. So I want to check where we're talking about doing this, because I'd be unhappy if we open up a new area and didn't give it at least some grass and a slide.
Yep, so who's going to answer that question? Can we bring all of that? Okay.
Sorry?
Yeah, we'll bring it back when we bring Hamilton's.
Thank you.
Last question on the list thus far is Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. Question around the fact that you mentioned we've got quite a lot of land area in Rototuna. A lot of it is underdeveloped at this stage. And given that and other bits of parks around the city which have never been developed, is this an opportunity for us to look at either selling off parks or parts of parks so that we can create more community parks in the areas that we currently do not have them, rather than just adding more parks on and leaving those underdeveloped parks underdeveloped?
So in terms of the land purchase, staff are directed by the Parks Provision Policy and those targets. So obviously there is an option should council want to revisit that. We are catching up in the Rototuna space with the development. So the last LTP did put some money in there. So probably the natural areas spaces where most of our parks are sitting undeveloped currently.
So you don't think we've got an excess of land in some of those parks, which may have turned out to be larger than what we actually need, where we could sell bits off to add alternative sites?
I don't believe so, but happy to have an analysis done.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Barry, would she have a concern of widespread civil protest and disruption, including some elected members, should this council contemplating selling off some of its parks or parts of its parks?
More a rhetorical question.
Not selling parks.
Sorry?
We're not selling the park, though, are we?
No.
That's,
My suggestion was that we would be replacing the Sol Park with another park in a different location to meet the 500-metre policy that we have.
All
I
right.
wasn't intending us to
so we'll come
reduce-
back to all that, but I accept your point of order. Rob, I don't think you were inferring selling public
No,
parks.
I accept the gracious point of order from Councillor Pascoe, as I would graciously imply certain rigorous debate.
Brilliant. Let's go on to the next one, which actually is the sports park and land acquisition and Peacock.
Could I clarify this, Mayor Paula? This is not a similar thing. This is actually,
Yeah.
the deferral of the money is the development of the land. The 20 million of it would be to purchase the land, but what the motion is actually suggesting is that then the development of the land is deferred for a few years. So it's a little bit of a different scenario.
Yes, thank you. That's
A
clear.
lot simpler, and staff are comfortable with it.
Councillor Thompson, would you like to explain your view, because you've moved this, yeah? Thank you.
Process is probably underway, but the development of it can probably wait, given that it will take a while for the community to grow in that area. And in the meantime, there's other sports parks and places which they can use not that far away. So, yeah, it's a matter of timing. But also, I note that if we are able to move some of the HIF to an IF, then there's opportunity to bring this forward again as part of the Peacock program.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Not yet.
Councillor Bunting?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, questions, anyone? I don't see any. Okay, so it seems to be relatively clear. You want to, we'll go into the debate. Do you
No need to debate.
No need to debate. We'll go into debate. Anybody else? Nope. We'll go into vote. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, hang on a minute, Mark.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Forsyth have voted for the motion via Zoom.
Question, Councillor Bunting. You've got them, they've been emailed to you.
Some of them have been tweaked and changed and everything since, so.
We'll give them to you as soon as we get them.
We'll send it updated with about every sort of half an hour or so.
We just keep circulating when we can.
Things are being changed as we go. It's a bit fluid. Okay, that moves us to the museum river entrance. There's my big sigh on this one. Now, nobody here does not understand how passionate I am about opening. Really, really want to do this. So we're all having to look at things that we love and consider financial expediency, she says with a small sniff and a sob. So this is about rephasing again, because I don't want to lose the opportunity. I think it would be very short-sighted to never do it. I mean, it's a beautiful building on some of the best stretch of our river. It needs to face. But having had good conversations with Deputy Mayor Taylor, I accept that it might not be the first priority for either the museum or the river plan. And sadly, I suggest this. Questions, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, this was, I think, really targeted as part of the visitor destination. So just want clarity, if it gets lost here, we'll have the opportunity to bring it back up as a targeted rate?
Who's answering that question? We've lost all. Sean, could you please? So the question was, if this motion is lost, we would still have the opportunity to include this project in the targeted rates and discuss it at that point. Is that what you said?
Yeah, because technically this wasn't even in the funded elements. It was in the targeted rates, so I kind of don't know why we're debating it in this element. But
Doing them all the targeted.
So at the moment we're debating motions about various projects, some of which have been tagged in the report as being targeted rate versus general rate. If you are if you just put that to the side for a second, what you're actually deciding is whether this project would be in the budget or not, regardless of how it's funded. So if you go ahead with this motion to not fund or defer funding for the project.
It is a deferral, not a removal.
Yeah, so it's a deferral of the project. That would, the decision about what you put inside the targeted rate comes as a secondary consideration.
so, in answer to my question, we could bring this back when we talk about targeted rates as a project, even if it lost in this motion.
No, so if it lost in this motion, it wouldn't be on the table to be part of.
So I have a process problem with that, Mayor Paula, because I thought
It's subject to the financial modelling. Yes, it will. None of these are set in stone until then.
yeah, but the targeted rate is separate to what's funded, and it's going out to test the community in a separate mechanism than the general rate. And so I don't see why, if this gets lost, like other items, we can't then test it with targeted rates. I don't agree with the process.
Point of order, Your Worship. Once we go out for consultation, while some things are funded through different pools, the legality and decision made is for everything that's in either rate as a proposal, and things that aren't in either rate, general, all that, are not being proposed by us to the public.
No, but there will be a list of unfunded.
Yeah.
And I would certainly see this as being one that I still wanted to raise the flag on. But you know, this is subject to the financial modelling. We might come back and make an adjustment at the end when we've had those conversations about the target rates.
So I'm confused in terms of our targeted rates. When we finish today, or when we go and draft, what are we going to go out in terms of? These are our proposed targeted rates for these priorities.
We haven't done that yet, have we?
But that's what I'm asking. If this gets lost, can we bring that through that process? And Sean's saying no, but that process doesn't seem right.
Well, so it's a deferral, so it's not going to be lost. It's either going to be in this year or that year.
Yeah, correct. So, and that's a good point, Mayor Paula. So this is about deferring something. It's not actually about not funding it. So yes, it could still be considered for the targeted rate because it's still in the budget.
This is about whether it sits in the general rate or whether we can choose to target it as a targeted rate. So if it's gone through a targeted rate, it wouldn't be deferred. This has now been confused where the targeted rates, it's all fair game, but it's not. It's lost the whole purpose of doing a targeted rate.
So the conversation that we had yesterday was around, because of the motion that was passed to have a waters targeted rate and then to look for up to that amount to be transferred from the target rates to the general rate. So off the back of that, we determined that the process was to figure out what the sum of all the projects should be in the budget overall, and then to determine which of those would be proposed to be funded from a targeted rate versus general rate.
I'll stop for now.
Okay, I'll take some other questions and we can get some satisfaction. Councillor Bunting?
No, I was more, no, I can wait actually, thanks. I'm still trying to
Councillor
work that out in
Pascoe?
my head.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my question is around the museum spending over the long-term plan, and I understand that we need to spend a significant amount on air conditioning there and controlling humidity. Could somebody? I looked through here and I couldn't find, and I presume that that's a renewal. Can somebody tell me where that is and what year it's planned for?
Lance, please.
Renewals are on page 46 under 1.12 in table 17. I'll have to look into the we'll have to look into the detail around when the air conditioning's been done, but there's $11 million there. There's a whole range of projects in that, and maybe Leanne can help year 2 for air conditioning.
Year 2. Thank you. Thank you. That was my question.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. At this stage, I'm just interested in, has there been any work around what the impact would be on visitation numbers and things with the entrance?
No.
Okay, so we're not sure what impact it would have on terms of bringing people to the museum at all?
No, and I think you'd have to do some modelling, but there's a whole bunch of different moving parts to this, with the theatre being built, whether there's going to be the pedestrian bridge, how many people are actually walking along, the back of the museum, that sort of thing. So you'd have to do quite a bit of modelling and have to take into account all those moving parts. So we haven't done that bit of work. It'd probably take a little bit of money and quite a bit of effort, to be honest.
Yep.
So, staff's advice has been that we should do the front entrance coupled in with what Councillor Rob was talking around with the airlock thing at the front, the museum entrance, and then this could be a next one. But, and has been discussed at the CBD River Advisory Group just around timing as well, with all those other moving parts with those other particular projects in that vicinity. So I think it's about getting it right. So bumping it out would probably be prudent.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kish.
Thank you. Just a question to maybe the movers of the motion and amendment. So we're just deciding whether it's pushed up to year 7 versus year 11. Can I get the big difference between the two?
Pushing it out from earlier years to later years, not year 11. Pushing it out.
No, she was asking about the difference between the motion and the amendment.
Oh, sorry. I haven't had anything to do with the amendment. Mark. Mark, hang on, Kish. I'll just see if I can get Mark to explain.
Yeah, absolutely. We were. This is one of those sacrifices, and we know how dear it is to your heart, Mayor Paula. But we don't want to lose sight of it. But we think if we can whack 6.6 million out of this 10-year plan, that's significant. We think there are potentially more pressing priorities with the museum, being the airlock front door and the loading bay, which, while it isn't as glamorous as that, those two things are actually prohibiting business. Sorry, I'm debating now. So we're saying take it out to the to year 11.
That's fine. It's just a matter of priority. That's the short answer.
That's basically
to that.
it. Yeah.
Any other question, Kish? Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Just a question for GM Lance or Leanne. Can you just remind me about the kind of role opening up the back of the museum was going to play in the evolution of the museum, and how you kind of foresaw that
I might get Leanne just
rolling
to come down
out,
and answer
and kind of what the purpose of it was, just as a reminder.
Morena, everyone. Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. So essentially the purpose, there were a number of things to be achieved with the river entrance. One was to connect the museum with the Awa. So the position and the place that the museum occupies I guess in terms of the story we tell about the city is very much connected to the river, so there's that kind of philosophical connection, if you think. There's a very practical, physical, geographical connection intention there, which is basically to provide a means to get people from river level through to street level on Victoria Street, and finding a means to do that, which also has another benefit, which is people actually going through and utilising and being in the museum. Equally, we're very aware that the museum river entrance would become a key part of the circuit or the precinct that's being developed in the South End, and it's appropriate for the museum to occupy a kind of a key place and be an anchor for that. So there's a lot of reasons for the river entrance. That said, I absolutely endorse GM Lance's comment about the fact that the priorities as they've been described here, the other two that actually keep us functioning are important to us.
Great, thank you. And do you think the museum's role will be enhanced in any way by the development of the regional theatre nearby and a possible pedestrian cycle bridge?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, right. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson?
Oh, crikey, I've forgotten the question there. I've done a Hamilton.
Oh, okay, thank you. Whose seats?
Leary has asked if I could ask her a question.
Okay. No, not really. But if it's a straightforward question, is she far away?
She's gone.
Okay. All right, ask the question then.
Okay, the question is, on page 116, which has got museum renewals, and there's an amount of 6,073. She's asked me to ask what that amount is, and it doesn't appear to be a total, it just appears to be 6 million in 28-29. Year 8.
Double check with Rebecca, but I'm pretty sure that's the earthquake strengthening, isn't it? No? It is, it's the
Seismic strengthening, year 28-29.
Earthquake, okay, thank you. I'll pass that on to her when she comes back. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Lance has partly touched on this. I want to check what the potential timing of the walk bridge is, because it seems to me, given some of the stuff we've seen about that you would want to at least tie the design of this in with the walk bridge. So that's sort of driving my thinking which way to go, perhaps.
Thank you.
So I'm timing type.
Timing with the potential.
Just trying to recall that the footbridge. I'm just having a look at what year it's in. Yeah. Year 4, is it? Yeah.
Okay, so 2 years from that sort of construction. So that's sort of saying that. Well, maybe I can ask a subsequent question. Would you design this and the approaching footpaths or whatever you have it needing at the same time as you designed the walk bridge? Because what we saw the other day, they did need to somehow work together if you were doing them.
Leanne?
I think it's really important that the design of both aspects of that are done with some degree of congruence. So, having said that, it's the river entrance, we've always been kind of conscious, would need to respond to the bridge rather than the other way round, given where it's landing.
Councillor Bunting, question.
Yeah, just conferring with the mover of the amendment, taking that on board, could we, just asking for staff guidance on this one, could we allow for some design work in the 10-year plan with the construction and the heavy lifting on the wallets after, to be put into the 30-year infrastructure plan, i.e. year 11. And we see what we're trying to do here.
Well, I suppose you can do anything like that. It's just, as we have with Wellington Street Beach.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, so that's a bit different because we did leave some money in it. Okay, you can do that. Is the Councillor Thompson?
One other just question is, what impact having this, say, year 7, 8, 9 versus year 11, what impact does that have on our situation in terms of smoothing things out? Because if it, is it negligible or negligible?
Negligible.
Yeah.
So the peak is in those years of the 3 to 5, possibly to 6. So 7 onwards is outside the peak. And obviously, if it went to year 11, it would potentially feature in the infrastructure strategy, as was asked previously.
Okay, we're going to debate contemporaneously. There you go. I wanted to use that word again. As the mover, I'll start. I feel quite strongly about this one. I have, as I said, reluctantly even put it up in the first place. The community has said so clearly for a long time now that opening up to the river is important to them. We've been talking about this, and this is one of our top visitor destinations and locally loved attractions. Less than 20 metres away from the river, and yet it turns its back to the river. I've always said the general manager of the museum has one of the most fantastic views of the river ever to herself, and that should not be the case. We've got a jetty, so we'll have boat services on the river. We'll be a stone's throw from the back of the new theatre. It's just, to me, short-sighted to lose it altogether. And in year 11, speaking against the amendment, it takes it right outside the window of this long-term planning and gives it no oversight whatsoever for future council. So I just ask you to go the middle route, which is putting it outside that 5 years, which gives us a little bit of benefit. But please don't take it away. Thank you.
On this one, we were just challenged to put forward suggestions for moving things around, and my thinking was that the front of the museum, the airlock and the entrance and the loading bay were the priorities in terms of keeping the museum operating and able to get in exhibitions and things. So given that from what I've heard it doesn't have a large impact on our overall debt levels as we smooth things out, I'm easy on it, but I just put it forward as an option. So that's...
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Yeah, Councillor Sarah, I appreciate what you guys are doing, but yeah, like Mayor Paula, I think this is too important to kick to touch. The museum and a lot of our visitor destinations need some love, so I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, in this case, I don't often disagree with my good colleagues, Councillor Thompson and Bunting, although occasionally on other issues yesterday we disagree. Anyway, I will be supporting the Mayor's guidance on this one. I think it's very important that we sync it with the potential pedestrian bridge. A cynic in me was thinking, who might be the Mayor and Deputy Mayor in 2032? Obviously, we'll still have the same Prime Minister in government, but who might be the Mayor and Deputy Mayor who would get to open this new project? But who knows? Time will tell. But no, jokes aside, I appreciate what you were trying to achieve, but I do think we do need to keep the project on the books. And I think it does give us time to sync, Mr Deputy Mayor, with the potential pedestrian bridge. Thank you.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting the amendment. I'm going to choose which project to support, and for me it's going to be the pedestrian walking bridge. I think an eye water around $6 million to connect the museum to the river is just not the right time. We should be looking after what we've got, and that's basically the reason why I'm voting against. I'm sorry, but I keep saying we're going to make some tough calls and I'm prepared to make them. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Right, thank you. Yeah, look, I'll be supporting the motion rather than the amendment. We've all been saying recently that the zoo needs some love, and I think if the zoo needs some love, then the museum needs some really, really good love, because that's missed out quite a lot in recent years, in my view. I just put me off my stride a bit now. But the let me just connect both the words.
20 seconds left, mate.
Okay. Look. In terms of the timing, we've talked about the pedestrian bridge and the regional theatre, and I think the museum's role is only going to get more important. There's going to be a great synergy in that southern precinct there. The museum this is part of its journey. Yes, I support doing the front first for functionality reasons, so we can get more exhibits. But ultimately, this is part of its journey to connect with the river.
Time.
And lastly, if we move it out past year 11, I think it's a retrograde step because it basically takes it out of the picture. And if we leave it in the second half, then it's in mind and we can connect up with.
Sorry, we do want to be fair and stick to time.
Apologies for that.
That's good. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and like Sarah, this is one of those uncomfortable ones. I was challenged yesterday when I was talking about an intersection to be taking things out, and this is a $6.6 million takeout. Having done a lot of research as chair of the community committee onto the museum, we found out that the priorities really are the front airlock. They've got 5 priorities, but they're in this order: the airlock, the loading bay, first, because they are actually impeding a business. We're getting blacklisted because exhibitions are not coming to the museum at this point, so we're not even at zero. It's not functioning at the moment. So the sense was, why would you put a river entrance into something that's not even getting exhibitions? The Kingitanga exhibition, the maze, and then the river entrance in that order. So I listened to your strong words this morning about what to cut, and it's not an easy process, and I'm, like Sarah, quite happy if it goes in, but I'm just wanting this is one of those lower priorities for me. And I will point out too that the bridge exit that we're talking about comes up to the bridge egress point comes up to the existing front entrance, not down to the river. So that will get you to the front of the museum, not down to the bottom. So you'll still have to walk down to get back up into it.
Point of order, we have not decided on a final design for the bridge. Just make that point.
What's your point of order?
That's incorrect to say that it must be.
Oh, I'm sorry. According to the most recent research I've done, that's what I've seen. Yeah.
We haven't designed that though.
Okay.
Point of fact. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor McPherson.
I distinctly saw a plan that had connections on both sides of the museum, actually. But I'm curious at Councillor Bunty's reasoning, given that yesterday he said that as chair of the community committee he felt obligated to support projects in his portfolio, but doesn't have that view now. So that's good. No, all I really want to say is, apart from when Jeff lost the plot, I support his big love point about the museum. Because it's true that it's had next to nothing, really, when you think about it over the years. And we haven't, we've got an opportunity now with the river development to blend in some upgrades to the museum that fit with the work that's being done around the river. It's not my highest priority, which is why a Year 7 insertion would work for me.
Thank you. I don't think I'll add more to it, just to say that this has been a conversation for the past year, and I continue to believe and hold the view strongly that the public want us to embrace the river in every opportunity that we have between Garden Place and Grantham Street, which will be a fabulous stretch with a theatre, with Embassy Park, with Victoria on the River, with the museum and with the eateries. Anyway, that's fine. We all have our different priorities at the end of the day. Let's go to the vote. Oh, sorry, voting on the amendment. Just people at home at Zoom, we're voting on the amendment first. Just in case I get the wrong.
The amendment is lost, noting Councillor Wilson and Naidu Ralph on Zoom voted against and Councillor Forsyth voted for the amendment.
Thank you. We'll now vote on the motion. Thank you, and we will now have a tea break and come back. and crack on. Maria, we're going to do your item first, so if that's okay, please. Yeah, she's ready. Maxine, Dave. Sorry, we need to. Had to wait till 20 past. If I go early, I'll get blitzed. I said if I go early, I'll get blitzed. If Margaret's not there, etc. There's a new one. Here you recycle these two too, thanks. Okie doke, councillors, we're going to make a start on time, if we can please, because we're really going to be pushed for time. But I do value the discussion we're having. So we're going back very quickly to the Rotatuna Park acquisition, which has, is Councillor Hamilton here? Councillor Hamilton here? Says his question. Oh, there you go, sorry. This is in response to your question, so. Okay, so thinking through the issues that were raised in the questions, Maria has found a potential solution to talk to.
So thank you for the questions. It enabled a much deeper look at this. I guess the most recent conversations happening with the developer in the North End are now leading to us needing to purchase some land for a neighbourhood park in year 1, and we would aim to develop it in year 3, total $2.5 million, which means we would be able to reduce that capital spend over the 10 years by $2.4 million. Yep.
What do you mean by in the north?
So there is an active developer conversation happening south of the high school in the north end of town.
Hang on, south of the high school?
Yep.
That's Somerset area, is it not? Or across the road from Somerset?
Sorry, it is in the area between the high school and the main road.
Borman? Or the expressway or what?
The expressway.
So immediately south of the school, in the same block as the school? So, sorry, if I can continue with that, just a question.
Just as a question, yes.
Yeah. We've got the school fields there which are open to the public. I'm thinking of other areas where there are less, like up on either hillside where there are lots of houses going in on one of them and will be on another, and out by North City Church or whatever it's called. Whereas at the school, high school, you've got
We'll get into debate here. This is a compromise position, really, where you get
yeah, but
one.
I just not
question.
Sure where that came from to have a park in that area.
So it's informed by conversations with the developer. So we obviously get the developmental subdivision layout, and aligned with our parks provision policy to have a neighbourhood park within 500 metres of homes. They work together to agree where the best place in that subdivision is. This funding just enables us to secure that land for purchase.
Okay, you can debate it.
Yeah, I will be.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so we've had all the questions. Just in debate, I'm not really going to speak to it, but this was an attempt to make sure that something was able to go forward in that area, which a number of people acknowledged might be needed. But it does save an amount of money by reducing it to the one opportunity in the short term. Is that right, Maria? Yes, okay. So, you know, it's all for debate. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, this is good. Great, good on you guys, and thank you team for fine-tuning it even further.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I think the principle is great. I think the practice leaves something to be desired. If you knew that area, you would. I don't think you would be putting a kids' playground in that particular area. So I'm not able to support this or the actual original proposal from staff, because I think they've got it wrong. I think it's not where it's needed in that Rotorua North area.
It's not a playground, it's a park area.
Yeah, which will become a playground at some stage, and it's the same thing. I don't think you need a park.
It's not proposed to be a playground at any stage at this point.
I don't think you need a park next to a high school that has open fields, which are heavily used by the community. You don't need two next to each other when other places have got none.
Fair enough, thank you. Any further debate? I don't see any on Zoom, so we'll go to the vote, please. Oh, I'll just say in my reply that the only reason I put this up, and I'm confident that staff will be able to continue negotiations with landowners that are effective, is that we do need to secure some green space in new areas, natural green space for people to enjoy, but we are constrained by cost, and this is an attempt to keep that reasonable balance. Vote, please. Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson, Naidu-Ralph and Forsyth had voted for the motion.
The opportunity to consider things like placement in parks and suburbs.
Lance, could you, or Maria, can you, the question is when will elected members get the opportunity to discuss the placement of parks in suburbs, as in the future ones, not necessarily moving the current ones?
I think we can take that question offline. I think it's a good one, but I think we can take it offline.
Lance, close out with an email for you guys. Yep.
Okay. We are very tight on time. We've still got about 12 motions to go through, plus what I've heard so far is people do want to talk about some alternative revenue streams. OPEX is one question. Can we make OPEX savings? One of the ideas that's being floated is around charging for parking in the garden and other ways to generate. And you've got... Okay, so what I'm asking you to do is through Amy, because she is being the conduit through staff for, I think, and Becca, to send your proposals, your wants for discussion, so we can gather them all up and put them in a logical order. Okay, it's easier to do that than when we get there, be on the fly. In the meantime, I'm not going to restrict debate to 3 for and 3 against, because we have been so democratic in our... But if you don't need to speak to a particular item, if you don't have a strong view but you've decided how you want to vote, you may choose not to speak on it, and that will give us a little bit of time. What did you say? Hallelujah. Oh, okay. Excellent. Okay, Councillor Thompson. Are you up?
No, can't remember. Well, if I...
You might have accidentally. Okay, next one, please. Here again, here's another one that doesn't give me any pleasure whatsoever, but it's there for councillors' consideration. It's just a rephasing as well. Having said that, in proposing this, I also acknowledge the information that Lance gave us at our workshops, which told us about some of the desperate need for upgrading some of our animal exhibits. And we know there's some renewal and maintenance money for the zoo that is coming forward that has been sorely needed. So I'll just put that context to acknowledge that this is a fine balance. Any questions on it, please? No, it's pretty straightforward then. Thank you, Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just want to understand from staff what's the implications of cutting back this animal budget. I ask that because if we're going to be focusing on the zoo and Waifaka as a major tourist attraction, spending hell of a lot of money on it. What does the animal budget have to do with enhancing what it is that we're trying to achieve?
So can you talk to that, Lance, in terms of this is a deferral, not a removal. Can you talk to what impact that has?
Yeah, before.
Oh, hi, Leanne.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your question, Councillor Forsyth. So essentially, as Mayor Paula alluded, the renewals money is in base budget, and that will give us the opportunity to refresh exhibits and experiences in some ways. Essentially, the request for the new exhibit is about, we have a planned approach to get a rolling schedule of new reasons to visit at our visitor destinations, and so that's the intention at the zoo. But we can still achieve, noting the pressures on the budget, we can still achieve that outcome through our renewals money. The deferment allows us still, if we manage to get external funding or sponsorship, to bring something forward to you at a later point in time. So as staff are relatively comfortable with this motion.
So you're telling me that we'll still carry on with renewals and the zoo development, it's just that we'll be cutting back on zoo animal exhibits, yes?
No. So essentially the renewals money that we have includes renewals for animal exhibits, and our approach to renewal of exhibits is always that we make them a better visitor experience, better for health and safety for staff, and better for animals in terms of reflecting their natural habitat. So every renewal effectively is a refreshed or new exhibit at the zoo anyway. So we will just be very smart with what we've got through renewals, and we will still have new reasons to visit as a consequence.
Okay, that's clear, but what's not clear for me is what is this deferment tagged to then if it's not for renewals or it's not for new animal exhibits?
Sorry if I wasn't clear, Councillor Forsyth. This money was for 2 new animal exhibits as part of the master plan. So essentially they would now wait a little bit longer.
Okay, just think.
Right, okay. And so you're happy that within existing budgets we're still going to get animals that will be on show, we'll get new exhibits, it's just that this quantum here is going to be deferred.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go into debate since there are no more questions. And just want to say very quickly on this one, it was just around the priorities. As Leanne has acknowledged, we can still go forward with the zoo. And I very much love the zoo and credit Councillor O'Leary for the excellent work she did in the zoo plan. So I want to support that, but in the short term, there are some other priorities for the zoo, and the entranceway and things like even the education centre, to me, rank slightly higher than this one at the time. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Southgate. No, I agree with you, and thank you for your for the line you're walking with this one. Councillor Ewan and Councillor Ryan and myself went up and had a really good look around there, and you'd be quite surprised at the amount that this brilliant staff are doing in some pretty ramshackle buildings there. So that is going to need stuff. One of the comments that I think you all know the direction that the three of us are tracking, trying to get the accommodation offering up reasonably early. But one of the comments that the new director, the excellent director Baird, made was that it's great to have accommodation, but you need top-notch things for them to see once they're there. So it's always going to be that balance, and I think you've hit the sweet spot here, so I'm supporting you.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth? Councillor Forsyth? You have some... No debate? Okay, thank you. Let's go to the vote, please, councillors.
Is carried unanimously.
Thank you. This is proposed by Councillor Bunting, lacking a seconder at the moment, but please speak to the intent.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, and I'm going to get Lance to give me a hand with this one, if that's all right. We noticed with the parks improvements, we set a drainage plan last LTP, and for some reason it seems to have dropped off. We are working on the changing rooms and the floodlighting, and we're doing everything for our sports parks except the maintenance of the parks themselves. Originally it was in there at something like $8 million for the whole thing. I came in at $5 million. Lance has assured me we could get a pretty good result for $3.6 million. That's pretty much where we landed with that one, Lance? Yeah, so the issue was that we're doing a lot of stuff around the peripherals of the parks, but all of a sudden the parks, we have major drainage issues with a lot of our parks. So it's the same issue as we had in the last LTP, really. And
Thank
we've got
you.
a seconder in the Deputy Mayor, if that's all right.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Taylor seconds. Are there any questions on this? Councillor Pascoe?
I'm just, we're seeing, I mean, this is not the first motion we've seen today, but we're seeing some quite significant reductions in some of these capital spends, and I may be wrong here, but is there generally an overstatement of what these capital costs are likely to be? And when we do a deep dive with you, we find that we can potentially do almost the same job for significantly less.
Are you talking at large there?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is an example of a drop, but we also saw Wellington Street a little earlier this morning. No, this is
a reduced proposal, so staff are actually just adjusting it in light of the financial situation and discussions we're going through. Obviously, $8 million, you'll get more sports parks have irrigation and drainage put into them than you would for 3.6 million. So what we've actually gone back to do, and with being prudent, is actually looked at which are the critical ones, which will help us overcome that 96-hour deficit we have each week for sports fields, especially 63 hours for training during the week, which will tie in with the floodlights project, which is also going to be 50% externally funded. And we've got some really good leads on that. So we're just trying to be...
So the answer is we're effectively going to do less for
Correct.
the 3 million than we would have for the 8.
Correct.
And we've got the chance of getting some lights sponsored rather than us paying for them.
Absolutely. So what we're saying is we'll do less just in light of the situation we're facing around the financial situation.
Okay. And so if we approve this motion, we're bringing in a spend of 3.6 million in year 6 that previously is not baked into the existing budget.
Correct.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Go to debate. Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilson has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. A very quick question to Lance, if I may. Lance, originally your team, having taken note of our financial position, had moved this to unfunded. Was that because it was low on the priority and could wait?
No, it was a result of the discussions of elected members in Mangai at the veranda the other week. So when Julie was recording what was the general consensus of what should be considered over these 2 days, this one didn't meet that. I actually think I was pretty remiss in not explaining how this links with the floodlighting project and the toilets and changing rooms project as well. So it was probably just a bit of an oversight on my part, Councillor Wilson.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have you got a question? Oh, okay. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Lance, I see it's at year 6 there. I mean, I understand the importance of the drainage in the sports fields, and I'm obviously on board with trying to move things from years 1 to 5 to 6 to 10, but years 6, that's a long way away. Have you got enough to do an appropriate job at the moment?
Look, to tie in with the floodlight proposal that's in the plan, in the draft plan at the moment, and what we're discussing, it would be more optimal to have this spread through the 10-year plan rather than starting in year 6. But at the end of the day, we have to adapt to the situation, and it would, if we started in year 1 and actually did 1 or 2 fields each year, it would carry on the program that we've been doing over the last 3 years and working in with Waibok football, other codes, and also the club. So It's not absolutely optimal. It would be better if we had some of it spread through years 1 to 5 as well as 6 onwards.
Mayor Paula, I may have absolutely no support for this, but I'm just requesting whether there's a chance just to take this one aside for 10 minutes and just see if I can come up with Lance and Mark with a slightly revised plan to see if it has any support.
Yes, fine, but yeah, we just need to be a bit expedient with time and think that through quite quickly.
Thank you.
That's fine. All right, let's go to the next one, which actually is one I can't quite remember the discussion on, and I would like you to talk to this one, because I think this is the pool maintenance one. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Late night ones. Okay. Look, I think this was, I think, down to the concern about pool maintenance not being done. Have we got sufficient, I've got my glasses on just to read it. Have we got sufficient funds to do what we should be doing? And it kind of goes to the issue of looking after what we've got.
That's where it came from. Thank you, Councillor. Helen, sorry.
Exactly what this funding is proposed for. So this is about setting up a proactive contract with Wavelength, who are pool technical experts. It's about looking after our plant, putting it on a scheduled maintenance contract. So, and that would assist with preventing failures, support on-site safety, and ensure, give us assurance that the plant is being cared for in the way that it should be. Yeah.
I know that this is an addition, so I'm just uncertain myself. Councillor Gallagher.
The Strategic Risk Committee, what advice have they given us on this? Because obviously if this is a safety-related issue, given the recent well-reported incident.
We haven't taken this specifically, but it is one of the things that we see as important, as including for ongoing safety on site.
So it would be, given that the issues that this raises, I mean, it's quite interesting. We're here at the 11th hour, 12th hour. I would assume the Strategic Risk Committee wouldn't have necessarily felt this was an ideal process of decision-making, surely.
So, sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, is there a safety aspect to this?
Absolutely.
So if there's a safety aspect from the august Strategic Risk Committee, I'm expressing a concern to you. Things are tough of how we're doing this. I'm not necessarily going to oppose this if you say safety, but I'd certainly be strongly urging that the strategic group keeps doing the ongoing overview of this stuff.
So the reason it's ended here up here in the unfunded is because it is an additional level of service. We don't currently have a proactive contract, so this is about transparency and decision making, but it is critical to good maintenance.
Sorry, it is
critical to good maintenance on site.
So you see, the problem I have, and I just would leave it at a governance level and an interaction, is at the 1 minute to midnight, you have a senior manager saying that this is critical to the safety and operation of our pools.
Let's not get into debate. Sorry.
Well, I'll certainly come into debate because I'm not. Thank you. That's helpful.
Questions at this point, but yeah, I get where you're going. Any further? Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I was just trying to find the page. I know it's in unfunded operational, but there is 22 million, and I know it's operational, but there is 22 million in CapEx for renewals. Why can't we simply take that 22 million and cover the 60,000? I mean, why can't we do that?
It's OPEX.
Yeah, but
sorry, it is OPEX. Yeah.
Sorry, it's just hard to look at this tiny.
So that's a renewal budget. This proposal is operational money for a contract with an outside provider.
So, okay, but the 22 million that's in here says, in the commentary, says associated renewals. Well, renewal, how do you define what's a renewal and what's maintenance?
So the maintenance, so
I mean,
this contract.
renewal's not replacing every time, is it? Renewal can be, let's fix that up, and
Yeah,
I
it's
could
a
call
fix
that
it up.
maintenance.
Yeah, so this contract covers, so we have plant and filters and pipes that services 9 pools across the 2 sites,
Yeah.
as well as the spa and splash pad. So there are filters and valves, and it's very complex equipment. It requires constant servicing, and so it's around preventing failure before it's
Yeah.
about looking after the life of the asset.
I
and
get that,
yeah.
and my frustration is 22 million, and we can't find 60,000. Sorry, that was a debate I was doing, Councillor Gallagher.
Okay, well, we will go into that sort of debate. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. I assume from that last comment, Helen, that the amount covers all of our pool sites, not just Waterworld?
No, both sites.
Both Galahad
Yes.
pools too, okay. And my second question is, which is related to this and any others, are there any other, I mean, you've identified this as being a critical contract that we need to do for health and safety. Are there any other unfunded projects in the 10-year plan that are critical, that are unfunded, and that might be keeping our general managers and senior staff awake at night? Because if there are, I would be pretty concerned that they remain and don't come forward as being, they remain as unfunded and don't come forward as being funded. Because we're reliant on you as manager, and I'm getting into debate here, I apologise, but we're reliant on you as managers to eliminate those risks.
For me, Councillor Rob, this is the only one, and that's why Mayor Paula and Councillor Jeff actually put it forward.
Yep, okay. Thank you for that answer, but are there any others in any other areas which need to be brought to the table today so that we can consider moving them from unfunded to funded? Because I'm quite, from a governance perspective, I'm very, very concerned that
Councillor
there
Rob,
may be some of these.
through the chair, there are no others that I know of, but
I just want to cover it off. So over the last few days, I've been having conversations with my waters unit. So in various aspects of the waters unit have given me reason to question whether or not we need to increase some of the budgets in the waters area over and above what's in here. That's literally happened yesterday morning, so it's very recent. I've got to sit down with Eva Lisa and look at what that looks like to address some of those aspects, but I plan to bring that after lunch back to you guys for a conversation.
So we can cover all of these off today?
That's the goal.
Okay.
But I think, just adding to what Richard said, if we find that there's a safety issue out there, we'll address it first, and then we'll come in with information to elected members and tell you exactly what's going on and what we've done to address it. So, key point is that the safety of our staff and contractors and the public is paramount. So we'll deal with it straight away.
Okay, so question from me. All of our conversation, although it's very recent, and it's how I feel about late movements like this, but could Richard, theoretically, because I do believe health and safety is the most important aspect, theoretically, could you find this from other OPEX savings? Could you move money around within the OPEX budget to find this budget of 60,000 for this H&S issue?
I would have to stop something else.
But could you?
Well, again, I've got a list on what appendixes of changes. Appendix 17, we could suggest one of those items.
We will look at Appendix 17 and 18 at some point, because that's proposed other savings potentially. Okay, well, we've had the discussion question, and we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, no, we haven't. We haven't a debate. We're in debate. Councillor. Sorry, Margaret?
Worship, I'd like to move an amendment. I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay. Have you got it?
I've just sent it through, but basically that we just fund this 60k per annum from our existing 22 mil. I'm not sure whether it's OPEX or CAPEX budgets, I can't remember. And rather than just not having this, I think it's important to have it noted through a motion that that's the process that we're going to take.
Have you got a seconder? Anybody want to second Margaret's?
Can I just see the motion?
It's going up. Amy, are you clear on that? Ish. Richard, can you help with that?
I'm thinking Lance has got to help with that.
Thank you.
Motion? Oh, no. I'll come over to different one, sorry.
Margaret, who did you send it through to?
Margaret, who did you send it through to, please? Where did you send it?
Say again?
Where did you send your...
I'm on the chat screen. Somebody just put it up now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, have you got a second? Is there a seconder for Margaret's?
It should be OPEX. As I said, I'm not sure. I need some guidance from Lance whether the $22 OPEX or CapEx or both. I just can't remember.
No, it's CapEx.
CapEx, Margaret.
Yeah. Okay, from CapEx budgets, which would mean R&M, yeah.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. Quick clarity on that. It wouldn't. Would you like to explain why, Tracy?
Sorry, thank you. So there is quite a difference between capital money and operating money, and I know while it feels like right now it's just taking cash from one bank account to another, from a technical accounting perspective, it's not something that we can do. So it's you're either spending money and substituting capital with capital, or you're spending money and you're substituting in the operating budget. I can't swap between the two.
So this would have to come out of OPEX.
So you'd have to reduce something else in the operating budget.
Pardon, Margaret?
Correct.
Yes, out of the OPEX budget then.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it to get it on the floor.
If she votes against the motion, that would have that same effect.
She does. She wants it funded, but from a different bucket, well, from a different...
Distinct budgets.
Yeah.
So
it's been seconded by Councillor Wilson for the purposes of debate.
could I ask some clarity of Councillor Forsyth, Mayor Paula?
Yeah.
Councillor Forsyth, are you expecting this to come out of the operating budget within the pool's operation?
Yep, well, where else would it come from? It's not a cheap question, it's where else would you suggest it comes from?
That's the challenge we have. The budgets are fairly tight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, out of operating then, yeah.
So let's leave it there.
Okay, we'll go into debate. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm supporting the motion here. We're making some savings here today, folks, and yesterday. We're making some reasonable ground, but let's not cut off our nose to spite our face. So, I think there is a threshold, Councillor Pascoe referred to it in his question, is that we shouldn't cross. And I mean, we're all quite mindful of pool maintenance at the moment, with some recent issues and safety. And let's not go so far that we actually, you know, we're all about trying to look after what we've got. It's a really important part of this. We're also about our community. To me, this is something that we shouldn't be compromising on. As much as GM and staff have tried to help us by cutting things, I think there is a line that we shouldn't cross. And to me, this is just 101. So I urge other members to support this.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, look, I commend the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor for this motion. I would have thought in an ideal world this would have been baked into the original proposal, and we should remind ourselves with respect that it is good luck, fortune, fate, whatever, that we did not have a catastrophic, terrible event at one of our facilities. And obviously this is just one of the related lessons, not obviously directly, but it's related. We need to look after our plant and equipment. I do say, however, I want to pick up, I think, from Councillor Pascoe's point, is during the year, whether it's, I assume it'd be Finance Committee, I still want an ongoing line-by-line analysis of that 22 million and everything that's within that, because that is good governance. We did that in Parliament with audit review through the select committee process of government spending. I think we need to do that a lot better, and I think it would probably go through the Finance Committee, possibly community. So I think, you know, once we've got all this sorted, and the final thing I would say is that strategic risk has a really important role, and I don't want them to have a rushed agenda, which I received the other day. Sorry, well, I just will use my last 10 seconds, as you gave to the Deputy Mayor, that
I think strategic risk genuinely has a really important external audit of all this, but thank you, Jeff, I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Look, I completely agree with Deputy Mayor that this is an important thing that we must do, that we shouldn't be cutting out such an essential service as the safety of our poor users and our poor staff. That's why I think it should be funded. And not at the last minute. I think it's $22 million of an operating budget. That's quite a sum. And the challenge I'm putting to staff is that they search for a 60k, without, I don't even know what percentage of 22 mil that is, but I imagine it's pretty small. And they find that it would mean, potentially, that any renewals or particularly renewals would have to be deferred to the tune of 60k a year. I think it's doable. I think we have a responsibility to have this funded, but I'm not prepared at this late hour for it to be such a matter of import that we chuck it in because
time, please.
That we have to.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
This is a no-brainer to me. It's been identified by staff that it is a critical matter that needs to be addressed, and I think we need to address it. In response to General Manager's comment about how we generally deal with critical issues, I think this is also the right time in our 3-yearly cycle to be looking at what other critical issues might be on the horizon that staff need to inform us of so that we can address those before those events occur. And look, I think that staff should constantly be looking at OPEX savings, and that should be done on a continuous basis. We hear from time to time that there are opportunities to do this, but it seems to me every time we suggest it, we get pushback. And I'd like to see perhaps a much more positive frame of mind later this afternoon when we do look to challenge those OPEX budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Amendment is first. We are voting on the amendment first.
The amendment is lost, noting Councillor Wilson and Forsyth voted for it on Zoom and Naidu Ralph voted against.
We go to the motion.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, next one. Also not an easy topic to cover off. Oh, no. Are we going back to that one? Yeah. Are we going back to this one? Okay. Just for a minute. Okay, where are we at with this one now? Because you did a bit of work on it. Councillor Bunting, can you explain? Just explaining the intent.
So instead of, because of some concerns about going into the short term on sports fields, rather than starting from year 6, we are endeavouring to spread it a lot more thinly across years 1 to 7. So a small amount starts to take effect in year 1. 500k a year.
Okay, questions, anyone? Okay, there being none, we'll go to the debate if you need it. But Mark?
Oh, no, look, very, very much for the explanation in the first explanation of this. We, in the last 10-year plan, it was well articulated.
Yes, it's going.
It is going. articulated that our sports drainage was an issue. This speaks to better use of our existing facilities, quite simply, and that's something that's come in very, very strong, rather than buying new parks, etc. We've got a floodlighting plan which could extend the hours, but the trouble is there's no point in floodlighting stuff that you can't play on. So it's very, very simple. So as Lance alluded to during his piece, perhaps we were remiss in not being clear enough on it on the veranda day. We're trying to keep it as minimal as we possibly can.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I'll be quick. Look, I just asked for elected members' indulgence on this. I have been committed the last couple of days to deferring as much as possible to years 6 and 10. I brought up drainage in the last LTP, I think, because, look, I know from years of playing football at an extremely average level that it is really important to thousands of people. It's just sort of 101, really. And I get a lot of grumbles from people I know about that, your Porrits, your Gower Parks, not just because it makes it hard to play, but because games get put off. It just goes to the quality of people's experience and enjoyment. And I'm mindful that the GM actually cut this original budget from around about 8 million down to less than half, and then tried to spread it from year 6 to 10. And I just think there are fields that badly need it now, and I'm just thinking a little bit at a time to see if we can help out.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. I respectfully say that I cannot support this motion. This motion, in one foul swoop, has undone all the good work we've done this morning in terms of cutting our cloth to fit. I remind this council again that our huge appetite for spending is going to come back and haunt us. We're writing cheques that we're having to borrow to cash, and although I understand and I hear Deputy Mayor's point about the importance of enjoyment of these facilities and how many people play football, etc., and I respect that, I'm reminded of how many ratepayers who are struggling on fixed income who are going to be horrified when they see the highest rate increase in modern times in Hamilton.
Okay. You are taking a very wide focus there, Ewan, and I'm sure you'll have I think you'll have a chance to expound that again, all in due course. Councillor Gallagher, then Councillor Forsyth.
So in his soccer days, I think, I'm not sure if Mr Taylor was quite at the level of Mr Holloway and others within his schools of football. Look, I want to support this, but I just would like the Mayor's view as well, and it's, I'm not sure the situation we're in, but I don't doubt the Mayor's concern and sincerity, obviously, on this one. But I would like a bit of guidance from the Mayor on this as well. I'm twixt and between, particularly in view of what Ewan has said, and just where in your view, Your Worship, does this fit?
I'll come to it.
Yeah,
I'll talk
it's a
in a
genuine...
little bit. I wasn't going to talk in debate, but I'll add something. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. As much as I support and understand the place and value that sport offers on so many levels, I can't support this. I actually feel like a bit of a broken record this morning. I really feel like, where we're going to stop, where we're going to actually take account of the consequences of these decisions that we're very happy to put through today. I've said it before, I'll say it again, in my community, and especially for those on fixed incomes, it's tough times. I echo exactly what Councillor Ewan said. I'm feeling quite sort of dismayed by how things are moving this morning. I just really hope that we can rein ourselves in and come to a really acceptable level of rates at the end of all this.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. My understanding of this from hearing from Mark and Lance is that we're pushing out the development of sports parks in our newer areas, and this is about looking after what we've got and making the best use of what we've got and using the capacity. So just like the sports lights will help us to use those sports parks for longer periods of time during the day, this will mean this is also about ensuring that these are usable. And so for that reason at this stage I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Well, I'll try and get 2 quick points in 60 seconds. The potential rates increase we're looking at that keeps getting referenced to, 4.5% of that is directly related to the government-mandated central government's compliance cost targeted rate. So most of these costs are actually within our 3.8, 4.8% quantum. So I'd just like to remind that most of what we're doing is actually relatively small. I recall at the last 10-year plan, we had so many sports clubs. We had drainage off the funded list. We had sports club after sports club after sports club come here and tell us that half the season they couldn't get on the field because of soaking wet fields. We had mums with their kids on the sidelines and their boys couldn't play support because they couldn't get on the field because they were cancelled. And at that point, we reintegrated the drainage, and today's proposal is a bloody good idea in terms of feathering it out, doing the minimum required to achieve a successful outcome. Boom.
Thank you. Boom. Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
It's tough following that one, but I just want to add that, this is part of a bigger picture. It's important in terms of mental and physical health for our community. We need to do what we can to encourage play, encourage physical activity and participation in sport. Just to acknowledge Lance and team on your creativity, and that we can spread this out over a number of years and still achieve the outcome that we're all looking for. So I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Look, my concern here, and look, I support what is being suggested here because I think it makes sense. It's properly designed, and as a grandparent, I know what it's like standing out on Saturday morning in some of these parks in well-established areas like Herbert Road, where the fields are so muddy, and often the games are called off because of that mud. But this is a new funding item. It's not moving projects between years. It's bringing in an unfunded project. And if Councillor Hamilton is right, 4.5% of our rate increases around compliance costs, then we need to go to the perpetrator of those compliance costs and seek an appropriate refund. But look, I'm with Councillor Wilson on this. I think that it is something that we really need, but we just can't afford it in the present environment.
Councillor O'Leary.
1 second.
Oh, well done. Yeah, look, it's these budget exercises don't get any easier over the years. In fact, they get much harder. And we've just spent a couple of hours reducing the zoo exhibit, the items for the museum, items for the garden, items for Rotatuna Park, because we're trying to prioritise as we go. I hear what Councillor Hamilton has said in terms of we've sat around for a very long time now listening to sports groups say we need drainage and we need lighting, but we have to prioritise, and I cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel of our 2 days yet, and that causes me great concern. So we can relook at all of this when we're finished, because this actually is, Councillor Thompson's right, looking after what we've got. So this would be a priority for me if there's an opportunity to come back and support it. But at this point, because it's unfunded, I won't be supporting it reluctantly.
Thank you. And because Councillor Gallagher, you nicely asked for my opinion, I'll share it with you. This is one of those difficult ones, but I understand in the last 4 years I've heard so much. I've been to the fields and I've spoken with the sports clubs, and as I understand this, and we aren't proposing at this stage to spend a lot of money on turfs, though we no doubt will get some pretty strong and compelling submissions from the community on the need for turf. We do need to recognise we have an increasing need on our fields, increasing usage. And what the floodlights and drainage do mean that they can practice beyond 7 p.m. in a winter, which means they can get more clubs through, more children, more adults through the training regime, meaning that space works harder for the money we put into it. So in that respect, there again, you know, following on from all my colleagues, I get the point about trying to reduce budgets, and I have proposed many things over the last day and a half to try, and I will be proposing some more. So I do support this for the time being. Councillor Bunting, right to reply.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and I hope I still have your support after this. Because it's going so well for me today. I too am working very, very hard to try and get stuff within budget. But this, to me, is looking after what we've got for our existing residents. This affects thousands and thousands of our residents. This isn't actually something new. This is something that we decided to unfund or to stop funding. This was actually all ready to go, but it dropped off the funding after the last LTP. Now, I will remind members who are worried about this that some of those same members just approved a $6 million extra entrance for the museum. And I'm not taking away from that project, but I'm just saying it's about priorities. This affects a lot more people. This isn't new. This looks after what we've got, and most of my proposals this LTP are all about that, just enhancing our existing facilities rather than doing brand new ones. So anyway, look, I've said enough.
Okay, let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson and Forsyth on Zoom are dissenting and Councillor Naidu-Ralph is for.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next one. Just a quick bit of feedback to those on Zoom. When you're speaking, if you can lead into your microphone, it will help the room be able to hear you. Next one, please. I would much prefer to be taking out than putting in, I have to tell you, but I'll just speak to the why for this one. And you could very well speak to the why, but the reason that we've done this is because we have had a pretty blunt message from our facilities manager to provide for venue safety and security are increasing. And if you look around the world and what's going on everywhere, it's really understandable why. Our first obligation is to keep people safe at public venues when they're there to have time with their friends and family. It was in the unfunded operational budget, but I was persuaded that this is not a discretional element to look after people, and so that is why I have proposed at this stage to bring it forward. Do you want to say anything further on that, Deputy Mayor Taylor?
I was of the same mind in that in terms of the security, it just seems too important to not fund, and I'm mindful that the H3 group have brought forward very, very few things for us to fund. They've really kind of narrowed down that priority. So I feel obliged that this is something I have to support.
Okay, so that's the intent. Councillor O'Leary, question please.
Yeah, I'm growing increasingly concerned with the number of, and Councillor Pascoe raised it, with a number of items that are popping up, that are said to be critical in terms of health and safety, and they haven't been included in the base budget, and now we're having to move them into the budget. I'm concerned that.
Question, should we make it a question?
Yeah, sorry. So why is that? I guess I would ask. If it's that critical for health and safety, some of these items, why aren't they in the base budget?
Well, I think that's you can answer, Chad, but I think that is actually a question for the Chief Executive too, who oversees the process. But do you want to start, or either of you?
I was dealing with another query from an elected member about another motion. Sorry, I missed that. Say it again. Sorry, Councillor O'Leary.
I'm growing very concerned about the number of unfunded OPEX items that are being presented, that haven't made it into the base budget, but that are being presented now under critical health and safety. Why is that?
Would you like to speak to from a venue's point of view? I know you're speaking on behalf of Sean and his team. Yes.
So for us, health and safety is significant, and this is something that's come up obviously post Christchurch and some of the other incidents that we've seen around the world. So this is an increase in the level of service that is being provided. We would certainly recommend that it be funded, but it obviously has to fit within the overall package of things that have been brought to you.
So that didn't answer my question. My question was why, if it's health and safety, why hasn't it been prioritised into the base budget? We shouldn't be here discussing things that are critical in an activity of council for health and safety as a nice to have.
Vendor security. So this basically is part of the expectation that has been set that we will look at it. There's no legislative mandated responsibility to introduce it. And we went through the budgets quite tightly looking at a certain degree of tolerance to risk, and this is one that was basically below that tolerance or above it. We're not funded because we're willing to accept the risk associated with it. Because we had to make the budgets work.
Yeah, I understand that. So what is the risk of not funding this?
The risk of not funding this is they're probably on two levels. So there are the bigger, more significant, terror type incidents that could come up. So and if we don't have a level of oversight of our venues, then that increases the likelihood that something could happen in that space. Obviously highly unlikely that we would get one of those situations, but could be quite significant. More importantly, I think on a day-to-day level, we have experienced an increased number of security incidents around our venues over the last couple of years. Effectively, this funding is to put some bodies into the venues, so on-site security presence, to be much more aware and conscious around security in the venues.
So is this then, is this then an increase to the security, whoever our security contractor is? Is this an increase to that contract?
It would either be contracted or it could be in-house security staff, so it could be a security manager. So it's just having, say, dedicated resource on site all the time, not specifically around events, but around those days outside of events.
Okay. Yeah, it took a really long time to get the information out. I'm quite... all right. No, absolutely all my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I was just like, completely agree with the questions Councillor Angela has asked. I think the detail around what this extra request for money around is more staff before, during and after an event. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you're telling us that the risk is that because we are in modern times that we run the risk of having a terrorist type attack or something similar. Is that correct?
That's one of the risks, but probably, as I mentioned, more specifically, it's day-to-day security risks. So it's people getting into the venues when they shouldn't be there, whether it's causing damage, taking things, that sort of stuff.
And what's the incidence of that happening currently?
We've had probably 6 or 8 security incidents over the last 12 or 18 months.
Is that high or low?
Certainly a lot more than we've had in the past.
Okay. Right. How does that compare to other cities? Because I'm just trying to think, well, if we're preempting something or whether we actually are responding to a genuine case. My other question is, what other measures are we taking to make sure that all our other venues and all our other pools and I'm just trying to think of the right word, are also being satisfactorily, what's the word? Met by security, because it's not just a venue that somebody will break into. It could be a waterworks, it could be museum, it could be anywhere. So why are we just singling out events?
So just through the chair, so one thing that we are doing and bringing back to the Strategic Risk and Assurance Committee is a full security review of all council's amenities. You'll be aware of our project around physical security review, and it just so happens that the H3 are the first cab off the rank and have acknowledged that there is an area where they can improve their security, which is why Chad is, and Sean are putting forward this budget request. There is a review, and those security reports have been done in draft and are currently being reviewed by GMs, and we'll be bringing back a full overview of those findings to the March Risk Committee. So it's quite possible there would be additional risks that are agreed that need to be addressed, and we would talk to elected members about how we would do that.
So we're preempting that report. We're actually taking action on something that hasn't had a formal decision made yet by the appropriate committee of council.
No, we're not preempting. H3 were very early on completed their physical security review, and so that review has been discussed with the operational staff of H3, and this is where they've landed in terms of where they need to plug a gap.
So if this isn't funded today, I imagine it will. It's the sort of the flavour at the moment. But if it's not funded, how will you meet those obligations, or those perceived obligations?
We'll be meeting them in the same way that we always have, but it just won't have the same level of security staffing available to be across the venues and the events.
So you will be meeting them, but not well.
Correct. It's about managing risk, and this allows us to manage the risks in a much better way.
Even though you don't have any real evidence that's comparative or contextual about the actual risk. It's just something that you think has increased over the last 12 to 18 months. I mean, I hope you get where I'm trying to come from. It seems to me a little bit knee-jerkish without having had some...
Margaret, you keep straying. Margaret, you're straying into debate. You're straying into debates. Please, we're going to be here all day, all night, if we don't keep questions to questions. Got two more questions. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Chad. Does our current contract, and you may not be able to answer this, but does our current contract with Allied Security include H3 sites?
Yeah, it does. That covers our static security for the venues, so the sort of day-to-day stuff. And then we have a separate contract with Red Badge Security, who do event security for us for event days.
So what about call-out? You know, if somebody did break into one of your sites, does the Allied Security contract cover that too?
Yes, we do have call-outs allowed for, and patrols and things like that, yes.
So the problems that you've alluded to, the 6 to 8 incidents, could they have been dealt to under the existing contract?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. When you mentioned Red Badge, I assume when you have an event on and security is required for that event, the event organiser either pays or reimburses you for their costs?
Yes, correct.
So it's only when events aren't on that you're looking for this particular funding to cover security then?
Primarily, but there is an overlay across events as well to be able to, I guess, coordinate across all of those different security providers and make sure everything's safe from the lead-in days, the event days and non-event days.
Have you looked at the possibility of extending the Allied Security contract to cover that as opposed to bringing that security in-house?
We haven't made a decision as to how we would do that, whether it would be in-house or whether it would be contracted. The funding would enable us to do it either way.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. My first question is just around other venues that are kind of similar to this in size and purpose, or H3 venues. What are they doing around security? Is this kind of up and above what they're doing, or is it in line with the new general standards?
I can give you some examples. So I know the likes of Eden Park have a security manager and a full-time security team that work on their site, and I think most other large venues have similar arrangements like that.
Okay.
If I can help, Councillor Thompson, one of the things that the security assessment found in terms of a gap is that whilst we're very good with security on a day, it's the in-between days that we're trying to plug. That is to the security issues that can occur can be planned early, and if people can walk onto our facilities and do what they need to do, that presents a risk. So that's what this having someone who can connect all the events together and be able to have eyes wide open and see what the risks are is where the gap is that we need to fill.
And is the risk to more generally to property damage or to that person who comes onto the site injuring themselves or injuring staff? Like, what is the?
I think it covers all of those areas.
Yeah, all of those areas. I mean, it's property. Property is one thing, but actually stopping people coming on site when they shouldn't be on site gives us that's what gives us the confidence that we can provide a safe venue when we do have an event.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Just a quick one, Mayor Paula. Just following on from Councillor Thompson, Chad. You mentioned, I think, 6 to 8 incidents in the last 12 to 18 months. I'm just trying to get a feel for how it sort of goes to what Margaret was saying as well. Can you give me a feel for how serious they were? I mean, was it a case where some of our staff were possibly in danger, or...?
Look, I probably don't want to necessarily talk about security arrangements in an open forum, but there
it's not arrangements. It's like, was staff in danger? Or what was it?
We have had some situations where staff have been concerned for their safety. We have also been concerned for the safety of members of the public, and we have also had incidents where we've had to call the police in to deal with things. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the debate, if there is any. I don't intend to go over it again. The questions have clarified everything. Councillor Hamilton. Mm-hmm. Of course, this is something that can be removed further later, or it's in there for the time being, for the purposes of budgeting and seeing the outcome. Councillor O'Leary, debate?
I'm just quickly thinking of an amendment. I don't know.
Anybody want to debate? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I really want to support this, but I feel like we're being railroaded with another bunch of OPEX costs, and I don't want to be critical of H3 or Chad, because obviously they've identified a need. When I look on page 69 and I look at the prospective statement of revenue and expense, I note that our personnel costs are scheduled to or budgeted to increase by nearly 7 million in the first year of the budget of the new long-term plan, and I'm just questioning why. I'm questioning why there's that big increase, and we can talk about that this afternoon. But I'm just wondering why such costs, if they have now been readily identified as being necessary following March 15 and other issues around the world, why that 138,000, if it's a wage cost, isn't already included in that personnel cost increase.
Okay, thank you. We are in debate, so we'll move on from that. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Look, I'm really reluctantly going to support this because as a bit of a safety champion for the council at times, I can't not. But I'm sending a really, really, really clear message that I'm unhappy with this. I do not buy the argument that staff are suddenly at risk, because this is no suddenly about this decision. This isn't going to come into force until 1 July next year. If this was critical, A, it should have been in the base budget, or B, it sounds like there's a shortage in the coverage from security staff hours. So this item should have been on the November or February Finance Committee with a proper and full report, laying out a case for the increase of that security company contract. So I'm very, very, very uncomfortable with the process around some of these items today.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, look, 150,000% what Angela just said.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Oh, here.
51,000, Angela said. Two things, and it comes back to the point that Councillor Pascoe made. I'm going to expect, once we're through all this, just highlights from my view. I want deep dive, department by department, because this is really unideal. This should have been baked into the original budget, as Councillor Leary correctly says. No doubt strategic risk and others would have immediately identified a risk, a changing scene. But obviously I'm really looking forward to, as part of our line-by-line budget review, during the rest of the year, to really sort of address these issues, because I think this is just such an unideal situation. I'll be supporting this, however. And this is the irony, I don't have any choice.
Okay, thank you. Let's go. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I just want to sort of stick up for staff a little bit. There's a couple of comments that are made about baking this into the budget. At the end of the day, staff have made a decision and they've given it elevation so that we make the final call. If we want it baked in the budget, we can bake it in. If we want to unbake it, unbake it. But stop passing the buck.
No, that's legitimate debate. I won't.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I respectfully say that I cannot support this motion. This is $1.4 million of additional OPEX over the year, over the 10 years. I'm mindful that venue and events area is a significant area of cost for the ratepayers, and I feel that at the end of the day, efficiencies should be found to cover these costs, and as such, I cannot support this yet again additional spending of $1.4 million. Because the ratepayer can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret?
Thank you. I do have a choice and I am going to vote against this, no matter what sort of anecdotal accounts we've been presented with today. I'm really disappointed that we haven't had more evidence to back up what we've been told. I asked the questions when staff talk to staff safety and public safety. I have questions around, is alcohol involved, what's the context, etc., etc. I am struggling to support this for so many reasons. I have the same questions. If this is so urgent, if this is so critical for us, then why has it not been presented much earlier than at the 11th hour? I feel like, as Councillor Rob said, that we're not only being railroaded, I feel like I'm being strong armed, and I don't like that. I prefer a much more balanced, much more evidential, and much more timely request. And if this was as imperative as we've been told,
Time.
We should have been told much earlier. It's not good governance. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Look, I wasn't going to, but I am going to speak now. I
take a slightly different view to Councillor Forsyth. This wasn't actually at the 11th hour. I can remember Sean Murray presenting this in a briefing 3 or 4 months ago. What's actually happened is the pressure from us has gone on staff to cut the base budget to the bone. They've done that. And as Ryan says, we're big enough and ugly enough now that if we have the final decision, and if we're told that staff are under, there's a safety issue, well, I'm going to support it. And let's look at cutting some other things, because to me, as soon as safety's involved, it gets a tick.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Many others have expressed, but when I think about the possibility of, you know, say a few months down the track or even a couple of years down the track, if there was something where people's lives were at risk or people were injured, then that would come back, and due to that lack of plugging those gaps in security, then that would come back to today's decision. So while it's a difficult one, I think that at this stage we should be supporting it, and we have the opportunity to go back and look at things that have been put on or haven't been considered yet in terms of pulling back some OPEX.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak in reply to this, but I do want to say, while I share my colleagues' concerns about the lateness of information and how things change, it doesn't change the view that I take health and safety seriously. If this changes in the future, I guess we'll have to change our view. But I just heard on the radio the investigation into security and the recommendations made to the government post Christchurch and so on. And I just think we have to have the highest standard of security that we can within what we can afford. So it is there for the time being. Let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson and Forsyth voted via Zoom against and Councillor Naidu-Ralph for the motion.
Okay, next one, please.
So, to be really clear, when we set the budget, we maxed out as much as we can at the highest risk to achieve a basic principle of debt to revenue and balancing the books, right? And we prioritise existing level of service over new level of service. A number of these points that have been debated today, where it's been said that, you know, why don't we include in the base budget? It's because we had no capacity to do so without cutting the base business. The second point is all this information was shared at the two-day retreat and were on the walls and also circulated in the pre-pack as well as the agenda pack as well. So this information has been readily available, and the Deputy Mayor's point and Councillor Hamilton's point is we've done our best to present it so that you guys can have a debate appropriately about its inclusion. Thank you.
Okay, we've done the vote. We're now on to the next one, which is actually looking at increasing some revenue. Yes, let me just speak to the proposal and then you can speak to the amendment. Okay. So what I'm proposing is a modest increase to the museum annual revenue and I discussed with Jeff and staff quite a long time about what the lever point is. This is, we believe, the ability to absorb a change in the museum revenue without having a detrimental effect on the usage of the museum. There's always that tipping point after which something becomes too expensive and you don't get the more people coming. So this was what we believe to be that point. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Basically, the amendment just gets us more money. I talked to Lance and he said, yes, sweet as, brah. So there's... sweet as, brah. There's 140,000 people come through the museum each year. We only charge $6 for the certain sections of it. It would be about a 71 cents increase per person, and whereas the zoo already charges $26. So it's a really easy way to bring in additional revenue, which will help. We're looking at always cost cutting, but this is a revenue gain.
Mover person. So you're leaving it open-ended enough for museum staff and the crew to work out ways to do this? Yeah, okay. So that's you're not expecting them to suddenly just start charging. You're giving them a bit of space to come up with this. Great. Okay.
In respect to that, I don't know how you feel, Jeff. I'm happy to withdraw the motion because I think this probably leads to the same intent. Yep. So we'll withdraw our motion, and yours becomes the motion. Are there any questions, Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, thank you. Have you done any investigation work to assess whether or not increasing the costs would result in fewer patrons? And I ask this question because I do remember some years ago library book charges were increased, and the resulting outcome of that was that we actually ended up getting less revenue because there was a little bit of a backlash, and residents decided to take fewer books out. I think we're talking about elasticity of demand or something from my economics textbooks.
Chair of the Economic Development Committee, get your heart out.
Are you asking staff or Councillor Hamilton?
Sorry, I'm asking staff. Yeah, well, if Councillor Hamilton is all over this, I'm happy for him to answer, but perhaps if the staff have, how perhaps staff might have responded to...
Can I frame it and then Lance can back me up? Lance provided some very useful information that discussed the sensitivity analysis around such proposals and said, yeah, this will work, Ryan.
I'll let Leanne tell the real story.
Thank you for the evidence.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, I can see we all desperately need lunch, which will happen immediately following this one.
No, he was passing on to Leanne.
So with lunch in mind, I'll try and be concise. So appreciate that the motion gives staff the opportunity to think about how this revenue would be generated. You're absolutely correct, Councillor Pascoe, that there's often perceptions when you start charging for something that has been historically free. However, the museum does present a lot of opportunities through retail, blockbuster exhibitions and specific after-hours events, I think, to achieve a higher level of revenue than we currently do.
Councillor Thompson.
I'm interested in the vertical maze, which is currently 100% unfunded, but in the budget at the moment. To what extent would that bring in more visitors and potentially if we're looking at this?
There's little doubt in our mind that the vertical maze would be something that would attract people and that they would be prepared to pay for it. Certainly would refresh the Excite exhibition, which has been not static because staff do a good job on it, but it's due for a refresh. That said, it doesn't preclude my earlier comments that there are other opportunities besides the vertical maze by which to increase revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No further... Oh, yes, Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Apologies if I missed it, but how do we propose to increase this revenue over 10 years? Is it admission charges and retail, is that what you're saying?
Ryan?
So, Councillor Forsyth, the motion as it's currently framed leaves staff latitude to decide the best ways to increase that revenue. So it may not be admission or admission solely, it may well be through retail exhibitions, charged exhibitions. It might be event days, special launches and after-hours events.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's all the... Councillor Cash, you got a hand up? No? No. Okay, we'll go to debate if there is any extensive debate, and then Councillor Bunting.
Oh, okay, cool. Look, right behind this. I think this is heading in the right direction with our visitor attractions. You know, we are putting an expectation on our team to actually really exercise the value that is these things. I'm really happy that the options are open. I will point out that we are, like I said earlier on, getting blacklisted from holding exhibitions because of our entranceway, so that does put a bit more emphasis on potentially funding that through a targeted rate, which is in there anyway. So if we are wanting them to bring the money, we've got to show them the money as well. So yeah, no, I think it's tracking in the right way, and it's yeah, that'll do. Thank you.
Councillor Cash.
Just to quickly add, but preference would be to look at other opportunities for revenue before admission. I think that should be the last option, only because we're trying to improve accessibility and have it come through as well. I do think that there is a large opportunity to spruce up the retail offering at the museum, and so I look forward to the ways the team will do that. So, in full support, thank you.
Thank you. There is no further debate. Do you want to write a reply? No, we'll go to the vote.
Your Worship, can we see the motion, please?
Yes, yes, it'll come up. Sorry, thank you. Occasionally, eh?
It's lovely.
The motion is carried unanimously.
All right, thank you. We will be. Staff comfortable with that? 1:30.
Yes, okay, let's make sure I double.
3/4 an hour.
Yeah, no, I'm just double checking. Just make sure.
Sorry, I just thought I was reading it wrong then.
No, you're correct. Just double check, because my biggest paranoia is not showing up back on time. Just does my head in.
Oh, I don't want to be late either.
Sorry?
Good. And I don't know where the other councillors are, but we have a quorum, so we'll get started. Are any of them in the tea room? I think I'll give them the benefit of the doubt if they are. Angela was?
What a quorum. And Leo.
I know. I'll give the doubt to anyone who's in the tea room, but if they're not in the building, that's the
Sit
way it
Leo
is.
in Jeff's chair, he can vote.
Okay, let's start. I have no idea where we're at, actually. Oh, yes, okay.
She says jokingly.
Yeah. Yeah, having my little cuddle, my lunchtime cuddle with Leo, but here we are. So we're up to the next one, which is the Zoo Waiwhakariki one, and there is an amendment and a motion. I'll just speak to my intention. Well, actually, do I need to? There again, it's the same kind of rationale that I applied last time, which is the dollar isn't too much of a big hit. But I wanted to make sure that the dollar kicked in when the added value kicked in from the connection with Waiwhakariki and the new entranceway. So I don't think you can charge people more for the same, but you can certainly charge people more for added value. That's just my rationale anyway, which of course you're free to disagree with. And the amendment is moved by Councillor Thompson, so I'll ask her to speak to that.
I think it's fairly similar. I don't think that the timing is too different, except that we just clarified that it will start, possibly it might be year 3, after the completion of stages 1, 2 of the shared entry precinct, so that there's a clear, add-in value for people in terms of what they're getting. But also, it was intended already that any addition and entry fee would go towards conservation initiatives, so meaning the zoo and Waiwhakariki. And so we put that in there just to clarify that that's what it would be used
Well,
for.
since the similarities are there and the intent is almost aligned, I'm quite happy to withdraw my motion and let the amendment stand as the major motion. Yep. Are you, Jeff?
Can I?
The intent is to put the charge up after the completion of the work and to reschedule that saving back into the place from which it came.
Mayor Paula, can I just ask a question to clarify for our financial modelling?
Yeah.
So just, Councillor Sarah. So, can I just check, is the intent of your amendment or motion that the increased revenue would fund additional cost in conservation or existing?
Leanne to clarify that.
Thank you.
Leah's sucking on paper. Don't careful.
Whoops, thank you.
So anecdotally from overseas we know that generally an increase in admission rate is very well received if it's tagged to conservation initiatives within this, that are either within the site or supported by the site, and where that's very well communicated that that's the purpose of that funding. So there are a number of things conservation initiative wise that we either manage to the extent that we can currently out of operating, or that we intend to do and are appropriate to do that's consistent with us promoting the Zoo Waiwhakariki as a unique conservation destination. So that money would be ring-fenced potentially for smaller conservation initiatives. It could be battery recharging stations, it could be palm oil related things, or equally it could be predator-proof fence in Waiwhakariki.
I just need to know for our financial modelling, so we're putting in 150 of revenue in a line and 150 of additional cost in a line. I think that's
just 100.
No.
So it's 150 of extra revenue, and that's going to fund existing conservation initiatives.
Or additional,
Okay.
that's the point. What's your intention within existing, pardon, Ryan? So somebody needs to give clarity. Is it funding existing zoo budget or is it additional?
The additional dollar will be additional revenue that could be directed towards.
Additional costs.
Rather than, so the question is, does it, basically, it ends up being neutral if it goes towards additional things. So it doesn't actually reduce or, create a revenue that can reduce overall OPEX. But what Leanne's saying is that where people are happy with the additional charges, where they can clearly see it going towards something.
A ring-fenced
activity.
topic, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that make it clear?
Just to make it really crystal clear, so tagging it's fine, and obviously we can take the revenue and say this is specifically being spent on something. What we're asking you for today is that what we're spending it on already baked into the budget to be spent, or are we basically taking this revenue, adding it in, taking another line of cost of the 150, net effect is zero, which is what Councillor Sero just mentioned. So the two quite different things. So one is a neutral effect, one is additional revenue.
Can we come back to this so we can figure out something that makes sense?
Sure. So let's put it back a bit, and I think I might reinstate my motion because my motion was to offset costs. Yours is to repurpose costs.
Possibly. Are we able to just have?
Yeah, but not now. So we'll put it to one side and carry on, and we'll come back to it. But I think we put our motion back on the table for the purposes of discussion. Thank you. Because now I've realised it's not quite the same. Yeah. Okay. We'll move on.
We've got the change. It would be to go towards the capital program for Waiwhakariki, which is already in the budget at the moment. So it's how much is it?
It's on page 56, elected members. It's in table 25, 1.2.
We're fine now.
The Waiwhakariki Development Program. So we're suggesting that this extra revenue would be capital revenue, which would pay for the development program, which means you wouldn't have to collect the targeted rate for that.
For that portion of the work. Thank you, that's fine, then I'm happy to withdraw, because it does have a favourable impact on costs.
So it would be used for conservation initiatives in Waiwhakariki. How would you want to word it?
It's the Waiwhakariki Development Program, Conservation Development Program. All of it, over 10 years.
We could say and with additional.
Okay, we need to make use of the time, so we need to get this crafted. Have we got it? Lance, can you tell us what the motion is now?
Yes.
Your Worship, just a procedural question.
Yes. Yes, Ewan?
The procedural question is, Waiwhakariki does not have an entry fee, and there's no entry point. So I'm confused how we can levy those visiting the zoo to fund a different initiative.
So we're running the zoo and Waiwhakariki together operationally, and the intent, which will come back to elected members, been some offline discussion, is to how do we actually look at the way that we market and brand that going forward. So Councillor Ewan, we'd be looking at the whole thing as a conservation park or wildlife park, for want of a better term. And we're actually just moving now to actually getting the zoo to run Waiwhakariki as part of that.
Thank you for the explanation.
Okay, so we've removed our motion. Deputy Mayor Taylor, are you clear?
I have a question as well.
Yeah, no, hang on. I just want to have the motion, and then I do have a list of questions. So, Councillor Thompson, will you be clear about your intent here, and then we'll go to questions?
Yes, we're just getting the right wording there.
Sorry, I can't read it from over there.
That's strange. Someone's like huffing into a microphone.
Why don't you put Waiwhakariki and zoo?
You're in, you're out, you're in.
Why don't you just put Waiwhakariki and zoo conservation initiative?
For Waiwhakariki and Zoo conservation initiatives, including the,
So you've actually put both of them in, so it's not just Waiwhakariki.
No, it isn't.
yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So it fully funds a development program and there's a tiny bit left over that would go towards any additional initiatives, but small
Okay,
amounts.
let's go through questions and it may make that all clear. Councillor McPherson.
Sorry?
Question?
Oh, finally. It's further to Ewan's one, which I think different, I'm coming from a different place, but the same problem. Waiwhakariki doesn't currently have an entry fee, and it's not clear even from Lance's answer whether it's now proposed that it be included in some sort of joint entry fee, or whether people, the public, can still go to Waiwhakariki free. I'm talking about that part of this combined thing. I'm not talking about what the expenditure's for, I'm talking about entry.
We won't be charging for people to go to Waiwhakariki. It'll be still a public park, a nature reserve, but we will be charging, obviously, entry fees to the zoo, which has been our practice. So maybe rather than calling it the zoo Waiwhakariki entry fees, we should call it the zoo entry fee.
Yes.
And I think if we get questions from the public, then what I said before around how we're going to manage the park and the zoo facility together as a conservation wildlife park in the future, then I think we can explain that. I think there's been a bit of publicity around that. I think we need to do some more.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'll add you a little bit.
Councillor Gallagher.
No, I'm only in debate.
Oh no, this is questions first. Councillor Forsyth. Question?
Thank you. Just a couple of things. I think the answers here in front of me, but just want to make double sure. So you're telling me, Lance, that the paid entry to Waiwhakariki will be via the zoo. Is that correct?
No, people will pay to go to the zoo, but the dollar that we raise from that will pay for the conservation initiatives that actually happen at Waiwhakariki, which will be part of the wider wildlife reserve of the zoo and Waiwhakariki, because the long-term aim is for the work that we do around endemic species at the zoo, is that then we will be doing that at Waiwhakariki as well, working with Bruce Clarkson, Department of Conservation and others.
Roger. So if we get to the point where, let's say we have a predator-proof fence, and this could be a little or a long way down the track, potentially that puts Waiwhakariki as a standalone. So will we have the capability or the means to charge a separate entry fee for the zoo or for Waiwhakariki, or are you still suggesting that that just gets swallowed up in the overall entry charge to the zoo?
Probably the latter, but council could make that decision if they wanted to. But obviously we'd have to have a close look at the Reserves Act. There's different models around New Zealand. Some places with predator-proof fence charge entry, others don't. The majority don't at the moment.
So Manatotari doesn't either?
They have a fee for just where their visitor centre is and that sort of thing, and there's some added value products. If you go to Tāwhanui Regional Park or Shakespeare Regional Park in Auckland where they have predator-proof fence, anyone can walk in or out of there, but they have to go through the two airlock gates.
Actually, for Mangatautori, they charge for what they call the southern cell, which is a very small part with the added benefit of the tower, the canopy tower, and a few added things like that. The wider mountain is free.
Do we know how people feel about being charged entry fee for basically one venue, but actually in reality two?
So, Councillor Forsyth, what we do know is that from visitor profiles to zoos, is that people are typically very supportive of conservation initiatives. So, given the entry precinct project, the branding that we'll be rebranding exercise that we'll be bringing back to you next year, are all designed to create a combined conservation destination. We actually feel very confident that the public will see this as a positive move. So the short answer is we're not anticipating much resistance or reluctance to paying at the zoo in support of Waiwhakariki.
But we don't know yet, because we haven't done that work.
Can I jump in on top of this? So ultimately, we can charge any fee to enter the zoo we choose to the extent we don't end up making a surplus. At the moment, it's heavily ratepayer subsidised, the zoo. So ultimately, we can increase our fee by what we believe is sustainable and so forth. What we have got now is an opportunity to further contribute towards the overall value of the zoo by saying if you go to the zoo, you're also supporting other endeavours in the city as well. It doesn't necessarily have to be Waiwhakariki, but it provides an opportunity to offset further costs in other part of the city. We choose and use that offset.
Okay, we're going a bit wide now. We're going a bit wide.
Yeah.
I think the question was answered, to be honest. And Margaret, to be fair, this would go out for public consultation if it survives this afternoon's reconsideration. Any other? I said it will go out for public consultation if it goes through. So you'll be able to get a good steer from the public as to whether they are okay with it.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you. My concern is that I don't think there's enough transparency around it.
That's debate. That's debate. Leave that one for debate. Any other questions? Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Separate to the $1 proposed increase in year 3, do we regularly review the admission prices into the zoo?
Yes, we do.
And do they typically go up year by year?
So there was a small increase this annual plan, so we do just try and keep pace with things, so yeah.
And that would continue irrespective of whether if this is successful today, that annual review would continue?
That's correct.
Thank you.
But it doesn't mean that we always put it up.
No.
Some years we don't, some years we do.
I understand that. I'm just making sure that we are reviewing the admission charges. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Just, I get the intention of it is to try and drag 150,000 in, but what if numbers are up or down, or in particular down? Is the expectation that we'll still take $150,000 out of the zoo entrance fee, or is it dependent on? You see what I mean with that? Like if we don't make the $150,000 that year through the $1 surcharge.
Yes. So then you mean basically if we don't manage to get 150,
then we can't spend it.
The program wouldn't be fully funded. That's the risk.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fully funded. Yeah, but
Lance, would you like to comment on that?
We would spend what we get. My understanding, I've been here 10 years, there's never been 1 year where we've actually had a decrease in revenue at the zoo, apart from COVID, and that's been an exceptional year, obviously when we were locked down and that sort of thing, but year on year we've actually increased, and we've been very careful about our price point as well. Right. So if we didn't get 150 grand and we can't spend money we don't get.
Right, okay. And subsequently, if you get over 150,000 out of this, does that go to Waiwhakariki or does that go back to the zoo?
That would be the intention.
Which one?
The latter. That it would go to Waiwhakariki because that's what it's tagged to. I think we have to show some integrity to the public.
Yeah, okay. So could I suggest that we put up to 150 there? I don't want to be pedantic, but it's keeps
you can
it clean.
Suggest it. I'm not the mover or the seconder.
Mover, seconder.
Right. What's your
resulting revenue of up to 150 per annum.
With the intention that the rest just drops into the
zoo, yeah.
Ryan, Sarah, no.
Because otherwise, there's no point in having the figure in there.
Yeah.
Suddenly go, oh, but that dollar that went towards that project, we've paid for that project, so that dollar's coming back here. It's just it makes it clunky.
Yeah, so and at risk of debating across the floor, I just want to think what's the relevance of the 150.
Well, should we say resulting revenue
Just leave it open, yeah.
resulting revenue from year 3, and then you could put in brackets expected to be 150.
Yeah, that would be better.
So for
Yep.
budgeting purposes.
That's cool.
Saved by the
Perfect.
brackets.
Thank you, thank you. Let's jog.
Teamwork.
Okay, we're into debate. Councillor Thompson, you're the mover. Would you like to speak to it, or has it been done?
Hold my right of reply.
Thank you. Any other debate from anyone here? No? Right of reply then, Sarah.
Thank you for your support.
We'll go to the vote.
Thank you.
Please. Mr. Miso.
Councillor Gallagher?
Councillor Gallagher.
Have you re-voted?
Yes.
What should I vote, Sarah? Oh, okay.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson is dissenting.
Okay, we're going to still sitting in priority 1 and 2, and then we'll move on to priority 5. So the next one is the gardens marketing budget. Sarah, would you like to explain the end?
Constantly at the microphone. Basically, it's reducing the gardens marketing budget by 50,000 simply as a way to look for reductions in OPEX. And my thinking behind it, happy to be corrected if this is wrong, but we are also putting money towards the tourism Waikato. I'll leave that to debate. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anyone? No, there aren't. Oh, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, I'm just trying to get a bit of a steer from General Manager or Leanne on this, on the impact of this, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. Staff are not uncomfortable with this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Not uncomfortable. Councillor Pascoe?
Does it have the potential to draw resourcing away from fundraising for gardens capital projects?
No intention at all, and that would not be the outcome of this. So I think the General Manager's indicated to you previously that we are looking to take a more combined visitor destination approach to marketing and promotion, as well as honouring the unique needs and characteristics of each of our sites. So I think as staff we can try and be smart to help get this outcome for you.
So it's essentially spreading the same budget but spreading it around a bit more. Taking the same budget but spreading it around a little more. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We go into debate. Mark, can we just... Thank you. Sarah, we're in debate.
Thank you. This is really just a pragmatic move. I think also that we do have further support for advertising for the gardens through Tourism Waikato, which currently is we're funding 600,000 something, and is getting support from the government at the moment as well. And that's it. If there was any issue, if we saw that this created an issue, then it can always be reviewed as well. So I would expect that we would receive a report or something if we were finding that this was creating a problem in terms of visitor numbers or anything.
Thank you. Councillor, any debates, councillors? There is none. Do you want to write a reply on that? Okay, let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us on to passes. Oh, we've got two more that have come through, but let's just keep ploughing on. Annual Community Day passes, councillor Bunting.
Doesn't affect the cost of anything, but it could. What we're trying to float here is the idea that for ratepayers, if we're going to introduce a targeted rate to the visitor destinations, then we have a much better chance of getting a buy-in if they can see a value in it. So we're floating with staff the idea of either hosting a community day or somehow giving people one free pass to the zoo at this point, or potentially a museum, something along those lines, so that they see the value in their targeted rate, which means, yeah, I think it would help our buy-in. So I just wanted to set staff on that path to see if there were options. If there are no options, that's absolutely fine, but I'd like to do the work to see if we can't prove the value and make it easier for the targeted rate to bid in.
Thank you. I have a question and then...
Pros and cons to these ideas.
Yeah, so the challenge therefore is Councillor Hamilton wants something referenced in the consultation document. I just want to know how we can achieve that part if we have to do a full report in time, that's all.
He didn't say he wanted it, he asked the question of him.
Well, I think the expectation was we would.
Well, I think we just say in the document that we're looking into X, Y and Z.
Fair enough, yeah. That's fine with me. Okay. Yeah, it's on your draft. Yeah, I was just trying to knock down what you're after, that's all.
So it'd be noted in the minutes for the meeting, it doesn't need to be
So the
wrapped up in a
concept is
motion.
captured.
Yes.
In the notes of the meeting,
Yep.
absolutely. Thank you. I'm sure Mark won't let it die.
Neither
Has it? Okay, so there's a couple more.
The revenue figures and capital... Sorry.
Sorry, no, I was just confused because I don't see very much difference in either. So, but carry on, Dave.
There were a couple of iterations of the amounts. The 500,000 is based on a staff-initiated study that was done 2 or 3 years ago, which Lance has dug out. They're well discounted. The figure proposed there was over $1 million, which included international visitors. So the 500,000 has removed possibility of that to be on the safe side of international visitors, and about halved the remaining potential earnings because we believe we should be conservative on something new like that. The capital, so the idea is 500,000 a year. You can review it at the next LTP when you have more exact figures of this, because we don't know the effect of charging on the number of visitors, things like that. So it's less than 50% assumption there at the moment, and half of that in year one, and a one-off capital cost of installing a not CCTV, but a camera-operated vehicle plate recognition system that Eva Lisa had figures for of about 120,000 per unit, one at each of the 3 car parks, plus some additional 60,000 on top of those 3 for cabling and connections and stuff like that. The running costs to be run out of that 500,000 revenue, because it's such an estimate that, and they would be at maximum about 20,000 a year to be just incorporated in that as the proposal.
Okay.
And I think that's the explanation. Oh, and the revenue to be used for enhancing existing program. I didn't have the word development in there. I had services and facilities. I don't know where that last one came in, sorry, because there it wasn't meant to include and fund necessarily the new stuff. It could be stuff in the budget, it could be new stuff to that. So it's a question that Sean asked about one of the previous ones. I think if you did a 50-50 thing there that would be about the intentions. In other words, you could use it to fund some new stuff further down the line, and half of it should be put to the existing budget.
So that would have to be explicit for the purposes of budgeting.
Well, and we can, look, by all means, add that in there if that's all right with you, Maxine.
Can you add that in? I'm fine. Okay, so that's quite clear now. We'll just type.
More than was originally funded.
Okay.
You know, estimated, so, yeah, it would be
And
important.
Lance, if you want the details on how we've done the parking revenue, Lance has got that previous study.
I've got a
there.
list of questions coming. I'm sure that will sort that out. Just in terms of the amendment, though, I don't know, pinch me, but I can't really see the difference. Tell me. What?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, so the difference between the motion, Councillor Forsyth, let me just understand, is that you're including disability for the charge?
Yes, all vehicle users.
All vehicle.
Car parkers.
Okay,
Oh.
do you have a seconder, just to get that for discussion? Is there a seconder? No, lapses for one. Okay, Councillor Ewan. Okay, let's go through the questions. We'll deal with them both together so we understand both propositions quite clearly. One has the disability vehicles out and one doesn't. Councillor Bunting, question please.
It's probably to Lance, and it's a question that Dave and I were sort of trying to get a text answer to earlier on. If the new car parking goes into place and we move the car park from where it is to the new car parking, when are we looking at doing that?
With what we've proposed in this 10-year plan, not until year 11.
Oh, okay.
So it's not. So it would be the existing Gate 1 car park.
Right. Okay.
It'd be the top Gate 2 car park and the bottom one. So it's essentially the existing car parks, which is 428, I think.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I've just got a question for Lance or Leanne, just on this, given that we may well be looking in the not too distant future to be introducing charges for the themed gardens for people from out of town. And my understanding was that it would be one or the other. We would be looking at either charging for parking or charging for the themed gardens. And of course, the advantage of the themed gardens is it's non-residents that you're charging. But I suppose my concern is we're talking about a $500,000 capital cost up front here for the parking. So how does this fit in with 400? Sorry, how does this fit in with the possibility of charging for the themed gardens?
Well, the advice we've had previously from Haworth International is that do one or the other. And I think the rationale for this, and Councillor Dave might want to talk to it, is that it's not just about getting money, and it's also about modal shift and things like that. So maybe encouraging locals to walk or cycle or catch the bus to the gardens. We do have significant overloading on particular weekends because of locals as well as internationals. So and you'd have to carefully think through, charging entry through the new visitor centre as well as charging parking. I think you might reach a tipping point where you'd have some resistance. It's something to work through. The other thing is we've got uncertainty about how long the borders are going to be closed.
So just one more then. So you'd be charging everybody who turns up to the gardens for anything if they're parking there. It's not just themed gardens. What science has gone into $5, pitching it at $5? Is that the stab in the dark, or is it?
A certain size note that's got 5 on it.
Okay, well that gives me my answer, bugger all then.
Eh? No, it's the same proposition that we looked at for the CBD fringe parking, same amount and easy to calculate. I mean, you suggest 2 or 10, that it's designed to bring in the revenue that we're talking about there. And the sort of assumption is that your yield from the available 428 parks is less than half at $5 each, less than half of them full per day at $5 each will bring in that much yield. But, you could equally charge more. And I suggest once you start charging and put the infrastructure in place, that's a much easier decision to make, to amend charging.
Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Just would you, I'm thinking of things like the Gourmet and the Gardens, which is a sort of a later afternoon, and of course that's, people are paying for that and the stallholders pay the fee, and also the festival where in many cases the things they're going to, they pay. Are you looking at any sort of flexibility, and whether it's a sort of, you charge until 4 o'clock or 4:30, because you know there are some evening stuff. And, you know, I'm thinking of sort of other functions at the garden. I get if there's other functions at the gardens, that's just you go to a conference.
It's pitched at charging visitors to the gardens themselves, not events at the garden necessarily, but because you've got the infrastructure in there, you can choose where to turn it off or turn it on, things like that.
So if there was a major conference where we wanted, you know, people participate, I'm thinking of citizenship ceremonies, that kind of thing, you know.
Well, we're not trying to second guess that sort of decision, because I think that's the fine detail of management of it, of operation of it, which would come to infrastructure or community services committee in a report.
So, yeah, yeah, sure, and because obviously the implication is if you charge for parking, that could close off charging for theme gardens, Hamilton Card. Having said that, in the end it may be a lot easier just to charge for parking. I don't know.
Okay, let's not
Thank
go
you.
into
Okay,
debate.
no,
Question from Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. 2 questions for Lance, one for the mover. Lance, if we drop a resolution like this, does it cut across the Friends and PGG because they're already sort of tackling this?
Cut across it. In some ways, it's probably, it's on their mind. It's a piece of work that the PGG was going to do. Obviously, it speeds that up and council's put it out there for public consultation.
And second question, have we got the technology to do this? Because I know that was another challenge that they were...
Evilisa.
Yes, technology's advanced quite a lot for parking.
Okay, thanks. And then a question to the mover. So the resolution talks about enhancing existing Hamilton services and facilities. So will this be used essentially to offset council subsidy because we subsidise it all the time, or is this going to be used as a free-for-all to spend more?
Now, this is proposed, that was the question that Sean was talking about too before, to be split equally between those two.
Yeah.
So allow some new initiatives, fund some existing budgeted items.
That only says for an existing, it doesn't say for new.
Sorry, the last bit.
We'll just do a little bit of editing to try and make it as clear as possible.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I guess my question is, will this help offset the subsidy that HCC currently provides?
Yeah, half of it will, at least, you know, if that's followed.
Because when I read that services and facilities, it sounds like OPEX and CAPEX almost.
Well, Sean asked that question as well, but it would seem mainly OPEX. I mean, it
Sean,
depends.
do you want to add something to that from a technical point of view?
I was going to provide essentially the same explanation that Councillor Dave was, but I think this is my understanding of it, is that it would generate $500,000 of operating revenue per year. 250,000 of that would go towards existing operating costs at the garden, and 250,000 would go towards new operating costs at the garden for additional services.
Mm-hmm.
That's the intention, isn't it, Councillor Dave?
Yes, that was a nod. Any further questions, Councillor Hamilton?
No, thanks.
Councillor Pascoe.
Follow-on question from that. The funds, the revenue generated from this would be quite separate from either the existing targeted rate or the proposed targeted rate, which is going to be morphed currently as being suggested as being morphed into a new targeted rate.
Yeah, we looked at that, and the targeted rate now and the proposed one in the future, our understanding is for capital development of new gardens, so quite separate from that.
Quite separate, okay. Yep. And last question, where do charging for buses fit into this, given that it specifically refers to motor cars rather than buses?
Yeah,
and I'm not thinking of the public transport.
No, tourist buses.
The tourist buses, yeah.
Yeah, look, we asked Sean to think, Lance to think about that, because it's a vexed question for some time, and this doesn't enter into that at all.
Doesn't deal with it at all.
No, there have to be a separate issue later on for that. Lance, do you want to?
I think, Councillor Dave, my view would be to, in the motion, is put non-disability vehicle parking, and that won't discount us doing the intent of what Councillor Dave wants us to actually think about the buses once the borders open again, because it's generally overseas tourists on bus trips. So
we couldn't quantify that amount because that was part of the problem, Rob.
Yeah, okay, I understand that. I guess I wouldn't mind if it suited the movers, perhaps to have vehicle in there rather than car.
Oh, I think that would be all right.
And then that just leaves it open for us to...
Motorised vehicle.
Okay.
Well,
I'm not sure whether but I'm not sure whether yours counts. Which way does yours go, Rob?
no, mine...
All right, we need to keep making progress, councillors. Let's not get too relaxed so that we lose time. Councillor Bunting, got a lot to get through.
Kesh had a question, and I've already asked one, so I'm happy to wait for hers.
I'm taking them as I see them. But
Okay. Well, the very quick question is, have we considered what this may do to the business at the Hamilton Gardens Cafe? Because now people have to pay $5 to go to the cafe, and that could have an effect on the commission we get. Have we considered that?
We haven't specifically considered that, but there is the option to do, if you have a part of your purchase could be a chit to give you a non-payment thing like Centreplace does with their existing car park. You would have to make a policy decision, and I'm envisaging that the details of this would have to come in a report to your committee next year before staff started doing any work.
Cool.
That's good thinking.
That's the answer. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Dave. That's on the
Councillor
top thinking.
Naidu-Rofe.
Similar question to Mark. Well, users of the car park at the moment might be there, for the cafe, for the jetty, for swimming, for the boat, the ferry, or even for venue hire. So is this intended to just charge every user of the car park, regardless of what they're there for?
The primary intention is to charge people who are visiting the gardens to view the gardens. As to the exact details of any discount or offset you might apply, I mean, it's also meant to encourage people to use public transport or cycling and walking to get there, because even if you have got a discount, I'd accept that it'd be a bit of a hassle, and some people might think, oh, damn it, I'll walk there and not pay the $5 or something like that, so it's got that secondary driver of mode shift there.
Okay, no, we're getting into debate now, but yeah, you clarified that. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for the mover.
Sorry, I'm getting asked questions.
I'm just curious about the exclusion for the car parking charges of, let's say, mums challenged with young babies and toddlers, or pregnant themselves, those that are recovering from illness, surgery, that don't have a disability class. Why are disabled users exclusively singled out for not being charged the car parking fee?
Margaret, this was meant to reflect pretty much exactly what we do out in our public car parks, for instance in the CBD, not to change any of the existing policies there. So we didn't try to enter into that debate other than saying what you do on the side of the street of Victoria Street should be also how you do it and handle it at the gardens. So I would suggest respectfully, that's a wider question than just for the gardens.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. My next question then is, and it's probably to start.
Sorry, Julie.
Yeah, or maybe to you, Dave, I'm not sure. But if we're committed to a modal shift, which does include public transport, I'm struggling to see how not charging for another disability, not charging for a disability vehicle is actually promoting a modal shift. Admitted that they may not be able to walk there, as may not a pregnant mum, or somebody recovering from surgery.
Come on, well, the question's understood.
What's the, if we have public transport, how is this assisting a multimodal shift?
I think that's getting into debate, to be quite honest. So we'll just move on from that. You have an
How can I pose the question? Because I can't question in debate, or was it a rhetorical question?
Could I make one comment?
Yeah.
I've been asked several times, for instance, whether extra bus travel could be funded by this, and that's why there's the second half of what it would be used for was to fund new services, which could include that, but I'm suggesting that the council committee look at that detail in the year coming up before it started.
Okay, so the details, Margaret, seem to be yet to be fleshed through. Can I ask a question myself? In terms of, is there any possibility, or does it make any sense, given that, you know, you've talked about people going to the cafe or just popping down for a little while or whatever, is there any sense in a time related, so that if you're there for an hour, you don't pay, but if you're there for 2, does that capture anything?
With the transponder, or sorry, with the recognition, which will be time-based, the CCTV video recognition, you can choose to do that as a policy. We've got the technology to do it. This is, and the 500,000 and the staff report on the amount you'd bring in from car parking was based on visitors to the gardens, which were to the gardens, not to the restaurant. And
okay,
things.
so the question is yes. The answer to my question is yes. It's potentially could be okay. All right. So let's go into discussion. We'll take them both together. So I'll have Councillor McPherson debate first, and then Councillor Forsyth debate.
Okay, this is an opportunity to do 2 things with the gardens: bring in more revenue, which will support the existing operations of the gardens, and enhance some of the things. We've heard about the pressure on the car parks as it is. We've heard about the sort of grievance that many of us have shared, that people from outside Hamilton don't pay anything towards it and only Hamiltonians pay towards it. We've heard of the fact that we would like to charge tourists more, or something for it, for what they get out of it. This addresses that sort of point. It potentially addresses the issue of charging for entry to the gardens, though that would have to be further decided. It provides a boost to our reduction in rates potentially by at least the 250,000, and gives you a better service at our premier attraction. It's also relatively easy to administer. It doesn't require staff to take money from people or operate that sort of gate because it's electronically managed. So that'll do.
Thank you. Councillor Forsyth?
Thank you. I agree with 99% of the original motion. The only difference, obviously, is that I believe we should be charging a car park fee for every vehicle user. I think it sits pretty squarely with our city strategy for a multimodal shift. I think by singling out disability users as getting a free car park, it actually precludes those people that are just as vulnerable. And that sits uneasy with me. Whether it happens currently in the city or not, I think it's an opportunity to put that right. It's a question of parity really, and the direction that we want to be encouraging all people to take. Because PT and just having an ability to have somebody else drop you off. My parents have a disability users, and I understand the situation that they're in. They're very happy to pay for the things that they need to pay for, but they're also very grateful for disability parks. So that's a different issue.
Time.
But I think we don't go far enough.
Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Councillor Dave, for coming along with me on this one as well. We were asked in the whole of this process to look for ways that we can also generate income, and this seems to be a really good sitter whose day may have arrived. It's important that we be able to capture wherever we can additional income, and this meets quite a number of tests. The Mayor raises a really good point about a time limit, and that's something, along with other questions and comments, that we can flesh out in our community committee later next year, and I'm happy to be able to do that in a really positive way, looking to overcome those issues. And so in closing, ask you to think about how we can best do that and support the kinds of movements around our city that we want to. Kia ora.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Paula. Yeah, look, I understand what you're trying to do here, but I think it's flawed. And I think the problem for me is we are heading on track, my understanding is, to build up the gardens so that we can soon start charging for the themed gardens and charging people from outside the city to go to the themed gardens. Now, I'm told that our research shows we can't do both. We shouldn't be doing both. We shouldn't be charging for car parking, but also charging for people to go to the themed gardens. So the problem I have with this is we're going to be charging residents $5 to go and have a picnic, and just watch one of our most popular attractions in the city empty out because you'll just go to the river or do something different. I think, and I think part of the problem with this is we've mixed up mode shift with this. My 75-year-old neighbour in Grandview Heights now will have to take 2 buses. Or get on a bike that she doesn't own to try to go to the gardens. She ain't going to go. I think this is a bit nuts.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. A lot has already been said, but I was just going to add, in terms of the need for mode shift around the gardens. On the other day, we were biking past the gardens, and there were white parking lines right up on the lawn, all the way on gate 2, all the way up to the road. So slowly we've been increasing the amount of grass or park that we're, carving out for parking. And I was told that recently at an event, cars were even driving along the footpath back off onto Cobham Drive because it was so congested getting out after an event. So it's getting to the point where it's actually just unsustainable, quite pragmatically, taking away any philosophical debate around mode shift. And so this is just a pragmatic approach to saying not only a small encouragement to be getting people to take a different way to the gardens, but potentially the opportunity to make frequent bus services which actually are appealing to use. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Well, I was waiting for an answer for something to help the debate. Look, it's a bit lumpy at the moment, but I'm very happy to support this. And listening to both sides of the debate, look, this is premium car parking, just like the CBD is going to have to be one day, and with that comes a cost. We've spent, I don't know how many, 12 odd million on a park and ride, fantastic facility that's due to open soon. And when we have large events at the gardens, we should be using that. We should be closing off the gardens for on those huge events, or at least when the parking is full, and saying go and park and ride and then pay there and we'll bus you in. That's part of large events of a growing city. So I'm really comfortable in supporting this. I think it's a good opportunity for extra revenue, and I was hoping to confirm whether we actually do charge for disability car. We don't charge for disability car parks in the CBD, and we should not.
Good timing. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. I'm all for additional income. I'm all for modal shift. But there's just a few things that I'm not too sure about with this one. I have plenty of families, including us, that actually go to the garden to use the playground quite regularly. And having people just pay $5 for a car park to take your kids to the playground for a couple hours on a Sunday afternoon, I don't know. And then you've got, users of the jetty, users of the cafe, people who are there for venue hire, judging by all the publicity and all the thousands of people who are interested in whatever happens to the garden, I just think this needs to be talked about a lot more. There needs to be proper engagement with the whole community. In fact, I would think a separate consultation for this, because we don't want to get it wrong. All for additional revenue, but I think it's a bit bigger than just charging for car parks.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Look, thank you, Mayor Fuller. I congratulate both the movers of the motion and the amendment. I celebrate the fact that we are endeavouring to provide revenue opportunities where they exist. I think we can get frequently bogged down in political correctness about trying to manage those who may be going to use a nearby wharf to jump in the river, or those going to a nearby park to play. This is a wonderful facility that has been funded millions of dollars from the ratepayers, and we need to come up with a meaningful way of shifting some of that financial burden. And so I congratulate those who are now thinking outside the square, trying to work out how best to generate revenue to help those existing ratepayers struggling to meet the rate bills. So I, in this case, will be supporting the motion. I supported the amendment to get it on the table for the debate, but I believe it's appropriate that those with disabilities do have access to a free car park. It's just how I feel on that matter.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I love the idea. I've often been supportive of paid parking at the gardens, and I think the points that people pro this are making are absolutely valid and right. I personally think, to use Councillor O'Leary's words, it's a bit lumpy. I think it's a bit overprescribed. There's a lot of assumptions in this. We're assuming that the capital costs will be 400,000. We're assuming that we'll get people to...
These were figures supplied by staff, from staff information that was sought.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think it's
not
debate,
assumptions.
I still think, thanks, Dave, with respect, I still think they are a little bit too assumptive, if there's such a word. I would like to see more work on it. But bearing in mind that this is only on what is going to go into the draft annual report, I will support it with the same reservations that Councillor O'Leary had, but I think we are in danger of oversourcing it at the moment by expecting this amount of money from this amount of investment. So I think we should just open our mind a wee bit on that idea.
Yeah, so my view on this is that I'm really struggling with this because the principle I agree with, charging. And the more that people ask their questions, the more little fishhooks there were in it to be resolved. If it was a recommendation that was a little bit more open around designing it and moving to parking, I'd probably feel more comfortable. It's a fairly definitive motion, and yet I think we've still got some bits and pieces to work through. But do not mistake that for the fact that I'm against charging for added value to the garden, to recover some of the cost of the garden. I absolutely am. Councillor Hamilton.
Mayor Paul, I wasn't going to speak, but I agree with everyone. It is a little bit lumpy. It is a good initiative. It's not perfect, but I think we can test this a little bit more with the community. The bit that kind of unhinges me a little bit is the half services, half facilities. I'd like to see it all just go back in towards supporting the organisation rather see it fund more new initiatives when we've got the management plan, which is funded by ratepayers. We've potentially got targeted rates. We've got external funding. So I'd really just like to see it just supporting HCC's deficit, subsidising the garden. So, yeah, I'll watch that with interest.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply, Dave.
First thing is there is going to be an opportunity for another bite of this after we see what the public have to say about it if it goes out. That's one thing. Two, the electronic technology that would go into place for vehicle recognition numbers gives you a huge range of options about how and when you might charge, including the option, for instance, which someone has mentioned to me, of charging cars registered to Hamilton addresses a lesser fee. For instance, you can do that sort of stuff. So that's only by way of example. I support free non-charge parking for disability users. That's what we've supported in the city. That's what we've supported in the buses. I wouldn't die in the ditch over that, but I think it would be a backward step, looking at the philosophy that we've recently had. No car parking is free in the city. It's just who pays for it. At the moment, the ratepayers are paying for everything, and the users of the garden are paying nothing extra for that. This is just redressing that balance a little bit. And yes, it's lumpy, so was my lunch.
Excellent. How can you follow? Let's go for the vote.
Don't follow it forward, move on, like you did.
What?
Margaret's amendment.
Pardon? Sorry? Oh, we vote on, yes, apologies, yes. Voting on the amendment first.
Councillor Margaret.
Margaret, please vote. Oh, here she comes. No? Yes, vote, please. Right, there you go.
The amendment is lost, noting Councillor Forsyth voted for the amendment, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Naidu-Ralph against.
We'll go to the substantive.
And Councillor Forsyth were for the motion and Councillor Naidu-Ralph against.
Good. To go through, we've got a few more to go through. In terms of this, this priority, we'll go to the Lido cover. One, please. That's the same priority, isn't it?
Yeah.
Councillor Leary, please explain the intent.
I was aiming for it to be built in year 4 as opposed to year 7.
Well, I've just moved the funding from years 1 to 3 to 4 to 7, because it's spread over the 3 years, the funding.
Sorry, I wanted it to be up and going by year 4.
Oh.
Which meant...
So you're not seconding it in that form?
Oh, no, I'll respect Councillor Angela's view on it, but...
I was just trying to flatten the curve.
Yeah, thank you, same.
I absolutely support this being in.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Right, let's go some discussion then. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, just...
Yep.
Hang on, I can't see any...
We're all...
Huh? What's happening?
Okay.
Discussion, please. Councillor Pascoe.
Question here. I'm just looking at the draft that I got this morning. And I notice in year 4 is when we're almost at the highest point in our debt to revenue ratio. So I'm just asking the question, if it is in year 4 that we start the construction, I guess years 4 to 7 represent the highest, currently the highest point in our, so I wonder whether, if we're trying to flatten the curve, whether it needs to either go beyond Well, unless the staff have got an update that might...
Yeah, that would help actually.
If the staff have got an update that the curve has already been flattened, we might still tweak it in 4 or 5 or 6.
Councillors, year five remains the curve has flattened, but year 5 remains the most challenging of the years.
So if we put it into year 4, that would push 5 up even more, wouldn't it?
It will have an impact on year 5, yes.
Yeah, so we'd really need to go to year 6.
And absolutely, if you want to move it outside
If we want to move it beyond the
peak.
high point currently of where the curve is.
That's correct.
We'll leave it where it is.
No, but if we bring it in earlier, the curve will end up being higher in year 5 anyway, won't it? Am I right
just
with
to
that?
clarify, councillors, it's currently funded, and the funding
Yes.
currently is in year 1, 889, year 2, 889, and year 3, 3.8 million.
Yep.
So the proposal is to shift those starting in year 4, 889, year 5, 889, and year 6, 3.8 million.
So it wouldn't have any effect on the height of the curve, would it? Because it wouldn't have gone up in years 3 when it...
So the bottom of the expenditure, the 3.8 million, will
Yep.
occur in year 6 after your peak year.
Yeah, okay. I think I understand it now. All right. Okay, no, that answers my question. As long as everyone else understands it.
Okay, any other quick, Councillor Bunting?
Of Helen, just regards revenue, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here. Do we have any anticipated figures of how having people swimming in a pool that people aren't swimming in at the moment for 6 months, how that would affect revenue?
There's obviously some offset of the cost to revenue. A little bit hard to, we're projecting.
It's baked into
but it's
our
baked into the
OPEX.
base. Yeah.
Baked into the OPEX?
Yeah.
With the current timing, so we'd have to change the OPEX if you change the timing.
So that would move further out.
Right.
We've included revenue.
In the OPEX?
Yeah. And then if you shunt it out, they're going to have to shunt the revenue out too.
Right, okay.
Sorry, I can't remember the number. I think it's...
Yeah, it is. There is some operational cost, but it's
right.
A lot of it's offset by the revenue. Yeah.
Okay. With the Bramley report, I'm trying not to be too political here, but what was the Bramley report on the swimming space we've got at the moment? What was the most pressing?
The most pressing need is for leisure space. So currently, if we have events or we do actually have to turn leisure swimmers away from Waterworld if our 25 metre gets too full. If people are wanting to do lane swimming and we have events on, then we do need to send them to Gallagher. But we do have some capacity at Gallagher, so we can accommodate that. But that is the pressing need.
Okay. And the current users, the swimming clubs and the likes, this has been, if pardon the pun, floated by them. What's their response to it?
They're supportive of covering the Lido. It provides for things such as flippable for water polo, but it also takes some of the pressure off the programmable pools in terms of leisure swimmers through winter having a place to swim.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Paula.
Councillor Pascoe, yes.
Is it possible to give us an idea of what the revenue uplift would be once the cover is on the pool? And I'm happy to hold it over because it may be that there's a cost-benefit analysis of doing it sooner, or there may be a more immediate benefit to us in terms of increased revenue. And I appreciate there's a fair degree of guesswork in that.
We have done the analysis. It's just how it would fit with the rest of the moves that you've made.
I would like to see it held over if there's an opportunity for you to report back to us on what that is likely to be.
Yeah, sure.
Are you happy with that?
Does that answer the question? Councillor O'Leary, yes.
Process, are we when will we get another update? Because we're whittling through the decisions quite quickly today, so
Yeah,
are
we're
we...
nearly at the end of priority
Okay.
4.
Yeah.
With, we can have a little break at that time.
Yeah.
I've just got this one and one other.
Okay, cool.
Is that all right?
Yep, all good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Where are we at now? So we're into debate. No further. Oh, hang on, councillor.
If this could lie on the table to give the staff.
We can lie it on the table till
oppor-
afternoon tea. Does that make much of a difference? Lance?
Sorry?
Can we lie this on the table for a few minutes and we'll do some other stuff and then have afternoon tea and come back?
Correct. I'm just trying to get the answer to Councillor Rob's question.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's go to the next motion for the moment, which is So got a couple of outstanding from priority 1 and priority 2. We'll stop shortly for a cup of tea, but just keep going through these. So there's the one that we parked yesterday, Parks Connection Program, and priority 1. That's like a tongue twister. Councillor Bunting, could you please explain?
Yes, indeed. In fact, can I get Maria, who's got a couple of pics that might make this clearer? The Parks Connection isn't it? That's not the right wording. Oh yes, that is what else?
I don't know. I've only just had these put in front
No,
of me.
that's miles off.
No, that's not the wording.
No.
Okay, we're going to take that off and
Yeah,
sort
we'll
it.
come back
sort
again.
it.
Sorry about
Let's go to the outstanding one on priority 2, which I'm sure will be super straightforward.
Oh, I am having the worst day in the world today.
You are not.
Oh well, it's up there.
So, Councillor Thompson will speak to it.
Could I, Councillor Sarah speaks, my amendment is the same, except we would pull the whole of the funding, the whole 100,000.
And I'm seconding Councillor Pascoe's.
Okey-doke. Councillor Thompson, please.
Thank you. The reason for this, once again, is just looking for opportunities to reduce OPEX, noting that this is more of a regional council responsibility in terms of biosecurity, and so the proposed motion is to halve our contribution and go to the regional council to say that you need to put in the other 50%. So it's reducing our contribution currently to 50% of what it was.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary? Councillor Pascoe, sorry. I think
Yeah,
you
mine is essentially removing the whole of the CAT desexing fund, which was set up during the last term, and really moving the responsibility for biosecurity, whether it's cats or other pests, across to the Waikato Regional Council, which is where the responsibility lies.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to some questions. Councillor Bunting, questions?
Yeah, I just want to ask staff, I know we're sort of caught on the hop with this one, but to see how successful it's been so far, how many cats have been euthanised, etc. With it, bearing in mind that this is a contestable fund that's given out to SPCA and Paws for Life and those guys.
Councillor Bunting, I can answer that question. So it's
Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from?
Yeah, here I am, a voice. This is a cat desexing fund as opposed to a cat euthanising
That's
fund. Right. Around 2,000, fully allocated and fully used each year.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry,
2,000. 2,000, fully allocated and fully used each year.
Cats desexed.
Okay.
2,000 cats desexed.
And all the money used, and it's...
Yes.
Yep, thank you.
Fully allocated, yep.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? If not, we'll go into debate.
Sorry, Paul?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just with, if council doesn't get WRC's funding, the 50,000, do we just stay at 50,000?
Councillor Thompson, if WRC decide not to partner in this work, you'd still see the reduction going to 50,000 and remaining?
So if someone wants to have it conditional, they'd need to put a foreshadowed amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's go into debate. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, the reason I put this forward was essentially because it's not really our core business. It really should be something that's looked at by WRC. And in this environment, when we're looking for savings and you're weighing this up against things like swimming, courses to save children's lives from drowning and all sorts of things that have been put forward for cuts. I guess this one stood out. But also with our Nature in the City program, in terms of protecting biodiversity, there will be pest control, which I feel will have a better benefit overall for our wildlife than this particular program.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I want to express appreciation to the group, and I think it's a trust or a not-for-profit who have been working on this. And my amendment is not intended to be a criticism of the lack of work that they may have done in this space. But I too, like Councillor Sarah, are looking for ways of reducing costs, and for the same reasons that Sarah has outlined, this is not part of Council's core business. There are other providers who we as Hamilton residents pay taxes to look after this, and if we move into gully restoration work, we're going to have another group of pests that we're going to have to be dealing with, and that may in itself create some ongoing challenges. So it's really for that reason, for the cost savings, that I'm looking to seek support for mine and Councillor O'Leary's amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting?
Well, no surprise where I'm going to go with this one. I find myself defending this time and time again. Every time Pause for Life comes in, convinces us all, and we all go, yep, let's keep it. This is as much our core business as trying to keep the tuis in town. If that's our business, then this is surely. We're talking 3 outfits going for a contestable fund. Pause for Life, SPCA, and another one as well. Not euthanising, desexing 2,000 cats. Now, each of these wild cats are breeding between 12 and 20 kittens each. This way they are humanely dealt with, and they can't do that. It strikes me as bizarre that this being the most biodiverse council, I would say, oh, this isn't our job, this is Waikato Regional Council's job. It puts me in a really strange mind when it comes to supporting gully networks and trees, etc., which I could easily argue is a regional council's responsibility. We have a feral cat problem in this town. I agree, regional council should be footing their share of the bill, and they'll support any movement to get there. But in the meantime, you cripple this, and we have another problem.
Councillor Gallagher.
From our Green councillor, Councillor Bunting. Yes, I didn't realise I'm now looking at the Green Council. The only, I'll be listening to debate. I'm undecided. I am now undecided. What I would like is it would be really good to have a non-negative review of how much money Hamilton residents pay in rates and fees to the Waikato Regional Council, including obviously there's a transport package, and just an evaluation of what actually gets spent back within the city boundaries, and certainly when it comes to gullies, waterways, this kind of thing, it does help us in terms of the force and power of our advocacy. But thank you, I'll be listening to debate.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, what Bunty said with spades, but also a couple of points which I'm a bit surprised at where this has come from. The cat desexing fund isn't there because we don't like cats or we don't want more of them. It's because of the effect that the feral cats and abandoned cats have on the environment within the city. If we're talking about things like the Gully Restoration Fund, what sort of gully is it when it has beautiful plants and no birds in it because they've all been chomped by moggies that have been sort of let go when they weren't wanted? And that was one of the points that was put by Paws for Life and others when they came to see us. And like Bunty, I say, yes, it is the Waikato Regional Council's role to do something in this area. And then I ask myself, but will they? And the answer comes very quickly, 2 letters, no, unfortunately. Saying it's someone else's job to do it is a nice thing. It's what I call a desktop exercise. We say it's the police's job to provide security and safety in the city, and then we go and spend 600,000 or whatever it is on providing our own police force because the community needs that. Same thing in this area.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Yeah, I don't support this. I remember when we brought this in, I remember Paws for Life coming in, and I went out to Paws for Life, as did Mark, and they were just completely run off their feet. And I don't know why I'm laughing, because it wasn't funny. And it was a shocking problem, and it's still bad. And how the hell having all these feral cats around town can be regarded as not something that we should be trying to do something about, I don't know. This is real life. It's a tangible problem that we have, and I just don't support us backing away from this. I'm sorry. I think it's something we really should be in, and we should stick to it because we can see there's been a tangible outcome.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, look, I'm taking on board the very passionate debates here. Look, it is, I've never been a fan of this one. I've not believed it's core service at all for the city. And the Regional Council on their website even talk about it being their business. So I think we need to lobby them to cough up. But look, I guess the reality is this is $1 million in the 10-year plan. And we have to cut some costs. So this is not a I hate cats motion at all. This is looking at cotton costs because the ratepayer needs us to cut costs from somewhere. So this is part of the 2 days that we've been doing it. It's not anti-cats. I'm not expecting what was that email I just received, the Cat Liberation Army, loved the picture. I'm not expecting them to line up outside council chamber anytime soon, but we have got to consider the ratepayer's pocket.
I haven't even seen it. Who sent it? You, Dave? Yeah, that doesn't. You're the king of memes, without a doubt. Councillor Kesh.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. I think that it will be undoing the work that we've already done. So I'm all for lobbying Waikato Regional Council. Yes, it is in their portfolio, but until we have a commitment from them, I think it would be premature for us to cut back and then have the problem exacerbated. So I will be supporting this.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Right, well, I think the key for me around this is that we're not actually removing the service, we're actually just redeploying the responsibility to the rightful organisation. And if I remember correctly, Waikato Regional Council takes most of its rates paid from Hamilton City, and I just think it's the right thing to do, that they front up and deliver what they're actually supposed to deliver, and it's around pets control. It's not a core service or a core business of Hamilton City. It's something that I thought was an overreach at the time, and I still think it is. So to summarise, we're not removing this service, we're actually shifting it to its rightful place, and in the meantime, saving ourselves $1 million over 10 years, which is substantial, and it's something that we need to be considering more about. I might just also add that, it's not just cats that eat birds, it's rodents, it's weasels, it's rats, it's other dogs as well.
Time, please.
Predatory birds, and that's core business at the regional council.
Time, please.
It's not our work, it's not our job.
Thank you. Oh, when this was, I knew that how this debate would go when it was first mooted, but I did vote against it last time. This is not about animal lovers versus non-animal lovers. I actually quite like cats. My daughters love them. They do Paws for Life regularly. This is about core business. Just in the hard times that we've gone through, where we've been trying to take things out desperately to keep the costs low on ratepayers that really are part of our core work. This is about animal welfare on the one hand, it's about pest management on the other. I hate to think of those poor feral cats with their weeping eyes and their damaged limbs, and I do believe in euthanasia. Fair, kind euthanasia is a way forward, but I don't think it is for us to do at this time. And as I recall, and I may be wrong, that it was something that we were asked to do while SPCA wasn't being funded. It wasn't necessarily to be in a forever thing. Thank you.
Your Worship, sorry, could I ask just on a point of order there, where does the euthanasia come in? I thought we were only desexing them.
I'm saying that I think humane euthanasia is part of dealing with some of the worst injured cats, the feral cats.
But that should come out of that money, you're saying?
It does already. They do euthanasia. They said when they presented to us last time, point of order, they did. They said that some of them they have to put down because they're in such a sad state. I mean, some of them are half blind and they'll never see and things like that. So it is awful. It's really awful. Hate to see an animal in that state. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Oh, amendment first, please. Oh, is it? Yeah. Yep.
So can I ask a process question to start?
Sure.
Rebecca, in order to keep the amount in there, it's currently there, people would vote against both the amendment and the motion? Yes. Thanks.
Okay, let's go with the amendment, please.
Amendment is lost, noting Councillor Wilson and Councillor Councillor Wilson and Councillor Forsyth were for, and Councillor Naidoo-Ralph against.
Okay, let's go for the motion.
What does Zoom do? Oh, not damn.
Pardon?
The motion is lost, noting Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidoo-Ralph against, and Councillor Forsyth for the motion.
So it's lost.
Excellent. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back
It's a pity, I was going to
and do
send
the Lido pool
cat
one
pictures of the
and a few other
original
bits and pieces. Councillors, before we do take a break, councillors, can I, because we've just had a flood of amendments, flood of motions come in just before the break, please make sure that as far as practical, you've sent everything that you want considered in now, because otherwise we're going to get through this. Pardon? What? Sorry? What happened?
Amy, Paula, there's no sound.
Why is there no sound? Oh.
How's that now?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay, well, I was just saying, because we've just had a little bubble of motions come through just before the break, which staff are now processing, please, if you have anything up your sleeve or half-formed, and we can get through them today. Don't leave it to the last minute, basically, code 4. Break. We're on a break till past. Hmm?
So I was going to talk John to he's changed the motion.
What's he changed it to?
Oh no, same impact, just different wording. So James poked holes in it. He doesn't know what the budget's called, so the description's all wrong and everything like that. So James is reviewing it. Yeah. So I'll go to John. Because your budget's got nothing in it.
Working really hard to thank you for listening to the instruction and bringing all your motions to the table, which is a good thing, but it's also put a bit of pressure on Amy and Becca to get them all written up. But we're still going to sort of slowly plough through them. Again, councillors, if you don't want to go into the reserve day, I would suggest that unless you've got new points to make, we don't all debate all issues just to be heard, but just, yeah. Okay, so which one are we? The reserve day is currently Tuesday, but proposes a few issues for some people, but let's just try and be productive with our time rather than go there yet.
Is there anything, but are you anticipating a similar time to last night or longer or?
Yeah, we're aiming at 8:30, but we will collaborate. We will talk to each other as if we're really close. I'm sure you would all agree we would keep going if we're so close. If we're a little way away and we're all fatiguing, well, we'll have to talk about that.
Exactly.
Yeah, Dave's
I've got to change your clothes in the car.
Dave's going to bring a whole lot of Marai mattresses in here.
I'm not
Make
sleeping
a call
the same
about
room.
whether dinners gets ordered in. Okay.
Yeah. Okie doke, people. Let's go. We're going to go, the Lido one, I understand, has been left as it was in the budget. So that's done, right? So let's go back to the priority ones that we missed. The first of which was this one, Park Connections Program. So can somebody explain to me where this landed after it got...
Yeah, I'll explain it. So what we're trying to do is get the unfunded portion, which is the Parks Connection program, to be considered as a priority in the biking and mobility work.
So B, just B. Yeah. That the Parks Connection program be considered as a priority
within the biking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just take it out and give you half a second to digest. So the intention...
It's kind of just noting that this will be so what these... Do you want to talk about what they deliver, Mark?
No, I don't think we need to. I think that's already in the... But what I get from this is that you're prioritising the Parks Connection program within the biking and mobility.
It will be considered as a priority.
Yeah. Okay, let's get with any question. Councillors, any questions on that? It's it's reasonably clear, but let's see. Okay, no questions. Let's go into debate. Councillor Bunting, you're the mover.
Unless someone wants to say something I need to reply to, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Any debate, councillors? Yes.
It's a really worthwhile program which uses parks to connect people from one visitor destination park to another off-road. So we're wanting to see it considered as part of that program.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Quickly, as Chair of Infrastructure, I want to thank the mover and seconder for taking the funding quantum out because I was concerned that may put some part of the program at risk because we're still in the business case phase, and doing a priority is a great idea. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, and I will just add that this does add to all of our desire to get bike paths off the roads. Otherwise, if we don't do this, bike paths will be on the roads. There's no other choice.
Thank
apart
you.
from gullies. So
that was your right of reply, so now we'll go to the vote.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Result, please.
Councillor Forsyth?
Councillor Forsyth, please vote.
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson dissenting.
Thank you. Okay. We're on to the biking and micro-mobility program moved by Councillor Thompson, aren't we? Is that gone? Is that done? That's not in now. Okay. Perfect. Huh? Priority. We're going to do these priority 5 ones then. A green city. The first, seconding. Yep. So you are agreeable to Councillor Thompson seconding that. Brilliant.
You can move it.
Okay, so it's just, there again, it's a rephrasing, it's just a deferral, just for now. Any questions on that? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, just one question. In moving that over to years 6 to 10, how much is taken out of the OPEX budget in years 1 to 5?
I can't answer that. Who can answer that?
Roughly, how much?
Sorry, I can answer that.
I presume the 7382 is million, needs a million after it? Not $7.38.
So, sorry, what was the question?
Sorry, I had a double question in there. Just on the motion, it's got 7.382, which I presume should have an M after it.
Yes.
Yeah. My question was how much will be removed from the OPEX budgets in years 1 to 5 if this project is rephased into years 6 to 10? Because the reason I'm asking that is my recollection was there was quite significant OPEX on all of the gully restoration.
So I can answer that question if it's helpful. There will be some consequential OPEX associated with the capital development that would move with it.
Yes.
I think what you're referring to, Councillor Pascoe, is a separate operational program of works, which is not, as I understand it, under this motion, intended to move at all.
So there's no OPEX related to this work at all? There is some, but not that substantial amount.
No, not the 9.6 million over the 10 years. There is a separate operational fund delivering some separate outcomes.
So can I ask where that is?
Wasn't that tree planting?
It's in the targeted rate.
Oh, is it targeted rate? Okay, all right.
Currently.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Just a question following on from that, and actually we have no targeted rate yet, we're just setting the budgets and the projects, but wasn't that what Councillor Pascoe's referring to in those briefing days, wasn't that the tree planting where the capex was say $1 million and OPEX was nearly the same, and you were going to check those figures because they were thought to be wrong?
So the figures have been checked and what's been presented today is correct. If I had to summarise it simply, the CAPEX proposal is about building new path connections and the associated planting and development in areas of gullies that are not currently developed. And the OPEX proposal is about doing a much better job of looking after what we currently have.
But I thought it was tree planting, not gully restoration.
Same thing.
Same thing?
Yeah.
Okay. But were those figures correct? Because I'm sure it was like $1 million. I can't find them in here, but
$2 million.
so it was $1 million a year OPEX, $1 million CAPEX.
Roughly, yes.
Roughly.
Thank
So
you,
then
Councillor.
shouldn't Councillor Pascoe's have a significant change to the OPEX because it's being moved out of $5 million?
So what I'm suggesting, Councillor Angela, is that the OPEX that is in there is designed to look after our current network of gullies. So we have a significant amount of natural area that is only visited once or twice a year if it's lucky.
Oh, that's right.
And we also have a number of community groups in our community and private residents who would very much like to be doing more, but we haven't got any resource to fund them. So that OPEX proposal is doing those things.
And this is new.
And the CAPEX is developing new areas.
Got you.
So if I can answer your question, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah.
So yes, we did look at those consequential OPEX numbers.
Yeah.
And they did come down. So the total across the 10 years is $9 million.
Okay.
And so the amounts in the first few years is about $4 million of consequential OPEX related to
That's
that.
not this, eh?
They would shift with this.
Yes. Yeah, so they don't go away, they just move out further.
So, but the fact that they move out further and it's OPEX has a significant impact on the rates percentage. Okay, good work, Sarah.
So we're clear? question, Councillor Thompson?
Maria, can you explain just for context what impact this will have on the speed at which we can reach that 10% biodiversity cover?
Well, it would slow it down. So what we know is at the time we plant or develop a natural area, it's going to likely take around 5 years for it to reach a standard by which it would be a contributing natural area.
Yeah. So we won't...
So it doesn't affect the target in the strategy, but it just means that in this 10-year programme of works, we're not starting that development. We're going to, if it stays as it is, we would do some meaningful work in the OPEX space and with our partners in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
So just to understand that question, so a native tree doesn't count as a native tree until it's 5 years old?
So what I was getting at,
Sorry.
Councillor Bunting, is that the way that the percentage, so we talk a lot about this city being at 2% biodiversity cover.
Yeah.
The way that is measured is that 2% is our significant natural areas, which are growing up natural areas.
Yeah.
And so they're able to sustain the ecosystems and support flora and fauna. Whereas if you just plant a tree tomorrow,
It's not going to cover anything.
it's not going to be able to
So we don't count
sustain
until it's
that.
5.
It isn't, it isn't significant in the
Look at
terminology.
that. Well, there won't be habitat because the cats will eat it, but that's a whole new story. Okay. No, that's cool. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Forsyth?
Thanks, Maria. Just one question. With the environment report's decision for Hamilton City to increase its biodiversity to 2%, what sort of consequences, if any, will there be if we delay this? Because at the moment we've set it out for 2050, I believe.
Yes, so this moving of this doesn't mean that we can't still achieve that target by 2050.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of the questions. We will now move into debate. I don't need to debate it. I think it's fairly clear. Anybody else? Councillor Thompson?
I do want to just clarify that I'm not happy about doing this, so just for public record. But because I am seconding it though, because following Maxine's example of putting forward projects dear to her heart, but at a reduced amount due to the current circumstances, I wanted to be front-footing this rather than it happening to this project as such. So that's basically why I'm putting this forward. Yes, basically.
Councillor Forsyth?
I just want to take the opportunity just to reinforce the fact that actually a lot of our CapEx budget and OPEX budget for the environment through our well-beings has been allocated to water. Makes sense that that's imperative for us. But the actual environmental projects that the Environment Committee has been focusing on is Nature in the City, a forthcoming tree strategy, and of course the Climate Action Plan. So I just wanted to remind us all of the context of that might seem like a lot of money. It actually over 10 years, and what our community is asking for us to do, not only our community, but nationally and globally, this is an imperative for us. We must be doing this, looking after our environment for all the reasons that we know. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, look, I'd like to thank whoever was involved in this, in moving that, and not because they've moved it, but simply because it will, after Councillor O'Leary's question of what I was intending to get, it will have an immediate, a significant effect on our OPEX costs over the first 5 years, and I'm quietly monitoring that because that is one of the important blocks around where we might land later tonight. So if it's possible as we work through these, because I know for a fact that there's a lot of OPEX around the Greener City CapEx and like projects, if it's possible and it won't be in the motions, but to give us an indication of what the OPEX savings might be, it will be helpful to us as we work through these decisions to see whether or not we might be able to get rid of those balancing the book deficits that are currently sitting on the draft plans that we've had. Just one, I'll run out of time.
Last sentence. Go.
Oh yeah, last sentence. I am keen to get an understanding of this measurement base of our biodiversity of going from 2 to 10, and I hope that in a future workshop, not too long away, that we can actually have staff tell us how that move will be measured and what we need to do to get those measurements in place.
Okay, stop
Thank
now.
you.
Stop now. I know, you
One full stop, 3 commas, 2 semicolons.
I know, yeah. I'd love to see that grammatically written down, that whole sentence. Okay, just a small right of reply. This, as I've said with a number of things over the last couple of days, this is not something that gives me great pleasure either. I've been an advocate for nature in the city, and I've applauded Councillor Thompson and Councillor Forsyth for the work that you've done in the actual strategy, which I think is excellent, and I can't take any credit for, because you've done the work around that. I do think we've got to take this target seriously, but it is at the moment all about cutting our coat according to our cloth. Okay, thank you. Go to the vote, please.
Councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Forsyth have voted in favour.
Thank you. The next one is the Citywide Erosion Control Capital Program. And just to bring that up, the intent of this is to, there again, is further out in the budget. I do appreciate in saying this that we do have to play our part in erosion control. I'm interested, however, in having further discussions with the WRC about Project Watershed and the role that they play in managing city erosion. But yeah, it's a considerable sum, so it was on the list of things that could be potentially pushed back, and that is exactly what I've done. Questions, Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, so you alluded to Project Watershed. My understanding was that a chunk of this budget was actually funded by Project Watershed. So I'm not sure of the effect there, or is it nothing to do with the Project Watershed stuff? So this is extra. Okay, so my subsequent question is, what do we do if we have significant erosion on the river path, let's say, or in one of the gullies that threatens some infrastructure or destroys some infrastructure in years 1 to 5? Do we leave it till year 6?
I don't know, good question, thank you.
Could I start this one off, because there's probably a couple of issues there. So I think this program here is to really deal with the effects of our growth and development on the gully system. So this is erosion in the gullies that are caused by the effects of our development. So it's quite a detailed program that we have that's informed by our master plans and our ICMPs and site walkovers. The issue I think Councillor Dave is raising is a slightly different issue in terms of undermining of some of our other assets like our water paths by other means. So our program is not intended, this program is not intended to deal with that. That's an issue on its own. I agree with Councillor Dave, it is an issue. But this one really links to our compliance with our comprehensive stormwater consent.
Okay, so that brings up a new question. If we're not able to do anything, we'll be non-complying on some of our consents, or the water consent, and maybe some of the development consents. So how do we handle that?
Well, this program is intended to keep us compliant with our comprehensive stormwater consent.
Yes, I know, but for years 1 to 5, there's no money to keep compliant.
Well, that's what you're voting on at the moment. There is funding in there. What you're voting on is to move some funding out. So my advice will be that you will put compliance at significant risk if you move this funding out. Okay. So we've only chosen the high priority projects to do in our program.
So you're saying those high priority projects that you put in the program, this motion would not allow them to be funded until year 6?
Some.
Yeah, I think the motion is to reduce some of the funding, so we wouldn't be able to do all of we'd have to reprioritise and retime.
Is 3.97 million enough to do the high priority ones?
Look, my advice, we've already chosen the high priority ones, so the ones we've got in there are in, Kirikiriroa and Waita Ferry. So there are some high priority and urgent works required in there. So I think it would...
I'm trying to get you to say whether this is a problem or not.
I know what you're trying to get him to
Or
say.
not.
Which concerns do you have, Chris, if you need?
Will that keep you awake at night?
Yes, it will. It will significantly risk our compliance with our comprehensive stormwater consent if we don't do this.
Follow-up question from me. Is it possible to sheet some of the cost of this back to developers? One question. Second question is that this did appear on a list of potential smoothings or whatever, from which Jeff and I had a good consideration in the chat. Why was that?
Yep. So answer those questions. So these are developer contribution funded. I think in the past they haven't been, but we've been collecting financial contributions as a way around that in the meantime. So for the last 2 years, because we didn't have them in our schedule of assets for development contributions, we have been having some pretty hard discussions with developers through the consenting to get them to make a financial contribution. A much better way is development contributions, and that's the proposal this time. So I think look, everything in our program, I think we've talked about a number of times, as SLT, we've really honed down our program to what we think is the minimum. So council can make decisions not to do that. It's just a risk decision for council if you want to move it out.
Thank you. So people, of course, have their right to vote against this. Pardon?
Oops.
I think we heard you, Ewan.
Just as well.
Anyway, so we will go to, there's no debate from me, and you've heard actually in the questioning we've been able to expose the pro and the con for this, so you can make your mind up on, we'll go to the vote. Any other debate? Oh, do you want to debate?
I'm just suggesting that your worship might like to consider a slightly smaller amount being moved out. If it was something like 4 million or 3 million moved out.
Yeah, I'm happy to reduce the
Yeah, because in the circumstance, the answers
happy to reduce the quantum, Deputy Mayor Taylor. What would you suggest?
3. I wouldn't go much lower.
Yeah, three in that position, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move that. Have you got the change? Yep. Thank you. Given that, no further debate, let's go to the vote.
Councillor Wilson, can you please vote? The motion is carried unanimously.
Is not moved by me, it's moved by Councillor Bunting. Please explain the intent for this, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Yes, realising that to Evelisa or the team or anything like that, but I was just looking anywhere I could possibly find for reductions, and this seemed to be the one that we could perhaps have some discretion in. Water developer upsizing is when a developer says we can put in a pipe this big and we want a bigger one, so we meet the cost of that, essentially, isn't it, Chris? Chocks under the wheel, squishy squodge.
A bit more to it, but that's a big part of it, yep.
Essentially, yeah. And I just wondered if we might trim that down a little bit, put more pressure on the developers as opposed to ourselves, and sweat out some private development agreements a bit harder. So I thought there may be some room to trim this, potentially. So I just thought I'd float it with you guys.
Thank you. Let's take some questions that might make that clear. Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, a question for Chris. Does this, if we try and shave a bit off here, potentially cost us more retrofitting, upsize down the line?
Yep, could I just explain this program first? There's two parts to it. So that they're rolled up and together, but part of this one is our connections program. So when developers come along and they do a development and they want a connection to our system, we do the work because of the public health issues. So $50,000 every year is the cost of those connections, and it's offset by a revenue of $50,000. So it's work that we do, so it needs to be in our program, but there's 100% revenue on it. So $50,000 every year is part of this program. The rest, which is about, what would that be, $675,000 per year, is the upsize component. So that is exactly as Councillor Bunting has said. So when a developer comes along and he's doing a two-lot one, it doesn't make any sense not to put in the right size pipe at that time to deal with growth in that vicinity. So it is an upsize that we pay for. Look, we work really hard to get as much as we can out of the developers, but we just cannot lawfully require them to pay for capacity they don't need. Like, we need to pay for that. It's DC'd, so we get the funding back from other developers, but we need to be the banker and pay for that and do the work. What we have done, and if you look at the detail of this, there's a peak in year 3. But remember some of our earlier discussions with council, what we said we wanted to do was put years 1, 2 and 3 in some of these upsize programs into year 3. So we're not, if we don't spend them, we're not deferring the money, that we can bring the money forward. So if you look at the detail of this program, there's a peak in year 3, but it's just because we've added years 1, 2 and 3 of that 675 together. So look, in my view, this is a business as usual program. If we don't do it, we'll get some really poor outcomes in our development.
Thank you, Councillor Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. So, Chris, just to get this straight, if we nickel and dime this one, like is suggested in the motion, does it hurt the community further down because we lose, or we have to pay more for capacity at a later stage?
Absolutely.
That we will eventually use in the community?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Just following on from that question, if we don't put the bigger pipe in and pay the extra cost, we can't then put that into the DC calculation?
Yeah, if the program's, if it's not in the 10 years, we can't collect DCs. So if you moved it out, you'd still be collecting DCs. But the issue is...
No, hang on, if we didn't, if the pipe was $10 and we had to pay 15 to get the bigger pipe in, can we put that $5 straight into the DC calculation after we've paid it?
Yes, we do.
And if we didn't pay for it and we retrofitted it, we would have to wait until we retrofitted it, would we, to get the DC, to get the amount into the DC calculation?
I think as a program would still collect the DCs, you know, it doesn't, there's not a direct timing link. So as long as it's in the program, somewhere in the 10 years, we'd still be collecting the same money.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, there aren't. We'll go into the debate. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, look, just going by the comments and questions, all I'll really say it was worth a try.
So
Did that convince you?
Okay.
I mean, look, the bottom line is, no, look, I will use up a wee bit of time and say, look, these, you know, when you're dealing in the community circle and then you look at these, you see the huge cost, and I'm not saying any of them are unwarranted, but, you know, I also think they should be looked at as well. You know, there is stormwater upsizing, wastewater upsizing, sewage upsizing. You know, there's a lot of upsizing in there, and I thought maybe that is the, you know, I think nickel and dime is perhaps a bit harsh on it, but, you know, if there was room for us to flex it, then that would be the place. But, you know, hey, it was worth a crack.
Okay. Anybody else wish to debate? Go to the vote. Go to the vote.
Oh, no, I voted wrong. No, I did.
Be interesting to see which way was wrong.
Right, reset, please. Is that reset?
The motion is lost, noting Councillor Wilson voted against, Councillor Naidu-Ralph and Councillor Forsyth for via Zoom.
Okay, next one is the Waiwhakareke predator-proof fence. Councillor Thompson, would you like to explain? To move this one, Councillor Forsyth?
I'm happy. And
Yep, okay, thanks.
So could you please, we'll change those around, please describe the intent of this.
It's pretty self-explanatory. It's just seeking approval for a predator-proof fence. It's going to be externally funded. Got a huge support from Chris Clarkson, and with the ongoing improvement of the zoo and Waiwhakareke, it just seems like a really good fit.
Thank you. Any questions or questions, anyone? Make it bigger, please. Questions? Councillor Van Oosten.
My question is with regard to a motion that we passed earlier in the day about the zoo/Waiwhakareke funding and the additional $1 for entry to the zoo. Might some of that funding be applied to this project?
I guess it would be used up first for
I can't answer that. I don't know who can answer that. Councillor Forsyth. Yeah, for you, I guess.
Lance?
It could be.
I mean, that's the decision of council. I mean,
Yeah.
as was explained earlier, we don't have a separate gate system for Waiwhakareke, so it will have to go through the zoo. And we'll be told by staff that we have support, that it's reasonably transparent, that our zoo people are pro-conservation, and this is a conservation topic. I think there still needs to be some work done, as I mentioned earlier, just to drill down and ask the question directly. But I think, if I missed anything out, Lance?
No, I think you're right, Councillor Margaret. Just one thing I'd say, that if $65,000 is taken out of the what we discussed earlier on, then you'll do $65,000 less of development within Waiwhakareke. This is actually to go to the design of actually the predator-proof fence. So really it's a decision for council to make, to be honest. The total amount for the other one was like about 1.5 million across the 10 years. So
any further questions, Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, two quick questions. Is this currently unfunded?
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Second question is there an opportunity here for 100% external funding, given the advertising opportunities that might exist on various areas around the fence?
My experience, having built two of these previously, for the design, costing and engagement work, no. For the, when you get into actually building the fence, you'll be talking well over $1 million or a few $1 million, possibly, but I think council would have to put some skin in the game.
Councillor Thompson, question?
Could we please scroll down? Can I confirm first this would be CapEx or capitalised as part of?
Yes.
Yeah. And could we please scroll down just to the next motion, because just in context, because this is new funding, but I did want to just show in context that there was another motion to remove what will be 60,000 CapEx, which, sorry, the number isn't in there, and there's also a consequential OPEX to this one here, which is 40 something to 50 a year as well, the one being proposed.
With
to be
all due
moved
respect, there are offsets all across the day's activities, some in, some out. So it's no different in that respect. Let's go to debate. The mover, Councillor Forsyth. Oh, hang on. Pause. Sorry, Margaret. I think there's a question from Cash. Is there?
Just a very quick question. Can someone please help me understand how come the predator-proof fence project was not a part of the development program?
So the development program is basically for infrastructure and the biodiversity on the ground. To do that, you don't have to have a predator-proof fence. It's useful. You can have a chemical fence or a trapping fence like we're doing at the moment. And the fence is in quotation marks, obviously. So this is actually quite a separate capital project compared to the development. You could have bundled it up, but I think it's probably prudent to actually have them separate so people are very clear on what the expenditure is going to.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go into debate. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Look, as Lars pointed out, if we're going to any sort of external funding source, there needs to be a gain. And this proposal puts that forward. It's not an exorbitant price. I think the gains are significant, and if we're actually looking for a continued source of income, I think if we drill a little bit deeper and do some more consultation and more detail around our zoo attendees happy to support through a dollar's donation or whatever contribution developing the Waiwhakariki as something that's really standalone. I mean, we've just had quite a passionate debate about the effects of cats and what they're doing to our flora and fauna. I mean, this is just taking it a step further rather than spending money on desexing cats. We're actually keeping out not only cats but every other predator that's available to have a go at our planting and our animals as well. So
Time, please, Margaret.
We happy to support this.
Thank you. I'm going to take a turn to debate up front because I know Lance has lots of experience with pest-proof fence, so do I. I was there on the day the first metre of the fence was put in Maungatautari Sanctuary Island. And look, I'm just warning you, it comes with many, many issues and expenses. OPEX, it's really expensive because all sorts of things happen. Fences get damaged, a storm comes through, you've got someone up in the middle of the night fixing it, etc., etc. So, look, they're still struggling at Maungatautari. We were talking about that before. I love the idea of it, just think it's not its time. We've still got quite a significant amount of planting to do on Lake Waiwhakariki already in the plan. And we just made a motion a couple of minutes ago on the gullies to push back work, and I'm a great fan of helping the gully restoration groups get through their work, completing the Waiwhakariki plant out, linking it to the zoo and having a look at this sometime much further down the track. Be warned, this is not a cheap project. Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yep. I support the proposal by Margaret and Sarah here. I think having a predator-proof fence will contribute to setting this place up for future significant gains in biodiversity earlier, quicker and more sustainably, notwithstanding the problems that the Mayor's correctly identified for the future. It's our biodiversity flagship in the city, and it's all very well planting plants, but if we don't have enough control over the surrounding flora and fauna that could invade, especially the fauna, then we're going to have some problems. But unlike Margaret, I think the cat desexing program contributes to this. So I'm glad that got through. It certainly is going to make it work better if we can control the cats, Margaret.
Councillor Thompson.
obviously supporting this, but I note that it is only for a feasibility, scoping and engagement piece of work. And I think that it's important that we at least have it in here so that we can find out what this would entail, and then we can have time to speak with potential funders, because the intention would, of course, for this to be have a significant portion of external funding. And so by having this in year 4, that gives the opportunity then in later years, once Waiwhakareke is properly developed and you've got the trees more mature, to actually then be able to proceed with the fence. So it's just setting us up and putting us in good position to be open to opportunities. And I do note that it will be an amazing attraction if we do have a fence. We could have takahe, kiwi creches, we could have kaka breeding for release, we could have bellbird, giant weta and lizards, and all sorts of animals as part of conservation efforts, working with DOC to achieve that, and that would be an amazing attraction for people to come to see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, motion up there, please. And meanwhile, in the debate, Councillor Bunting.
And I share Councillor Thompson's dream. I think it's magnificent. I will respectfully be not supporting this one, though, for the pretty much. I'm afraid I see this as a nice to have. I think it is. It's a great thing to do, but you know, as I've heard all day long, it's about priorities, and for me, this just isn't a top priority. Plus what Paula said.
Okay, thank you.
Telegraph the debate.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Like three quick things. We talked today earlier, there was a revenue opportunity that this we've acknowledged could contribute towards, so potentially it's cost neutral. Mayor Paula talked about the cost of fences and the maintenance and stuff. That's not a decision before us today. That's not even on the table. This is purely about design. Earlier today we approved Wellington Street Beach Light, which had done some earlier design work. And you've got to do the design work before you can land on the execution of that. And so today is really just not even doing the design this year, it's putting it off. The final thing I'd say is external funding is not something that we can attribute to everything we do at council. This is one of those areas where you really could, and it really does engage the community as a huge billboard opportunity for commercial and conservation opportunities, as Councillor Sarah has said. So this is really easy. This is like supporting a gold coin donation.
Okay, thank you. Any more debate? No, we'll go to the vote.
No, can I just have a reply?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
Just quickly, I'm really glad Sarah just brought forward the vision for what we could do there. Just around Kiwi tours, Weka tours, Tauki, we know how endangered they are. And having a potential opportunity like this, and thank you, Councillor Ryan, for pointing out that this is an economic development opportunity. It's not just an OPEX take, it's actually a project that potentially can contribute to our suite of visitor attractions in the city. So I really hope that you look at this proposal through that lens and not just the spend, but its potential as well. Thank you.
Okay, oh, sorry. Are we going to the vote now, please?
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson, Naidu, Ralph and Forsyth have voted for the motion via Zoom.
Yeah. Excuse me. Next one is waste minimisation in parks. Councillor Thompson.
So this is 2,000 CapEx for the waste minimisation in parks program, which I understand would introduce recycling bins. And it seems counterintuitive for me to be putting this forward. But one of the reasons is that while it's really good for education, the likelihood of contamination of this recycling is incredibly high, that it's the likelihood of it going to landfill. Anyway, that's the debate. Anyway, that's it. But there is a consequential OPEX with that too, which the idea though, just to explain it, Margaret and I have talked about having a report come back to the Environment Committee on looking at which parks and natural areas would be appropriate for a take-in, take-out litter policy rather than having bins, which has been used in other places. We just want to look at the idea and then look at what other places have done, and if it's been successful, and if it hasn't, then we bag it. But if there is opportunities, then we'd explore those.
Let me see if there are any questions. Any
Just
questions?
a point of process here. Do we have a 2021-22 annual plan? I thought that is the long-term plan.
Go to the next one.
Sorry?
22. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So there's no cost to that, there's no cost impact?
No, so it's removing a cost.
Okay.
But
Councillor Bunting, question.
Yeah, just a question on process on that one. How do you say we're taking it out, but we might change our mind? Is that effectively what you're saying?
just comes back for consideration, so it's flagging it to come back.
There's visibility.
Okay.
People being consulted because it's an
So it's not totally rubbishing it. To
Yeah, so effectively it acts as a memorandum for staff to make sure when we bring the annual plan back, which you have full discretion to consider anything in the annual plan, to make sure it's on the table, it's not forgotten.
Okay.
Could equally be
Yeah,
picked up in the minutes of this meeting, doesn't necessarily require a motion like
Yeah,
previously.
absolutely one way or another.
So, okay, so look, what I've still got the question on the floor, for the likes of your Matthew Smalls and the likes who are advocating for recycling bins in parks, and I often fire back saying, well, it's not just a matter of putting it in a bin and it's going to cost a lot to take the rubbish away, etc. I presume this isn't something that would fall under the EnviroWaste contract. This would be something we'd have to set up a whole new contract for. Should we do this? Is that right, Evelisa?
Correct.
So the OPEX you've obviously considered would be roughly what, if we did keep this in? Do you know?
Maria's just coming down to answer
Thank you.
the operational question.
So the team have calculated the OPEX at 40,000 a year.
40,000 a year. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to make it so brief.
That's right.
With you well.
Councillor Van Oosten.
And just for clarity, we're not proposing that we take rubbish bins out of our parks.
Question though, please.
Yes, that is the question. Are we going to be taking the bins out of the park?
No, this is not proposing that. It's just saying that we're not putting additional recycling stuff in the parks at the moment. But we'll get a report back just considering how we deal with litter and rubbish bins in parks for us to consider for future. Yeah.
Status quo remains. And
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
it's voting for the status quo.
Okay, any further discussion? No. Let's go to debate. Councillor Thompson, do you need to debate? Do you want to? No. Okay, anybody wish to debate?
Keep my right of reply. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you are right. It is right of reply now.
No, fine.
Okay, let's go to the vote. Carried
The motion is
unanimously.
carried unanimously.
Thank you. That moves us on to the Hamilton Lake Domain Wetland. Councillor Hamilton.
This is a really important project, and it's really to help flatten that curve and just pushing it out into years 6 and 7. It's kind of landed in years 1 and 2 quite quickly, so it's just to help us in that journey.
Councillor Pascoe seconds. Any questions? Hang on, let me just get to the discussion. Questions? Councillor McPherson. Oh, sorry, I don't know, it must have been simultaneous pressing. Councillor McPherson and Councillor Gallagher.
Sorry, just ask the General Manager if I can, if there's anything that can be done to control the nasties that currently flow into the lake in the meantime if we don't have this project going, or do we just, is this effectively accept for another 5 years all the of the inflow that's coming off the roading network, for instance, up the top of the hill there on Pembroke and so forth.
So question? Somebody from the Waters team really should deal with that.
So through the chair, this project is exactly for that, to protect the water flowing into the Hamilton Lake.
So the answer would be no.
No.
No, there's nothing. Okay, so what sort of statutory responsibility do we have to deal with that? Is there any legal consent requirement or upcoming government compliance issues that would be affected over the next 5 years?
Eva, Lisa's got your question.
Yes, so this it would impact on our comprehensive stormwater consent condition that requires us to ensure quality of the Hamilton Lake Domain wetland.
Sorry, I didn't quite.
So,
Can you speak up so we can't?
oh, sorry, yes, we have a comprehensive stormwater consent that would be at risk of non-compliance.
Immediately
So
or
is
over
it
time?
compliant at the moment or?
Now.
Yeah, it's now.
It is now?
Yes,
You're
we're under-
expecting that to toughen or something in the next 5 years?
Not to toughen, but it's a consent condition that we need to comply with now.
Okay, that's a quick.
Sorry,
clear answer.
I misunderstood what you said before. So
Okay.
it's something we've got to address now, but we don't have
Your
anything in the
question's
budget.
been answered, yeah.
Yeah. So it's
Councillor Gallagher?
I guess in term to the relevant manager, I guess, Eva-Lisa, in terms of the broader journey of trying to improve the quality of the lake, you know, because it's not just this issue, this is just one component. I would assume this would still be a significant factor, and if we delayed this, surely it would make the longer term thing harder. I wonder if our water, sorry, whoever, yeah, I apologise, I'm not sure who's the...
So in delaying this project, you won't get any immediate improvement in water quality in Lake Rotorua.
You won't get immediate.
You won't get improvement until the point in time where you put this project in place.
Right, so it has to happen, yeah, in other words, all right, got it.
Deputy Mayor Taylor?
My memory of this, am I right, this wasn't included in the base budget. This was added in after our session at the lake. I think Councillor Wilson raised it.
correct.
That is correct.
So if we've got these compliance issues that you're talking about, why wasn't it included in the base budget? Obviously, it wasn't considered to be that serious.
Somebody's got to answer that.
It's come quite late in the piece.
It's a valid question.
Yeah.
If it was that urgent, it would have been in the base. Clearly now you're saying it's critical to do, and I think the word Eva-Lisa said was now.
Yes, so currently it is in our last compliance report from Waikato Regional Council that we needed to address the quality of the stormwater that's being discharged to Lake Rotorua.
Which was when, that last?
That was a year ago, and we've been looking and doing monitoring to further understand what is actually the prime driver to determine what is the appropriate treatment that needs to be put in place. This proposal will achieve that outcome.
Sorry, no, we've got the proposal that's in front of us.
Oh, sorry, not the
Murray
proposal,
is
not the
to
motion,
not
sorry.
do it in the first 5 years.
Okay.
The
project
proposal. So the project proposal, not the motion, I'm sorry.
But when the base budget came out 3 weeks ago, this wasn't in it.
No, and that probably would have been an action or a series of actions that we would have had to have done through our stormwater compliance program, which is funded from a different area. So this is a I guess it's a comprehensive pulling together of a treatment option for stormwater quality for the lake. Versus what we would have done small little fix-its and little refinements through other funding mechanisms that wouldn't show up in here.
Okay, look, I'm a bit lost, but that's all right. I mean, I don't understand if it's either in the budget or it's not in the budget, and it wasn't in the budget.
It was a series of other actions that were in another area of the budget, but it wasn't for this specific work.
I think it's a point raised, though.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
I think my questions follow on, but I'm not understanding what's been said. But I understand that by 2026 we have to be compliant with the water regulator on stormwater. Will delaying this now result in us potentially not being compliant, given the new rules that the water regulator is likely, and I say likely because the legislation hasn't been passed yet, likely to bring in?
Under our existing resource consent, WRC have identified it as an area that needs to be resolved, so that will only be strengthened through any new regulator coming in with overseeing that.
Overseeing that,
Yeah.
okay, so, which means that we really can't delay this, can we?
Something will need to be done to improve the quality of that stormwater discharge into Lake Rotorua.
Okay, so the NPS on freshwater, does that also affect us?
Yes, yes, and this would be a way of meeting those, the intent of that.
I'm just trying to get the idea of when the timing is for both the water regulator and the NPS freshwater, which I'm not familiar with their timing. But is the timing within where we're proposing to defer the spend? In which case we could defer it and still feel comfortable that we could comply when we're required to, or should we be considering seriously on not delaying it as we're proposing because of the
Okay, I think the question's
non-compliance?
Question's understood.
Yeah, so any delay will increase the risk of some sort of compliance intervention by WRC. So we will need to do something. It's just a matter of whether it's this one sort of route piece of work, or whether we need to be doing something further up in the catchment, or it might be putting filters in catch pits. It might be doing other things that we might still have to do that in the future, but we need to do something.
In terms then of your professional opinion, should we be delaying this as the proposal suggests?
No.
To the date? Okay,
No.
thank you.
Councillor Cash.
It was just a question for clarity after Jeff's line of questioning. So are you saying that regardless of whether this came in the last couple of weeks or not, the work would have still been done but out of the compliance budget?
Yes, that's correct. There would have been interventions to try and mitigate the effect of that stormwater entering Lake Rotorua, but this is a much more comprehensive and, I guess, a natural solution in terms of a wetland being used.
One more question, Dave, because you've already had a rough text.
The staff, is there a halfway house where we could start doing the work, some of it which would have a beneficial effect, but spread it out over a longer time than the first 2 years, that would help us with the budgeting, but enable us not just the compliance, but to start meeting the actual environmental standards that we want to meet?
And Maria's probably best to answer that one from a works programming point of view.
So my understanding from the team was that in an ideal world you would do the planning and then you would deliver the outcome the next year. There are multiple inlets into the lake, so we can have a look at whether we could just do one, but again that would give you that smaller outcome or end result, yeah.
Madam Chair, is it worth tie-hoing on that a little bit to ask for a sort of a halfway house spreading of the...
Well, how long do you propose
Well,
to do
no, because staff is suggesting there are some ways you could do that, and we need their expertise.
We also need to get through these today. We
Yep.
can't hold the whole process up for that. What would you suggest, Maria?
What I would comment on that is that staff have confidence that delivering this in this way would have the impact on the consents, but it also would have the impact on the water quality that groups like Restore have been looking for. If we were to slowly pare that back, we wouldn't have that same confidence, and there may be some of those other interventions that
Look,
need to
I think your response to the questions is quite clear, and now it's prudent for councillors to make up their mind as to whether to accept the risk of delay or otherwise, and to talk to that in debate. So let's go into debate. Oh, I can't remember. Councillor Hamilton. Hang on. There was a question that I didn't see. Councillor Forsyth, just one quick question, and then we'll move into debate.
No, we don't have a question. I'm preparing for debate.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, Councillor Hamilton.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, we withdraw the motion. Therefore, there's no need to debate. Could have done that about a while ago, couldn't you?
Agree with you to withdraw the motion.
All right, let's go to the next one then, which is the Taitua Arboretum program with Councillor Naidu-Rofe, and just I would be happy to second this at the point in time. Oh, have you? Yes. Oh, sorry. Okay, good. Happy with that. Councillor Kesh, tell us what this one's for.
This proposal addresses the increasing number of visitors to Taitua, and it's to manage the pressure on the toilet and parking facilities at the site.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor McPherson.
When I want to speak on the withdrawn motion.
Oh, okay. Any questions, anyone? No.
I have some.
Thank you, Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. It's a question for staff. If this is a question of parking facilities, what sort of public transport opportunities do we have to take people to Taitua, please?
I'll indulge it, but it is actually outside of the scope of this question. I actually believe you could probably take that offline. This is about, just as Kesha said, around the facilities on site. But have you got a one-sentence answer for that?
We do have a number of people who use the path connection from the end of Malva Street at Tills Lookout to get to the Arboretum. Yeah.
Okay, I've got another question then. Is this in Waikato District or Hamilton City? I just want to...
Waikato District.
No, but I just want to clarify.
Waikato District.
Right, so we're looking to potentially fund something not in our jurisdiction. Okay, thanks.
Pardon?
Well, they did.
Okay, let's leave it to debate, because I think there's some people who will passionately debate this one. Kesh, do you want to, as the mover, debate, please?
Yeah, just to note that if you're not familiar with it, this is a 20 hectare block gifted to the city for everyone to enjoy. The land was gifted by the Mortimers, who only this week, I think it was, received a Civic Honours Award from the city. And I think at a minimum, we need to be providing the adequate facilities for users of this park.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
No, I think it's, I actually think you'll probably be just as eloquent than me on this. Because I know you're, no, seriously, it's not. Yeah. Just give some, Paula, you've known them more.
Is there any other, look, all I'll add to what Kesh said is we did give a Hamilton medal to the Mortimers 2 days ago, 1 day ago, I've lost track of time. This is a gift to the city. That's the key point here, that we've achieved a treasure for very little. But, we can't let it run down. The Mortimers, they've left us something, a legacy that we're obliged to look after, I think. So that's my view on it. Did you want to say anything better than that, Martin?
No, I mean, it's the word legacy gift, and it's future-proofing, and it's the intent of this is to improve the amenity of this facility for individuals to access and enjoy.
Councillor Pascoe.
Look, I assume that this gift is now, or bequest is now on the city's asset list. It will be subject to an asset management plan, and that asset management plan will be determining when upgrades and maintenance items are needed. So I'm not sure whether it's necessary to single out an amount here. It should be just part of ordinary maintenance and renewals.
We're in debate, so I'm sorry, we can't do that.
That's all I have to say.
Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, Margaret.
Thank you. Look, I completely agree with Councillor Roth. We have a robust system around renewals, maintenance, etc., and let's just stick to the program instead of taking pot shots at what we think should be in and out. The other thing that I'm concerned about is this amazing facility and legacy actually isn't in the Hamilton City Council boundary, and I would actually like to see more discussion and more of a collaboration with Waikato District. I think it's, yes, gifted to the city, but there will be inhabitants from Waikato District that make the most of this venue that at the moment is sought to be funded purely by Hamilton City. I think there needs to be a partnership approach here.
Thank you. Good debate. We'll go to the vote. Oh, do you want to write a reply, Cash?
Only to add that this is not a part of the renewals program. This is part of the capital program because we're adding in an extra toilet into the bottom of the park for people who are entering the park and then you're caught out while you're in there, which is happening to many people. So just to clarify that.
We love the technical term, Cash, called out. We love it. Let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried. Sorry, we need to reset.
Reset, sorry. Is it up now? Resetting? Yep. Huh? Well, you have to put his card out. But that's not going to change the result, is it? No. So if it changed the result, I'd agree with you out of fairness, but it doesn't. So what's the...
We're still out in the cold.
So you don't need to use your cast and vote,
The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson and Forsyth are
Not this
dissenting
time,
and
thanks,
Councillor
Martin.
Naidoo is for the motion on Zoom.
Oh, you're just looking forward to me using it again, aren't you? Okay, next one is the Three Borders Connection, Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, it pains me to be putting something in since I've not increased our budget at all today, other than $188,000 that's carried. But this is, I think it's almost an anomaly that was left out of the budget. There's basically two issues here. This is a zero impact on the budget as well, so please note that. But one issue is maintenance, is the time and staffing resources of maintenance on, that this budget covers, is maintenance on existing assets to mitigate risks against cost compliance and basically staff, poo coming up through manholes. The second issue that this budget covers is, which is where we are wanting to increase the fees and charges to developers, is new connections and the increasing costs. We're not covering our full cost on that at all, but maybe Eva-Lisa can explain it much better than I just did, and she probably won't throw her pen over her head either.
That is just explaining it. So the question, or I guess we'll put a question to you, is just can you give that a very quick explanation as well, in support of...
So this funding is to look after what we've got, both in Three Waters assets, but also our critical essential services staff in terms of resilience, workload and fatigue management. So this is about our connections have grown over the period, and the same team from our development community, but also that same team also reacts to reactive maintenance, overflows, pipe blockages, 24/7 on our network. So this budget, it was particularly in the unfunded location. The initial request was $957,000 per annum. Realistically, that is what we need, but ultimately there's a motion for cost recovery and also for half of that. So it's about looking after what we've got in our people, but also putting the impact of that onto our development and our applications and fees and user charges. So that's generally the crust of this request. So looking after
Councillor Bunting, question.
I'm getting it's for more staff, I presume. No?
No, it's not for more staff.
Is
It's
it
the
on the chair?
reallocation of. I'll stand up.
Yes, sir.
There's a big chair in the way. It is the reallocation of existing maintenance staff from our city delivery team.
Okay.
And it's refocusing them on our operational, reactive and planned maintenance.
Right.
And what we will do is we will get in contractors to work on the connections. So it's bringing in additional costs for contractors to put in the new connections for developers and refocus our expert essential services staff on our network.
So, I suppose the same question that's been asked all day. Why wasn't this already in the budget? Why was it unfunded?
So why wasn't it funded? It was part of the growth in demand. So it was for elected members to determine whether that service was to change to move to in-house and our contractors go externally. The Strategic Audit and Risk Committee on the 4th of December really identified and talked about the increasing utility strikes and the risks on our staff, but also on staff fatigue and workloads.
Okay.
This was to be managed as we normally do through our finance committee, but it's just becoming to the point where that is just not viable for our teams. And so this request and motion has been put in.
So this is $5 million over 10 years. Yeah. I was trying to put it in perspective. So that's quite a hole if we don't do it. Is that right? What's the risk if we don't do it?
The risk is fatigue on our people. Our connections won't be completed within a time frame, so you'll push out the time frame our developers will need to wait for a connection. We'll be risking overflows to our network, planned maintenance, risk to compliance, and staff fatigue.
Sorry, so again, can you answer me again? Sorry to hammer this on. Why wasn't this already in the budget if that was such an issue?
All right, can I deal with this? So basically, we've gone through, and I've said this a few times now, we've gone through and we've built the budget on including everything we can of priority and focus on risk. We got to a point there's no more space in the budget, and there's other items that are included in the budget that are equally, if not more, important or base business levels. One of the comments I made earlier in the context of this refers to the statement I made, is that over the last few days I've become increasingly concerned about the level of fatigue in our waters business, and I've met with both our waters business here in this building as well as our city delivery team and talked to them specifically about some of these concerns. I've gone down and talked to the team leaders about what's going on. So I've actually become increasingly concerned, particularly in the fatigue space of our team. And whilst we've got the best people in New Zealand, if not Australasia, doing the work, no matter how great you are, if you're tired, you're never going to be 100% on top of your job. And so I'm very concerned about our team. And then there's the secondary concern is around our ability to deliver our service levels to our community and our customers. Okay. So the reason it's coming in right now is in a very short amount of time I've become increasingly concerned, and I fully endorse this. In fact, if it doesn't go through here, I'll be putting it forward as a Chief Executive submission later on down the track for further debate.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Evelyn.
Any further questions? No, we'll go to the debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Much for the CEO's support on this one, even though he's not allowed to vote. But also I was remiss in saying that this also creates 2.8 million in debt capacity as well. So that's another positive here. And I think I guess that, Eva, Elisa and I have been talking about this for, gosh, quite a few weeks now, and it's, Three Waters is a bit of a moving feast, so really appreciate everyone's support on this. And, it's cost neutral, but cost beneficial as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote. If there's any further debate, let's go to the vote. Okay.
It helps a lot.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okie doke. We've got one further one before we just take an update on where we're at. Councillor Wilson, would you like to speak to your intent?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. This is an attempt to look at all opportunities for savings and to show that there are no protected species. It's an attempt to reduce the Merrill Wings budget by $125,000. It's noted that the Merrill Wing engages a PR consultant at a cost of $125,000 per annum, noting that Council has 19 staff in communications and engagement department.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
So, I just, what is the Merrill budget altogether at the moment anyway? And what percentage of the Merrill budget is this?
This is of this budget that we're talking about, the Merrill Support Services. What's that altogether?
Give me 2 seconds, I will give you that.
$482,446.
$482,446.
Thank you.
I'm the echo.
Are you rounding it up or down?
Yes.
Okay. No, just interested. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any further questions on this? Councillor Gallagher.
I'll second this pro forma, fine for discussion. This comes back to the PASCO, I think, to the Chair of Finance, in terms of during a year you do a line-by-line item and you pick departments where if you want to do a deep dive, I'll be on the record that I never want to under-resource the Mayor's budget. Chief of Staff, whether it was Leanne or James, fantastic job. Couldn't persuade Andrew to get one, my greatest regret actually. So I just want to have, I think it's really good it comes up, but just as like our councillor budget should be gone through with which we were doing, we knocked off our PD budget and stuff like that. But I just want to get advice, Richard. Where's the best environment for this type of analysis to happen? I don't think it's necessarily here in this case.
I'm unsure. All the budget's up for grabs at a 10-year plan phase.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is by context, rather than sort of come in cold. This is a classic, you come in cold, right? Whereas, if there are issues around the Mayor's budget or any budget, then surely there's a better environment than this here today. I won't be, while I second this pro forma, I've told you, and I won't be seconding any reduction because I actually think there's a danger a Mayor's office actually can be under-resourced, but I think we do need the deep dive. For example, in governance, I'm really worried that they're getting under-resourced with the work they've been doing. So is this then, what I'm trying to explain is there should be better forums.
What you're trying to ask is where do we go, where do we discover whether it's enough or not enough?
Yeah, you've got it. Yeah.
So the 10-year plan discussion is an appropriate place to have the conversation. Like every cost reduction or cost increase, there's questions about the value of that cost cut or cost increase, and I'm more than happy to talk to those if I was asked those questions.
Are there any further questions?
Yeah, just a question on the whole governance budget, because I presume that this is part of the governance budget. And
No, it's incorrect. It's cost centre in its own right. So it's the Merrill support budget is the budget associated with providing the executive support to the Mayor.
Why I'm asking the question is I think sometime during the last term there was quite a full review done of the governance budget, which led to a redefining of expenses and PD and all of the other things that have been entitlements for elected members.
There's another budget.
Does the same thing happen in terms of that mayoral?
So
mayoral cost centre?
There's 3 cost centres associated with the elected wing. The 2 main ones are the mayoral services budget, and then there's the broader government work, so the elected members budget, which has the various elected members' salaries, training and travel and all that sort of stuff in it. So, and over the since I've been here for 8 years, the mayoral services budget's constantly been reduced. Originally it had 5 staff attached to it, and it's slowly been dwindled down. I think the budget now is 3 staff are included in it, plus resource for public relations.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you. So I just have 2 questions. Is the 500 odd thousand, is that out of line with other mayoral offices of major metros?
That's a hard question to answer in terms of the budget itself. What I can say is it's probably lean compared to the number of heads that exist around the country. If you look at Christchurch, Wellington and Auckland, maybe as the 3 comparators, well, let's take Auckland out. Auckland's hundreds of people in the mayoral office. Yeah, so Christchurch and Dunedin, there's generally a chief of staff role and individuals. There's generally a policy team that works with the chief of staff, and there's generally some form of communication / public relations role. How big they are generally depends on the nature of the council and the issues associated with it. I'd suggest this one's probably at the mid to lean level of resourcing in that context, probably fair to say.
And is there any particular reason why a dedicated person from comms couldn't service the mayoral office?
We've gone through 3 iterations of servicing the mayor's office over the time I've been here. So the first one was when the budget was originally set up under Mayor Hardacre, there was various contract resources, very similar in this case at various points, third party provide advice, the occasional internal resource. The previous chief of staff acted as a comms as a media advisor. Then in the Mayor King years, sounds like it's hundreds of years ago, but in the Mayor King years, there was an initial attempt to have a staff member in that role specifically to the Mayor's office. However, that wasn't successful. Then there was an attempt to use comms resource, and it sort of stayed that way for the remaining part of the Mayor's term. However, the challenge we had was the workloads were quite split, and it does generate a conflict in that whilst in no case is the PR person for the Mayor's office allowed to election or promote the Mayor outside their role, there is definitely a special role for the Mayor, and the media around that is a little bit more unique than the media that's attached from an organisation perspective. It's probably the only elected member role, for the most part, that has its own identity in the community, and so it sort of needs that focus. So it was a real challenge. I was overworked as a quasi PR person under Mayor King to a degree, providing a bit of independence between the 2 roles, although I wasn't independent, if you understand the argument.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't know if that answers your question. I
Yeah, no,
rambled
it
a bit,
does
sorry.
answer my question.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And if I might ask through you, Chair, I just want to ask the mover of the motion, is the 125K, and you mentioned the PR person there before with the same salary corresponding, is that what you're talking about, or is it just a general cut, Ewan?
No, it's corresponding to the 125,000 that's paid to the public relations person working for the mayoral office. I was implying that our comms and engagement team should be providing that service. There are 19 staff, and this could be a savings to the ratepayer.
Okay, thank you. And just to the term public relations has been thrown around a bit, and I've used it, and I apologise for that. It's basically a media person specifically for those issues associated with the role of the Mayor. So we don't really have any public relations resource as such in the organisation. It's more media. It is media orientated.
Okay, let's go down the questions. Councillor Forsyth.
Well, I'm just trying to get my head around this. It's been a long day, and as CEO Leo pointed out, I'm actually suffering from a bit of fatigue myself. I'm just trying to get my head around what the PR work actually entails. And Richard, somewhere in your delivery, you did say it's something to do with the mayor's role, but is it that people don't understand what the mayor's role is, or can you enlighten me? I don't understand.
Yep, so there are probably a number of areas, and I'll ask, if I can, through you, the Mayor, to the Chief of Staff to talk about it in more detail than this, but there's probably a number of aspects for any mayor in the country where there's a national responsibility and they're expected to quote or be questioned on a number of national issues. So whether it's if there's a query regarding a new national policy statement, change in legislation, etc., 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 they ring around some of the more significant councils in the country. Hamilton's generally included in that list, and they generally ask the Mayor for views. So that role in that case ensures that we've got the various issues canvassed, the various issues understood, and that we are able to communicate that position collectively and coherently. It's different from a council position, and the council position, for example, is we might not have a view on it until it comes in front of council, but that doesn't necessarily stop the media asking the Mayor. So there's one aspect there. There are a number of approaches by various media outlets in respect of issues that do confront this council, and they want to know what the Mayor's got to say, and so there's an aspect of this media role in terms of coordinating those various aspects, make sure that the Mayor's time's used efficiently and effectively, also making sure that all the various issues are understood and communicated as well. So whilst I've got a comms team that does that for the organisation, the uniqueness of the Mayor's role is it needs a more detailed focus. For the most part, one's a subset of the other, but in that national role, it's generally two different sets of information. But I can, at your pleasure, if I can talk to leisure, James, if you want to add any further depth to that.
Thanks, Richard. So I agree with everything. I agree that. Sorry, can you hear me, Margaret?
Yeah, actually, it's good you're there, James, because I think, well, what's your role? I mean, if you I didn't realise it's about
amendment, there's cut.
Motion.
I agree, it's beyond the scope of the motion, but you're happy. Welcome you to talk with James in downtime.
There is just one thing that I would add to what Richard said, which is that in terms of the specific person who's doing that role at the moment, she does everything that Richard said, but so much more besides. And I think anyone who's worked very closely with the Mayor's office in this term, and I think Deputy Mayor Jeff would back me up on this, she provides an absolutely pivotal service, just sort of spotting issues before anyone else has and managing them before they become a problem. A good example of that recently would be the flood viewer stuff, which I know lots of you were kind of quite concerned about. It was Jeanette that spotted that coming, and the work with all the relevant parties to make sure we got it into a good place, and liaise with the media on it to make sure that they kind of understood what the context to it was, why we were having to do what we were doing, etc. I know this is a slightly separate issue to the budget, but Jeanette is one of the most impressive people I've ever worked with in my entire career, and for me, the money that we spend on her is absolutely money fantastically well spent.
Okay, any further questions, Councillor Forsyth?
I have many, but it's the end of the day, and I'm actually having trouble understanding what it is that the answers are. Anyway. Okay. Councillor Wilson, your questions, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. My question is to the Chief Executive, and I'm wanting to make sure that I'm only ever talking about a consultancy company. I'm not wanting to talk about an individual, because that would be inappropriate. But I'm trying to get an understanding how many hours can we get for $125,000 a year? And from your experience in the last relations firm.
So I'm not going to, in an open session, talk about the hourly rate of a consultant. So that's a confidential item that's probably best behind closed doors because that's commercial information. The role is appointable through my delegated authority. The individual concerned also does, just for full transparency, does provide consulting services from time to time to other councils, to Future Proof and to this organisation as well. And already is effectively a pre-existing contractor in that context.
Thank you.
Any further questions? I just wonder, I don't want to lead this discussion anyway, I just wondered if you can just run through the items that fit into that mayoral services budget, because I understand there's some overheads in there as well and other activities like my share of diligent sort of services and etc.
That's correct. Just give me 2 seconds just to open that email up. My computer skills leave a lot to be desired. Here we go. So the mayoral support budget, as mentioned, was a total of $482,000. $330,000 of that is personnel costs and associated ACC premiums, etc. There is some overhead cost associated with just running the office, like physical footprint and so forth. And which is only about $3 or $4 grand, and then there's about 20 grand of admin costs, of which a good majority of those are overhead allocations. Over half of them are overhead allocations. Small budget within that for travel. We're talking about a few $1,000s as well. And then then included in that is the item that's been raised here is $125,000 for professional costs for external service providers. So it's pretty much, if you were to remove the overheads, it's pretty much the 3 staff plus a external provider.
Okay. Councillor Wilson, please move into debate.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. My only motivation, this is not about an individual, it's the office of the Mayor and just ensuring the ratepayers are getting value. I feel there's an opportunity in this time of economic stress that the mayoral office would use the existing communication and engagement team and save that $125,000 a year. But it's just an attempt to put the issue out there and to see if we couldn't save some money.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Obviously, the mover's entitled to put this up. I don't support it. In fact, I vehemently oppose it. Becoming Deputy Mayor has been a big education for me, and I think Martin will agree, the workload in that mayoral office is absolutely stunning. I've seen the Mayor work herself to a standstill. The volume of emails, inquiries, events that come into that mayoral office is mind-boggling. And the hours that the 2 staff and the consultant are currently working, I think, is unbelievable at the moment. The media advisor, as James has mentioned, doesn't just help the Mayor's office. She actually helps all of us with issues by by spotting things way ahead of time and dealing with issues. It actually works for all the elected members. The impact of the other comms staff, I think, is probably not really relevant because they are essentially there for the organisation. And it is a different thing working for the Mayor than the organisation. So I think the mayoral budget is as it is for very good reasons. It's a massive undertaking.
Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I won't be supporting the motion. Just as the Deputy Mayor said, it's a horrible way to say it, but this resource has also reached out to me and assisted me at times through my portfolio, and I've really appreciated that. And a couple of other things, I think, even when I didn't have too much support for the previous mayor, I did absolutely support him and Councillor Gallagher, who was deputy mayor at the time, on having the right resources to do the job. And I think that possibly had that happened, that things may have been a bit more smoother if he'd had the right people around him. I'm also considering at the moment the recent report from Peter Winder on the governance of Tauranga City Council, and one of the issues raised in that report was the lack of proper support and funding through the mayoral office. So this is something that I've always been very supportive of, regardless of who the mayor is. And I know that mayors are pulled in significant directions in any one day, and they really do need the support around them of a strong team.
Councillor Gallagher.
As a former deputy mayor, I think it's healthy that this is discussed, and as I alluded to before, I'd much rather these kind of conversations and scrutiny happens throughout the year, because I think it's quite concerning, and it's not just this. I mean, I was gently admonished by Richard around the swimming pools issue before, and I think it's unfortunate that you know, we get to the 12th hour and often, you know, even just the questions that have been asked now doesn't necessarily reflect well on us as a governance team. I'm not criticising Ewan in this, because he's very clear in terms of a particular resource, but kind of the flow of questions. And I would certainly say that the councillor's budget, the governor, Albert, is equally under public scrutiny. So during the year, whether it's through finance, that I think we should have a better idea of the structure, the operation, and an understanding. And I'll be quite blunt. My huge regret as Deputy Mayor, I couldn't persuade my good friend Andrew to get a chief of staff, Leanne and Co and James, and let alone this resource I'm open-minded about. But again, we're all obviously accountable, and I know I don't want to stray too much, but I'm deeply worried for Becca's part of this operation in terms of the huge pressure she's under it. So I think this conversation is good, it's open, but much rather would come through a committee during the year. Thank you.
Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate Councillor Wilson for bringing this to the table. I think this is a really open and transparent opportunity for us to actually bring such matters to the fore. I didn't know about this budget nor this position, and who knows, maybe I didn't need to know, but actually finding out more information about it has certainly been an eye-opener for me. I'm still unclear about the role, and the CEO description, it sounded to me more like a policy advisor rather than a PR consultant. To me, PR is about spin and the way we communicate. So I would actually be in favour of a briefing at a later date, just so that we can, so that I, for one, can really understand more clearly, you know, sort of after 5 on a Thursday, day 3 of deliberations is a really big call for me, but I'm undecided how I'm going to vote, but I would really appreciate an opportunity to explore this further. Thanks.
Councillor Bunting.
Thank you very much. Look, the mover of the motion mentioned in his debate, are the ratepayers getting value? And I think in this case, they really, really are. This mayor works every hour that God gives it. And so we need her to be strong in the face of the public, especially this year. You've seen in times of crisis where communities have needed a strong and clear, conversant leader. We've just been through COVID, and I frankly think that this mayor did a great job. Now, I know full well she didn't write all her speeches. Having written mayoral speeches in the past, and by their track record, not actually having been very good at it, and having seen more recent mayors perhaps in desperate need of a speechwriter, I'm really glad that this mayor had strong media advice during this. And also in these days, let's not beat around the bush, it's gotcha journalism out there. People in the public face need support around them. It's not ways to spin it, but it's just support. And it's a clear head. So there have been so many times in the past term where I said to the mayor, for heaven's sakes, get some help like this. I'm quite glad the mayor has got help like this.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I support not just the right, but the wisdom of Councillor Wilson in bringing up this area of expenditure now. I'm not going to support the motion, though, because the unfortunate thing for me is that this motion targets a particular person or position in the mayoral office, which I think if you were going to look at the expenditure, it would be fairer and better off to look at the overall level of expenditure. And I realise that it just asked for 125,000 to be cut off there, but it's clear, and from the statements, that we're talking about a particular position, and I don't think that's right for reasons like what Bunty's just talked about, the usefulness of that position to any mayor, not just this mayor. I agree with some of the comments that the former deputy mayor made about the last one. He could have used that help earlier, but he didn't. That's history, ancient history. So that's my reasoning for my vote now.
Thank you. I'll just add a little bit, and my great thanks to my team, because they are the team that helped me do a good job, absolutely 100%. Actually, I do write a few of my speeches, by the way, and I always inform all of my speeches, but without someone there to research and refine and bring it together, I don't know what I'd do, because there are at least 10 a week. In addition to that, the media releases, the media inquiries are huge. I would never be able to answer them. And look, imagine today, I've had several today, imagine how I could answer those. Whereas this person, as a media specialist, picks up those inquiries, leans into them, finds out what they need from me, and I can go to them. They don't do any spin for me. I pay somebody in the private sector for any spin that I want, and I do my own social media. But certainly, I think Jeff made a point of being ahead of, and James, ahead of issues. So I thank this person very, very much for alerting us to some potential problems in that letter about the flooding, for example, which I believe bring benefit to the whole council and to all of my colleagues as well. So look, I just want to say thank you to my team. They are the rock of my office. Thank you.
Well said.
We'll go to the vote. Oh, right of reply? Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, look, thanks, colleagues, for the constructive debate. My comments are that I note that chairs of committees and deputy chairs frequently get amazing and expert assistance from the public relations, the comms and engagement team after every committee meeting, and that those types of strategic public relations expertise is readily available in the organisation, and we have access to it. And I'm simply suggesting the mayoral office could avail themselves of the same expertise. My other comment is nowhere have I suggested or implied that there is not tremendous demands on the mayoral wing, nor have I suggested that the mayoral wing is not doing a capable job. I am, like all of you, simply trying to pursue options of finding savings while we're trying to avoid setting a very high and unpalatable rate rise.
Time, please.
I've opened the issue, and I'm happy with the result of the debate.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote, please. We're going to do some modelling.
Councillor Forsyth, thank you. The motion is lost, noting Councillor Wilson dissenting.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
He was in favour.
Yes. We're all fatigued.
So, councillors, we are only going to take grab a cup of tea and come back break, just to allow staff to put up the modelling. We're going to go into the modelling so we know where we're at. Then we're going to go back to the financial policies, financial strategy discussion. I understand Sean. And so Sean will step us through what's left what's remaining for us to cover off, so we'll get a sense of that after a 5-minute break.
Mayor Paula, what time are we going to finish tonight, please? Because, I mean, I'm feeling really tired and I know my decision making is suffering as because of it. Are we able to take a vote on going to a lay day? I don't want to be here till 9 o'clock.
We're planning to finish at 8:30 at this point in time, and we'll discuss that after we've got through the financial modelling. Thank you.
Will we be breakfast at 8:30 a.m.?
I'm sure you share my aspiration not to have the reserve day come into being, which is next Tuesday. And that has implications for some people who might not be able to make it. So let's see if we can progress. So where we've actually done some really good work. So I want to get Sean to show you some scenarios, financial modelling scenarios that are a result of the decisions that we've made. That's number one. I'll probably move one of those scenarios to get it on the table for discussion. Number two, I picked up some desire to talk about targeted rates, OPEX, something else. What was it? So I will ask you if there's anything that we haven't considered that you wanted to discuss. And we've got a few matters after that to discuss, which is development contributions. Oh, and then we'll make a decision on the financial strategy, and then we'll look at some other considerations, which is development contributions, consultation, and those sort of matters that are on your agenda. Councillor Maxine.
Potentially hearing from the CEO about whether there are any other creative ways that we could be thinking about additional revenue.
That's fine. You're absolutely entitled to ask that. Councillor McPherson.
I'm just not sure whether you're aware of something that I've given General Manager Sean about a way of looking at the targeted versus general rate, or what might be included on what side.
Yep.
Whether you meant that you'd covered that. Yeah.
No, I did. I think I did mention we would discuss targeted rates, and that will come up in there.
It was,
let's look at the modelling first, because you know it may not be. It might be better than you think. I hope.
My suggestion would still apply to what I think he might be telling us.
Yeah, that's okay. Right.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So just in terms of the scenario, the modelling based on the decisions that have happened so far over the 2 days, the first two graphs on the left and right, this is what was in the report to start with the basically based on the staff recommendations. So then if we go down to the next two graphs, which have the heading of current position. So this is if we left the initial rates increase at the total rates equivalent of 11.3% in that first year, based on the decisions that you've made over the last 2 days. You can see that the debt to revenue peaks at 271% in 2024. So that was it was peaking at 280% when we started the 2 days. So based on the decisions that you've made to trim and defer and various other things, you've created that debt capacity. Balancing the books there would be in 2025 on the right-hand side. So then if we keep scrolling down to the next scenario. So this scenario is what's been modelled if you wanted to, get the lowest rates you could in year one and to push that debt capacity back up to 280%. So this has a total first year rates of 8.9%. And then that would have our debt to revenue peaking in 2024 at 280%. And if you look across to the balancing the books, you can see that the balancing the books would happen in 2027, where you'd have a $12 million surplus. And then we've also looked at an additional scenario which was sort of somewhere in between, which had a first year total rates increase of 9.5%. And what that would mean is you wouldn't eat up all of the debt capacity. So you would see debt to revenue peaking at 278% in 2024. So a bit shy of the LGFA limits, and 277% in 2026. And then from a balancing the books point of view, the books would be balanced in 2026. So relative to the 8.9% example, the books are balanced a year earlier, and there's a little bit of debt capacity still in there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for clarity? I'm very tempted to just put support in for the 8.9 scenario without moving it at the moment, but just to get it on the table for a base for, will you second that, Councillor? So we'll move that the, 1 minute, just put it on the table, that 8.9 and as in scenario number 2 or however you be put on the table. Let's go to questions anyway, and I am mindful of that there are some questions about other opportunities. So, Councillor Hamilton.
Just for clarity, you just showed us 3 or 2 scenarios? It was all quite blurry.
I showed four sets of graphs in total. The first one was what was in the staff report.
Okay, so the first one was
base.
The baseline is what was in the staff report, so ignore that, essentially. So then that current position is 11.3% rates. The next one is 8.9% rates, and the next one is 9.5% rates.
Oh, so the 11.9 we balanced the books in 4 years.
11.3, yeah.
4 years balance the books.
So that's holding the same rates position, but reflecting all the changes we've made from the last 2 days to this point. And then we've got the other two. We want to maximise the next one's 8.9%, which is to basically lower the rates down as far as we can without breaching your debt to revenue. And then the last one is somewhere in the middle, which gives you a little bit of capacity in debt to revenue and balances your books 1 year earlier than the 8.9% one.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just make a further comment? So this is, when we're talking about these percentage rates increases, this is talking about the total level of rates increase. And as sort of Councillor McPherson alluded to, there's a discussion to be had about what portion of those would be part of general rate versus targeted rates or other rates which aren't called targeted rates.
Separate rates. Separate ring-fenced rates.
Right, let's take some questions. Let's not...
Budget rates.
Time, councillors. Let's get on with it. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, just 2 questions. So, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, at this point have indicated a preference for the 8.9. Is that right?
Yeah, out of the scenarios.
Scenario, yeah. Secondly, having said that, we remind ourselves the 8.9, that's inclusive of the targeted rate and is averaged out. Some properties will be impacted differently relative to the...
It depends on how you choose to structure the targeted rates.
Right. Okay, thank you.
But it's inclusive of the targeted rates.
So at this level, it doesn't make a difference how you structure it, because effectively it's the reflection overall. Yeah.
Okay. Any question? Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, thank you. I've just been wandering around in my head, which is a really colourful place to be. I'm just trying to remember, we're talking about balancing the books. Okay, so in layman's terms, balancing the books is living within our means, i.e. collecting enough rate money to do what we want to do without having to borrow. Now, many years I'm hearing we actually did better than we expected, Can you tell me the positive and negative, the last time we actually didn't come in over zero? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, this last year we didn't.
Okay, the year before and the year before and the year before, we all...
So we've always, because of the way the balancing the books has, we've always come in better than we have budgeted.
Yes.
But without having to go back and look at the actual details. But last year, for example, we didn't come in and balance our books, and obviously because we didn't get all the revenue due to COVID.
Yeah.
But we always have done better than we thought compared to budget, and that's because we've always brought in a lot more revenue through fees and charges than what we'd originally budgeted for.
So I'm purely contextualising this, and are we budgeting right? You know, I mean, we're working really hard, as you know, to get it under, and due to your wonderful work, we seem to through most of the time.
Yeah, so we do our best to budget exactly as we can. We will reflect, like the starting position for the budget is always a ground-up build where we consider all the relevant factors and we consider the prior year performance. So we never go back to the budget for year zero, we go back to the end result for year zero. So we always reflect in the great performance we've done. But we also have to be honest and reflect the factors we know. And at the point in time we're doing the budget, some things we just don't know. Like, for example, fees and charges in the building arena. for example. Based on growth projections, one elected member might argue that we always undercook them, but ultimately we do our best to reflect those. Then reality hits. But they always get baked in, the higher numbers, into as our starting position for the 10-year plan from the previous year. So we always reflect all the good work that's been done. But we bring some honesty to the assessments to make sure we don't overcook it.
And I'm not trying any jiggery pokery or anything like that, but I'd be really interested to see a graph of the previous 5 years like this as to what we budgeted and how we actually ended up coming in. But thanks. I don't want to go tangent on that one.
No, that's all right. I'm just to say that this is questions for clarity on what's been presented.
Yeah, okay.
Scenarios,
Yeah, no,
because
thanks.
I know we still have debate about the financial strategies to have. I'm aware so far that people have raised a conversation about what we do with the targeted rates, a conversation about OPEX. Maxine's raised a generalised question about whether there's any other smart way to achieve some savings. So all of those are issues. Is there anything else I've missed in terms of what people have brought to the...
Is there
No.
other cuts if you choose to wish to reduce it below the 8.9%?
What?
Other cuts if you want to go below 8.9%?
Oh yeah, no, that's why I said it.
Okay.
That was Maxine's question.
Okay.
So at least you know that I've heard that request for that discussion. Okay, I'm not trying to lose it. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. My question to staff is, if we went with the 8.9, I see we hit the 280 in 2026. Could you just tell me what quantum of borrowing capacity could we fund if we were hit by another black swan event and or any negative outcome of any litigations? I.e., what do we have for a second repeat of a rainy day?
So I was about to say, but Tracy might correct me, that if we took our debt to revenue limit up to its maximum of 280%, that we wouldn't have debt capacity in that year for other unplanned events.
Apart from, I do have a facility that we have on hand for that we have with a separate bank that I pay for to have on hold. So while I wouldn't be able to go and borrow any more money from LGFA, we do have a secondary facility that we could use if we needed to.
60 million.
That's $60 million.
The figures here, just remind me, doesn't include any buffer for a second run of COVID or any other black swan event. Could you just confirm that to me?
Can I get a direct answer to that question? Does the budget have capability for an unforeseen like that, like COVID was to us this time?
So, as I just mentioned, we could use the $60 million facility that we have currently, but no, if it stays at this limit, then there is, if I wanted to borrow from LGFA, then no, I wouldn't be able to borrow any more money if we got all the way up and spent all of that money at that point in time.
Can I talk to reality as well? Right?
Yeah, I was just going to
in terms of how it works, and not necessarily saying your question's not real, Councillor Ewan, it's the fact that what generally happens is, firstly, we don't have to borrow from LGFA. We can exceed our debt to revenue ratio. Our cost of borrowings will increase, so it's not efficient or effective. In the event of an emergency, we can also choose to reprioritise our capital program and not spend money on various parts of the program as well. So when it comes to a real event like that, a black swan event, we have the ability to stop what we're doing, put pause on various things and so forth. This time around we chose not to do that because we had the capacity to continue. Our worst case scenario in this situation, if we didn't have the balance sheet capacity, we'd have to create it by not investing in various infrastructure projects.
Thank you.
That answers the question. Thank you. Are there any more questions for clarity? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I wonder if it would be possible for the staff to just do the scenario where we were able to balance our books immediately in order to get an idea of what the rate increase would need to be. And the second scenario would be to follow my suggested motion, which is currently on the table, and that is to balance the books before the 1st of July 2022, and what the rate increase would need to be. And the reason I'm asking that is, one, to give us a heads up as to what the rates would need to be for us to be immediately living within our means, and living within our means from 2022. And it might also give us a basis on the things that we still need to look at in terms of OPEX and other areas which we may be able to reduce that would have an immediate impact on that rate, that either of those two rate increases.
Sorry, Councillor Rob, can I just ask a couple of questions? So that's without changing any operating or capital at all, just based on what we've just done today?
Leaving it as it is, but taking out the deficits that you've currently got on those.
Okay, but
look, I'm not saying that that's where we'll land, but I'm just getting an idea of what the rate increase needs to be.
We understand the question.
Thank you. But my next question is, you've just asked us for it to bounce immediately, and then you've said by July 2022. They're one and the same thing, because your first year is July 2022.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm just checking.
Okay, it's late in the day for me.
That you are asking for it to be at the end of the first year?
That one then,
Okay, thank you.
Which means that we would be, we would run at a balancing our books deficit for this current year, but not the following year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right,
sorry.
let's get that, but meanwhile, let's not stop our discussion. So you're going to model that for us?
Can I ask some other questions while that's being done? The other question just follows on from Councillor Ewan. If we were at our maximum, our 280%, and we borrowed from the bank, what would that potentially have an impact on our borrowing rates from LGFA if we had exceeded our limit? And I'll also ask that question along the lines of, could it impact also our S&P credit rating?
Yep, so I'll repeat that again. So firstly, if we breach our debt to revenue targets, firstly, if we forecast to breach our targets, it doesn't make a difference to LGFA. It might make a difference to Standards and Poor's, but LGFA is about the real at a point in time. If we breach them and we don't have a plan to return, they'll probably ask us to reborrow from the market and leave LGFA. That's probably what will happen then. If we go to the market, we'll probably be paying 0.5 of a point more.
0.5%.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
0.5%.
Yeah. Extra in the market. Okay. We probably won't necessarily be able to get the terms we're after as well, but you know, the length of the term we borrow as well.
There's big financial risks out there for us.
Oh, absolutely.
And reputational risk if we exceed, at any point of time exceed that debt to revenue ratio, whatever it might be in a year.
So firstly, it's not something I'd recommend, but I would say in the event of a black swan emergency, you have to consider all your options. Secondly, in the event of a black swan emergency, I'd suggest your reputation would be more adversely impacted if you just let it hit the ground and didn't do anything about it. So a response would be expected.
So headroom is still important, as it was when we did the last financial strategy. You'll remember we were 230 when the maximum was 250, wasn't it?
Yep. So headroom is appropriate. The other option that we do have is we do have in our debt to revenue, we are treating separately and as a worst case scenario because of the add back of the endowment fund. For our perspective, that does provide capacity in the short term as well. So our measure of debt to revenue is a lot more aggressive than LGFA's measure of debt to revenue as well. So we have that capacity. So we'll be a little bit more uptight than they were for a little bit longer until we absorb that. Then they'll become a bit more uptight.
And Richard, I'm not sure if you mentioned the fact that the LGFA would come here and work with us for a 3-month period, so we'd have enough time to make decisions to reduce our spending.
Yeah. But that's a key point. Reducing our spending is the option. We would have to halt our spend.
Yeah. Okay. So potential black swan events would be another wave of COVID next year. and maybe a major slip or something on the river or in the city?
Yeah, so
are they the sort of events that...
Sorry, can we all be in the same debate
Sean and
together?
Dave. Yeah, sorry, it's hard to hear. That's all. Yeah.
And we need to all...
Yeah.
We're all in the same debate.
Yeah. So,
are they the Black Swan events that we've got absolutely no control over?
Well, generally a Black Swan event is a little bit more unpredictable, but I suggest a pandemic of some variety, some sort of global recession as a consequence of that. I'd say anything that requires it relates to infrastructure would actually be looking to make sure our insurable aspects are covered. And
Black Swan event?
no, it's more like a Black Pukeko event. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Maybe of David or Tracy, because we've been trying to explore this conversation about to push for balancing the books, which I do want to do, and the use of debt, and obviously LGFA have allowed this greater debt capacity, and especially because of the circumstances and high growth. What's your view? What is the most important mechanism for future proofing, debt or balancing our books sooner? I'm not trying to be leading about it, I'm just trying to understand. We've been given this opportunity for debt.
So I've been involved with LGFA. I'm on the Shareholders Council, as you know, and part of the conversation that we were having was recognising that high growth councils were really facing some high cost headwinds in terms of not only growth but compliance and maintenance of ageing infrastructure. So the thinking behind lifting the debt to revenue was two things. One was that the LGFA has been around for over a decade now and understands the behaviour of the local government sector, so has a lot more confidence in the ability to repay. And secondly, high growth councils, they felt that the limits didn't support the challenges that high growth councils are going through. Debt isn't a bad thing unless it's wasted money, right? So we're talking about not only looking after our current ratepayers, but our future ratepayers. And so debt is that intergenerational equity aspect to make sure that all of our ratepayers, current and future, who benefit from our spend, get to pay for that spend. So thoughtful debt is really good. And
okay, thank you. I just wanted to get your input into that. Councillor Thompson.
I was just interested in what impact if for Peacock would have in terms of so moving the HIF to an if. And it might, we don't know how much it would be or if that would happen, but just interested in what impact it would have.
I think that's a Blair question, is it? So Blair, can you please answer the question you didn't listen to? The HIF to an if on peacocks.
Yeah.
Just the financial impact if we were to get a HIF agreement in place for HIF at peacocks. If we get a HIF.
If we get a
I actually don't even know if I paraphrased the question right anymore.
So at the very highest level, what it would do would shift a level of debt away from council's balance sheet into an off-balance sheet structure. It would obviously result in a charge that would be payable by the properties in the Peacock area on an annual basis of an amount that could be in the vicinity of $1,000 to $1,500. There would be some accounting treatment in relation to how the current HIF loan is treated because of the zero interest rate, but effectively for this table it creates debt capacity, and then council either can use that debt capacity to lower the debt to revenue ratio once that occurs, or to introduce some new projects that may benefit the Peacock area or other growth areas of the city, or some combination. But ultimately the key point to remember is we are transferring the cost of those assets to a different mechanism which will still charge the community in Peacock. And the development contributions levies would also reduce correspondingly because that's been picked up by the SPV charge. So it has a favourable impact on our books, but to the community as a whole, it's a different way of paying for the same assets.
Okay. Thank you. No,
And I think it's probably the final thing I'd say is it's framed around recycling our debt, if you think of it that way. It's potentially a different way for council to utilise its balance sheet to then go and spend the money in different areas or to create capacity.
Okay, thank you. I understand you've got the modelling that Councillor Pascoe asked for. Please.
Yeah, thank you, I do. So, councillors, if you wanted to balance the books in that first year, it would be a 16.5% overall rates increase. What that does do, though, as you can imagine, and we talked about the whole, how it rolls into each thing, that means in year 3 we're down at a 254% a debt to revenue ratio. So obviously that big increase in that first year, we see the benefits of that rolling out. That is making sure that the 4.9% is in years 2 to 10 and thereafter, so it takes into consideration both of those things.
And we're in surplus in 2023, are we?
Yes.
So instead of those other years below the line, we're above the line right through the 10-year plan.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so in actual fact, it's not so much year 1, it's year 2 where that rate increase actually has to
kick in and push it, bring it up. Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillors, we're going to stop for some dinner. Any clarity on the questions that you want to ask about targeted rates, OPEX or other savings would be useful. And then we'll come straight back in there and do that. We'll move to the financial strategy so we can move that forward. We've had a lot of conversation related to it now before we go into the other considerations. And I'm confident that if we do that in that order and we stick to the basics, we should be done by 8:30, and then we won't have that separate day. Let's go and shall we come back at 22, which is a 40-minute dinner break?
Could we have a printout of those scenarios while is that possible?
Yep, absolutely.
Please.
All right, councillors, we're adjourned to 7 with your leave, a little bit of a shortened dinner break. I'm assuming that you'd rather do that than go longer, yeah?
We might need a little bit of extra time depending on the stuff. Yeah, we haven't got the other questions yet.
Am I on? Okay. That was Ryan. He's got, was it? Was it? Was it you? Was you, Ryan? I saw you do it. Was it you?
Isn't that guy over there a farmer?
That's quite impressive, Angela. You're a woman. Okie doke. Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Welcome back, Zoom people, Zoomland people. Let's move. This is the order, so we understand where we're going. We're going to now come back to the financial strategy motions. I've got one up, seconded by Deputy Mayor, and there is an amendment. Okay, so we're going to put that up first. Then I will ask you if there's anything else you would like to bring back to the table once you've seen the outcome of the modelling. Is there anything? And remember, we're not doing this item by item. This is just exception things. Or if you have a couple of ideas that you wanted to ask, and I've heard questions pitched at the Chief Executive around OPEX, around any other ways of softening the blow, and we are then going to talk about the targeted rates. And there are some ideas around the targeted rates. Yeah, I see you, Ryan, so I'll come to you. And then we'll talk about the easy stuff around the consultation, the process, the timing, who would be involved in drafting the document, etc. After that, we'll look at the DC policy, which is fairly high level direction for staff to come back to in February. We've got a bit to go through the same thing around the high level growth funding policy. All of these things we get to look at again, remember. This will then form that we'll do the final thing, and then we will embrace it going out to public for further consultation. Councillor Hamilton, question.
Consistency, the purpose of what we've been doing with the government mandated compliance targeted rate is to identify the external pressure on us.
Yes.
And whilst I agree that the overall increase is 8.9%, I would rather we say that a rate increase of 4 point whatever and 4 point da-da-da, rather than saying 8.9, because I think it's really important our messaging to the community.
Yeah, I agree. So I agree that that's there. I'm just going to move it for the purposes of setting a budget line. We can, once we've had the discussion about targeted rates, there may be enough approval for us to amend that in line with the conversation about targeted rates, right?
Okay.
Isn't that right, Sean? So if everyone's in agreement with that way of thinking, obviously we'll have to reflect it in here before we do the final adoption of that for the purposes of consultation. It's all a bit.
Brian's just raised.
Yes.
In the final. Okay,
yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So this is just for the purpose.
Okay.
I'm moving it. Deputy Mayor Taylor's seconding it for the purpose of setting that budget base from which we're having our conversations. So. Yep.
You mentioned going through getting this sorted out, then going through things by exception, etc. But I was wondering if we could look at the just change the order of the OPEX and stuff and get all the unasked questions done before we go back and into revisiting what we've just been over for the last 2 days.
Pardon me, say again.
Just in the order of proceedings tonight, wondering if we could, you mentioned that we were going to go through and then we were going to pull out exceptions from what we've discussed over the last couple of days.
Hopefully not, but...
Yeah, hopefully not. That's what I was going to say. Could we do the questions to the CEO about that beforehand?
At the same time?
Yeah. At the same time, is it?
It'll be a wash-up of, is there anything else you want to consider?
Okay. No, good as would.
Okay, so I've moved and Deputy Mayor Taylor has seconded, and all I just, I will talk to it at the end when it becomes the final when we're looking to adopt it. But, you know, obviously, we've done a lot of work over the last 2 days to go from something else to this. And we have pretty much turned over every stone on our journey. And each of us has had to sacrifice some things that we ourselves personally supported. We've had to defer some things that we'd rather not defer, and that's the nature of the game in the times that we are in. I've landed on this because I'm more comfortable with debt, but I still would like to balance the books, and I am mindful of the impact on ratepayers. So I'm not going to go into any further debate because we'll have a final debate later, shortly. Okay. Councillor Taylor, anybody want to say anything or questions on that? There is an amendment.
My amendment is now up there, and I just want to explain it. I have moved, and I hope I have the support of Councillor Wilson, because I haven't had a chance to discuss it with him. But I have moved my 260 to 280. And that currently fits in with the 8.9%, reducing to 260, and both of those limits are achievable according to the graph that we have got for the 8.9%. But what I'm looking for, which is not consistent with that, is that I'm now advocating or now wishing that we balance our books. Instead of 2022, I'm happy to move it over 1 year to 2023, in which case I'm either looking for a higher than 8.9% rate, either whether it's first or second year, or a reduction in OPEX costs. And I have indicated to staff one of the areas that I'd like some feedback from the CEO and staff on. Two items that I have indicated, and I think we'll get a chance to talk about that going forward. So my plan is largely to fit in with the 8.9%, but try to get those books balanced earlier. Yep.
So we're not debating it, so that's good.
Yep.
So everybody understands the two. We'll just ask some questions about those. Councillor McPherson.
So, question absolutely about what the difference is from the staff point of view there, because I heard you say, Rob, or you might want to answer this, that initially you want to keep with the 8.9 in this changed version of the amendment here, but now you're saying that could be more. So it's not very definite.
It could be achieved if we could reduce the OPEX costs.
So
OPEX costs that we've got in the base budget.
So you'd be talking about having another go for them tonight?
No, not at the ones we've looked at, but certainly items like personnel. And I know that Richard has previously indicated that there are other areas of the budget that he has been putting some close scrutiny on, and I'm not sure where the reimagining savings are currently in that base budget on page 69.
Okay.
So I'm looking at whether there's an opportunity to reduce those
we need more
costs.
advice from staff.
We do. We're not into debate because it's started.
I'm still explaining.
We'll get some. I think Dave's questions of staff of the implications of this. You've set out your intent, and we are going to go into asking about the OPEX shortly. So staff, in terms of what Councillor Pascoe has put there, the amended with the 280 and the 2023. What would the starting rates increase be like for this year?
That's we said that number before, wasn't it? 16.5%. And to balance books in year one.
4.9 thereafter.
And then 4.9 thereafter.
But sorry.
But this would actually reduce that rate from 16.5.
Because it's balancing the books a year later for that.
Because we're balancing the books in 2023.
So could you calculate that for us, please?
So can I just have a generalised comment here? So there's an inconsistency between the two resolution, the motion and the amendment. So the first motion is complete, and all the changes required to be successful in that motion have been put through. So effectively, given what we've done to date, that works. In the case of the amendment, is that it sort of leaves a degree of incompleteness in that it doesn't provide the guidance in terms of how we're going to achieve that. So For me, for that to be a complete amendment, we'd need a C which lists or another digit before those ones probably, which provides the context for how we achieve that.
Okay, well, maybe that should be what the rate increase would need to be.
So just to clarify, that 16.5% in year one was actually to get the balance the books in year two, because it's actually year two that was the higher. So for me to get that year two above it, because your question was to get the balancing the books going forward,
Yep.
you actually have to go higher in the first year to get the revenue to pull it up in the second year to meet it. So it doesn't matter
So
if
it
you're
is
doing year one or year
16.5.
two, the 16.5 has to be done in year one to make both of those things happen.
Okay.
Okay. So are there any other questions?
I'm just surprised at what the difference is between the two, 8.9 and 16.5, as a one only charge to, but anyway, if that's the way the model works out, it is.
The difference is you've got cumulative, you still have 5 years with the cumulative balance the book deficits in the context of the first scenario, but in your one, you basically have to cover all of those deficits up front to make it happen, which is Tracy's point.
And remember the rule of thumb, 1% is about $1.9 million.
Yeah, okay. Well, if we have to complete my amendment, then it will have to be in at 16.5.
Or the other alternative is in Appendix 17, there's a list of level of service items that all, in my view, have equal weighting that you could select from to provide the context for that, to not to maintain the rates increase as it currently is in the first motion, but you'd have to select the items, which is another bigger debate as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Your Worship, a point of clarity.
Yes, certainly. Can you move that office, please?
I feel a little bit strange because I'm trying to have a conversation with the mover of the amendment, because I haven't had total optics as to the potential C. For example, I do not support a 16.5% rate increase, and so I wouldn't be prepared to second the amendment on that basis. What I do agree is with point A, and I wonder for practicality, could we not separate those things out, or is that just too complicated?
Point A can stand alone, Councillor Ewan.
Point A is consistent with the Mayor's motion anyway. I don't know why the Mayor's motion has got the 300% in, because these graphs suggest that we're going to be nowhere near the 300%.
Is for legal reasons, isn't it, or policy reasons?
Well,
it's yeah.
That's correct, Councillor Dave.
Yeah. It's given, we do.
It's not saying we're going there.
No, it's not saying we're going there, but it maintains the buffer that we've always had, but gives us the capacity.
but our policy, aren't we developing in our motion what our self-imposed limit is? We've always done that in the past. That while we know the law says it's 300%, we have set our own self-imposed policy for the debt, for our debt to revenue ratio.
We could in this case reduce the self-imposed limit down. That's entirely up to the mover of the motion. I mean, it doesn't make a difference to the outcome, because we're not suggesting we're going to add more in.
I think at the moment we've got that 230 and 250. We've got a buffer anyhow. This is a buffer. It's the same thing, isn't it? Same concept about having a buffer. I'm comfortable with the buffer. We know that the 8.9% is based on 280 actual, but we're setting, like Dave says, the threshold of 300. Okay. Okay, Councillor Wilson, you got another question?
So just so I'm clear, you're not prepared to move the 300 to 280. Councillor Pascoe, are you prepared just for A to stand on its own, in which case I'm happy to second it? If not, then I guess I need to withdraw.
Yeah. My biggest concern is around B, is around balancing the books. To me, that's and that will in turn sort out the debt to revenue ratio. If we
So
don't balance our books.
So the key difference here is exactly when the books get balanced. But my understanding is that all the decisions that we've made today, it wouldn't be possible to balance the books any earlier. We have to start taking some shares to some stuff.
Thank you. Say that. Well done.
What?
Yep, spot on.
Okay, look, we can't go around and churn. We've got two different ideologies around this. For the purposes of budget conversations, we're going to move them, not for adoption, that comes after we've had the next set of conversations, but I'd like to propose we take a vote on which one.
Can I ask a question, please, Mayor Paul?
Off you go, Margaret.
Thank you. Just a question to, I'm not sure who. Do we have to set a self-imposed limit, debt limit?
No, we
The
don't.
reason I ask that is because we've done that, I'm a councillor, I've been a part of in the past, and actually it set ourselves up for some difficulty because when unforeseen circumstances or even we just needed to spend beyond our self-imposed limit politically, I mean, Andrew King took out advertising on billboards, etc., saying that we've broken promises. So I'm very mindful of that. Sometimes you can't read into the future and you have to go beyond or back on some of the things that seemed like a good idea at a certain point in time. So my question is, do we really need to self-impose if we already have an LGFA limit?
Yep, so in this case, you're absolutely correct, we do not need to do it. In the case of the motion by the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor, the self-imposed limit is at that level anyway, so it makes no here or there difference. The aspect of that resolution that's most important is row B, which talks to the rates increase. That makes the biggest impact on everything, and effectively the outcome is everything else.
I'd just like to say as the mover, however, that having that limit in there, in that financial strategy statement is helpful because it communicates with the public our tolerance for debt. That's why I don't want to remove it.
Oh, it's complete, having it there, absolutely.
Councillor Hamilton.
No further questions, Your Honour.
Okay.
Your Honour.
Oh my God, I've got all names today. Okay, so look, we're going to, we got the motion, you got the amendment. Now, remember,
No,
we don't have an amendment.
Essentially, Your Worship, as I've said, and I'll repeat myself again, I'm not prepared to second the amendment if the amendment involves. I understand and I respect Councillor Pascoe's position, but I'm not prepared to accept 16.5.
So the amendment lapses for, thank you, the amendment lapses for want of a seconder. So we've got the other votes. You can vote for it or you can vote for against it, but it's for setting the budget. And then we're going to go on to the next really useful bit of conversation is there anything we would change in what we've... Huh? No, it's still up. It's up from before. Okay, we're going to go to the vote on this, please. The vote for setting the budget limits. We're going to the vote. Oh, sorry.
Most people want to get home. There's no quorum, there's no proof anyone else was here.
Okay, we're going to go into debate, and as the mover, what I will say is the council into further debt. So this isn't a complacency about debt. I wouldn't want to use debt unnecessarily, but we're in really difficult times and we have to use the tools that we've got. I do want to balance the books and I want to balance them really tomorrow if I could, but I'm also being pragmatic and reasonable that I can't do that and give effect to all the wellbeing outcomes that councillors have been speaking about over the last 2 days and we've been deciding upon. So this is the starting point for the budget. I'm happy to move. Any further debate? Councillor Hamilton?
Yes, Your Worship.
Yes, as well.
Okay, well, hang on. I'm on Councillor Hamilton and then Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. Look, happy to support this to move things along. I think there's still a lot of water to go under the bridge. We've still got to flex. We've still got to go to the community. We've still got room to adjust. But I think the parameters that we're starting to land on are not unreasonable. A 4.9% council-related increase, given that we dropped 1% last year, actually kind of puts us at about the right spot. So happy to perform my vote in this direction.
That was very eloquent, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I don't, thank you, Mayor Paul. I don't disagree with the thrust of Councillor Ryan's comments at all. My only commentary is we're setting the wrong example by saying we are reserving the right to go up to a 300% debt to revenue ratio. It shows a lack of financial discipline, and I would advise against it. But the balance of his narrative is not unreasonable, but I cannot support the motion when it's saying we're prepared to go to 300%. My understanding in some of the informal discussions we'd had, it was going to be 280. I note with interest what we've landed on today is roughly 280. Why wouldn't we want to set some discipline to show the community that we can live within our means?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Forsyth.
Mayor Paula, have we not got 5 minutes for this particular debate? Which
No, final, when we adopt it.
Yeah.
When we adopt it, you can give your 5 minutes. Carry on, please. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'm not going to be supporting this motion tonight for a couple of reasons. I'm uncomfortable with a 300% debt cap, whether it's LGFA sanctioned or not. And I'm definitely unhappy with the 8.9% increase for year 2021-22. I don't think we've actually worked hard enough and made tough enough decisions. I think there's more that we could have done, and I'm sorry I just couldn't convince councillors of that direction of travel, and at the end of the day I'm not supportive of this hike.
Thank you. And Councillor McPherson.
I think it's good governance to minimise costs, and I think everyone around this table and on Zoom land has contributed to that over the last 2 days. But it's also good government to prepare for eventualities that there is a chance of happening. And we've just been through a year, if anything, that should show us we need to have some headroom in our fiscal policy. We need to have the ability to move quickly without breaking policies, breaking agreements. It's good, it's pragmatic policy to allow for room. It doesn't mean to say you're going to use that room to move up unless something unforeseen happens. It could be that we have a black swan event, or, as Councillor Hamilton put it, a black pukeko event. Seriously, we'd be crazy not to do that. We're on 8.9% total, and that's made up of a large chunk of government compliance costs. So it's not all. We've cut significantly into council
You'll have
business.
another go. Time at this.
Thank you.
Councillor
Only 18
Pascoe.
seconds.
Supporting the motion, and I won't go over what's already been discussed, but what I will focus on is comparing the current LTP with the draft LTP in terms of balancing our books. In the first 5 years of this LTP, of the existing LTP, we would have repaid debt from surpluses of $71 million. The current draft suggests for the next LTP, we will be borrowing $49 million. So when you add the two together in terms of what our increased debt will be at the end of the first 5 years of this LTP, we will have borrowed we will be $120 million more in debt than we would have been with the continuation of the existing LTP. And that is a real concern to me. There's $120 million worth of debt, which has just gone because we haven't been able to balance our books. 49 million of it will be this current LTP. So there is a wake-up call here, and I do appreciate our concerns over an 8.9% rate increase, but the reality is either the cost of running this council is too high and we need to bring the cost back, or we need to take a real courageous position, and that is go to the market with what the rate should actually be.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
I just want to frame what we're arguing about, or what we're talking about here at the moment. We're trying to put a draft 10-year plan out to the community of Kirikiriroa Hamilton. That's all we're doing. We're doing our very best to do to represent what we want, what we don't want, and how we're reacting to the current world situation. It would be remiss of councillors to say we haven't worked hard enough, because every single one of us has taken stuff out and put stuff in. We've all, I think, through some pretty good chairing, have got to a point. Yep, we could flaff around with rats and mice till the cows come home, but it's just about time for the public to have a say. If they don't want that much debt, they will tell us and we will listen. If they don't want those higher rates, they will tell us and we will listen. If they don't want this or that, they will tell us and we will listen, but that time has yet to come.
Thank you. Any further discussion? No, we'll go to the vote. Remember, this is for the purposes of setting a budget. It's not adopting it at this point in time.
Councillor Kesh, thank you. The motion is carried, noting Councillor Wilson and Forsyth are dissenting via Zoom, and Councillor Naidoo-Ralph is in support.
Thank you. Right, councillors, true to my word, we have the opportunity to consider whether there's anything, say, Mark, you're absolutely right, we've put in, we've put out, we've spoken from the heart, we've been pragmatic, we've done all of that. Is there anything you want to bring to the table? And I know, for example, Rob, you have some questions around OPEX, which I'd be like to hear from.
Should we not be doing my proposed motion for how the 8.9%?
We're doing that next. At the moment, I'm just looking at if there's anything that could potentially make a difference to the amount of rates.
To the 8.9 total. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Pascoe, would you like to perhaps lead out with your questions around OPEX?
Yes, I had two that I wanted to focus on, and I'm sure there are more, but on page 69 is table 31 is a list of statement of revenue and expense. And the main one I want to focus on is personnel. And personnel expenses in that first year have been increased by 8% in year one. And then they seem to slot back into about 3 to 4% increases throughout the remainder of the long-term plan. And I note, going back and looking at the 2018 long-term plan, we had a 12.7% increase in personnel expenses in that first year. And so, look, I'm sure that there is some rationale behind it, but it seems to me, and I'd like to know why in the first year of the LTP we have such a substantial, and it's around 7 million, a substantial cost in personnel expenses.
I'm going to ask Tracy to respond to that, because she has all the numbers at her fingertips.
Thanks. Thank you for your question, Councillor Rob. So there's quite a few things that make up our staff and that personnel line. So if we just kind of go through some of them, there's things like training, there's recruitment, there's health and safety, and all of those types of things. And as we've heard over the course of the last 2 days, some of those areas are increasing. The other thing is specific to the actual staff increases itself. So we have an increase, a REM increase for our staff baked in those numbers, but there's also an increase in staffing itself, so increased personnel and people. Most of those are actually become offset in the revenue space. So that's where, and I talk about this a lot at the Finance Committee as well, while some of the costs are increasing, we're also getting the matching revenue to come in to offset it. So it does look fundamentally, if you go line by line through things like admin and personnel and things like that, like it looks higher, but if you actually look at the revenue, you'll notice that the revenue line is also higher as well. As opposed, as far as going year on year on year, basically what the staff have done is asked for obviously that additional increase, and then by default, all you're seeing year after year is obviously the increase for staff remuneration year after year, and slight increases to our professional training or something like that. But there's no actual ask for staff and then the following years. So that's why it kind of looks like it does.
So why does it happen in year one of both, if I look at both those 10-year plans,
yep.
the substantial increase appears to be in year one, and then it seems to be set at the 4%.
I guess it's the nature of what we're doing in the sense that we do this budget every 3 years, so it's our opportunity as staff to relook at our resourcing requirements, look at what we're doing as the program of work and making sure we're resourced up for that. So we do come, I guess, during the annual plan and ask for some increases, but probably not in the whole end-to-end, relooking at everything that we're doing and asking for that biggest change. So that's the reason why you're seeing in each of those 3 years, and I would expect you to do that.
So there's no scope for any re-look at those,
There is already the vacancy factor, so the next question as far as efficiency savings and things like that, all of that is baked in. So as part of this this particular line that you're looking at here, the vacancy factor is locked into that. The rest of the efficiency savings, based on the $94 million that was in the last LTP, is also baked in the administration line. So those are already in the base budget that we've got.
So unfortunately, my colleagues won't have seen the second question, but it was about the reimagining savings and where they actually are in the budget.
Before then, because I think that's a good question about reimagining, are there any ways in which to limit the increase to personnel costs? You've baked in a pay increase.
Yep.
That big step increase, as you say, I'm asking you, is there any way to reduce personnel costs within this organisation? You already have a freeze on new positions, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to, sorry, if I can just carry on. So there are a couple of things just to be aware of. So there's quite a substantial amount of money in that personnel line for things like the district plan. So, Mayor Paula, that's a really great question that I asked myself. So we have a challenge, we either bring in consultants or we bring in permanent staff on a fixed term type scenario. So the trouble that we have is obviously consultants are normally more expensive than if we employ them. So there has been some shift between some of those, what we probably would once upon a time have brought in consultants. We've made a decision to bring them in as staff, which means that the personnel. So, for example, the district plan has quite a few resources to fund that district plan, so that will be sitting in that line as well.
And increased capital-related staff are in that line as well.
Yeah,
so,
they get charged out.
Yeah, and charged out. In terms of what I've also done, we've increased the vacancy factor as well. So we've already acknowledged that there's probably room for move. Our vacancy factor originally about 50% of the savings, which is up to about 60% now. So we've put additional pressure on the organisation to look for opportunities for headcount optimisation through better management of resources, timing of recruitment, how they choose to complete work, whether or not it's spread over a year or they can get a contract to do over a few months. So that opportunity is there as well. And we're always looking for new and innovative ways, but at the moment, we've probably put it... Sorry? Yeah, I was going to talk about that as part of the reimagining local government, but and as in there, we're also looking at whether or not there's opportunity to review the way we structure our admin. If I can cover into the reimagining local government space a little bit, how to explain this area as well, if that's okay, Mayor Paula?
Yes, I want to understand if there's any opportunity to refine those costs. Anyway, Rob wants to know about the reimagining as well.
So where the reimagining local government savings are, you can talk to. Admin.
Admin line.
Admin line. So in terms of what's in there, at the moment, pretty much it's made up from an increased vacancy factor of cuts in that the contracting costs, consultants costs, training costs and so forth, so some of the straightforward lines. I'd call those limiting the grease in the organisation. It sort of slows the organisation down a little bit. We try just through being more efficient to drive things. And then there's some broader areas that I'm going to bring back at a more detailed level after Christmas for discussion with the elected members when we finalise the budget before it goes out to consultation. And that's across a number of areas. So firstly, I'm looking at undertaking a review of our admin functions and making sure that we can probably achieve greater gains from greater consolidation across the organisation. I've challenged Blair to look at how we can ramp up our shared service opportunities as well. I've asked for a number for that. And what I'm saying there is the Three Waters opportunity creates a catalyst to consider our other overhead / cost structure / services and whether or not we can coordinate with other councils. And what I've challenged Blair is there a national proposition that we can drive in that space as well? And that I suggest would be significant savings if we can pull that off. Maybe not necessarily in year one, but ongoing. I am also looking at fleet and plants and whether or not there's a way to optimise our fleet and our plant, also our location of our plant as well. And the question is whether or not Duke Street represents the best basis for where we operate out of, and it may be that we can realise that property and still service our contracts through our teams without changing the team structure and our equipment by leveraging other partners who also have yards that are underutilised. So looking at that, and then the last part of that is this building. I intend to look at how we can achieve probably three things in utilising this building: greater support to our community, greater stimuli of the commercial sector, and also greater flexible working opportunities. And a rough assessment leveraging modern layouts suggests we could free up two floors for the same number of staff in this building, and looking at that opportunity as well. And I intend to, I didn't have enough information to break that down to a specific level, Councillor Rob, for this budget, but I intend to include, when we go before the document goes out to consultation, a more detailed description and budgets attached with that.
And you're confident there'll be some savings in there, is that what you're saying?
Well, so what I said at the last time we got together on this at the workshop that we had is I've got $8 million included in this budget. I'm hoping I can identify savings greater than $8 million, and if that's the case, I'll offer it up. At this stage, without seeing the numbers, I can't make that promise, but that's my expectation, is I'm always looking for harder and better ways we can actually drive this organisation, hopefully crystallise some savings at the same time.
And if we pushed you for slightly more than $8 million, you'd have to work to find it?
If you push me for greater than $8 million, I would ultimately end up sacrificing some form of service level in the organisation somewhere. We're quite lean and staff are actually buzzing out in terms of fatigue at the moment, so I'll be really reluctant to identify that now, but I need some time to do so.
Thank you. Anything on that?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mayor Paul.
And Councillor Bunting?
Thank you. That's a really inspiring answer, actually. I really like the way you're going with that. Can I just hone down on one of those things that you mentioned, that it's fleet? Because that caught my eye at the gardens, what a massive bill that is, and of course it is, and probably you too, David. What ideas have you got around revolutionising how we use fleet with a potential chance of getting that cost down a bit? You know, we're talking about...
So there's some basic stuff that we've been nutting around, and the elected members have accused them of not going fast enough, hard enough, which is this utilisation of shared vehicles and so forth. So there's that aspect there. But there's also the extent to which we basic program our fleet. In some cases, we've got some specialist kit that we will bring in and we'll use for a limited period of time, but we've got the holding costs all the time. So it may be that we lease it.
Lease it out.
It may be that we don't customise our fleet as much as we currently do, or it may be that we can leverage other organisations who have greater purchasing power than we do to consolidate fleets and stuff like that. And to be fair, one of the challenges I put to the organisation, there's some really cool kit out there. They're doing some really good stuff. And one of the things I sort of said to Evelisa is there an opportunity potentially to buy different kit that achieves multiple purposes to drive better outcomes as well. So we're just trying to work through that. We're going to use experts. Oh, last one I mentioned as well. Sorry, last savings, you reminded me. It's not necessarily a direct saving straight away, is I've asked Evelisa to look at whether or not we can leverage renewable energy for our water and our wastewater plants, given the size of it, and whether or not there's hydro / wind generation opportunities, to hit the mark from a green footprint point of view, but also to reduce our reliance on the national grid.
So with the move nationally to electrify the fleet, are you anticipating that having a negative or positive result in our fleet maintenance?
From a fleet maintenance point of view, it will reduce over time. I suggest at first there'll be a negligible shift, in that we may have to invest. I mean, we've currently got a whole lot of kit that hasn't necessarily met the end of its useful life. If we were to turn it over, it's going to cost more to turn it over. But in the long term, I think it'll be cheaper in the long. And that's one of the reasons I want to go to renewable energy as well, in that we can potentially be more self-sufficient.
Just through the chair, also just to help that answer, we're currently replacing our fleet cars with hybrid cars, so they're not reliant on the infrastructure to charge. There's a whole lot of work that's being done in that area.
I guess in simple terms, if we're looking at making cuts around the place, is there room to make cuts in our fleet budget for the next 10 years? Because it was a whopper, wasn't it? 47 million.
So part of my savings, I'm expecting to make cuts in that. So we can make cuts. It's going to probably be in my $8 million I've got to find. So it's not going to be above. But I'll be honest with you, if I can add up more than $8 million worth of savings, I'll let you know. Right. Cool. Well, just to be really honest, it's and Mayor Paul have made a comment about can we optimise our personnel charge, and you should constantly and continually challenge me on that, because that's one of our biggest single line items. But right now my argument is that the organisation's over-leveraged, and I need to sort of get that balance just right so that we can start making innovative changes and achieve our savings, because at the moment everyone's fleeced out just on the BAU. They haven't got the capacity to think. So a lot of the thinking is happening through third parties so that our staff can focus on doing their job properly. And so that slows us down a little bit. So I'm just letting you know where we're at.
And I'm not being mischievous at all in this question, and it's very wide of the mark, but we'll try and sneak it through. Have you noticed a difference in morale or anything since the living wage difference? Has it had a good positive effect on productivity?
Yes. Anecdotally, the messages we're getting back from people, yes. But overall, our engagement has increased right across the board as an organisation. So it's hard to discern whether it's living wage. Not everyone received that, but it definitely helped those people that did.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next questions, Councillor McPherson.
You're talking about that now, that proposal?
You want to go into targeted rate proposal? No, hang on, just hold one sec. Is there anything else? Now, Maxine, you had a question for the Chief Executive about further savings.
Just in terms of whether there were any, in your view, any interesting or future ways that we could look at to create additional revenue. And I was specifically thinking of, and I mentioned it on our two-day lake workshops, the opportunity to offset some of our costs with the carbon emissions, or to be able to work up a proposal that we could use our 2% to 5% coverage of the city in terms of being able to sell that on the carbon emissions reduction market.
Absolutely, and it's something I've been pondering, and also the extent to which we purchase more credits as well, and to actually, so we've got one way, offsetting the revenue, should they be marketable. Secondly, is there an opportunity to accelerate in the long run our carbon footprint through us purchasing them, because if they're an asset, they're collectible by DCs, they relate to growth and all that sort of stuff. So the whole area of carbon credit is something I'm looking at, but I don't want to bake it in at the moment because I don't necessarily understand enough about it, but I want to understand it. I think there's greater sponsorship opportunities and partnerships with organisations to help support us in some of the things we're doing. There's a whole lot of commercial organisations with social consciences, and social procurement is something that we don't necessarily leverage as much of as that we could. That doesn't necessarily mean the revenue opportunities. They represent probably cost reduction opportunities or joint gains where we can accelerate our achievement of our well-beings without the investment requiring to do so. So over-delivering on our 10-year plan ambitions rather than actually reducing costs. So that whole area is something I'm looking at. A few of them are sort of confidential at the moment, and I'll talk to you privately about them, but I'd rather than actually talk to you in a public forum about them.
Very good.
Okay. Councillors, is there anything else that, before we get to the targeted rates, which will potentially make a difference to things, Is there anything else people would like to bring to the table in terms of a challenge for cost saving? I'm particularly interested in anybody who hasn't recently raised some suggestions around cost savings. Is there anything else, any stone that we have not turned over that you want to turn over now and ask staff about before we bed this down for a consultation document?
Can I just mention, when you finish this, I've got one last thing I forgot to mention. There's so many things going on.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether I'm going to be asking the right question. I didn't quite understand why the hell we've gone through everything and then now we're able to put something else forward. But I would like to suggest, because I'm really unhappy with an 8.9% rates increase for year one and subsequent years 4.9 or whatever it is. I'd like to suggest that we do an across-the-board percentage cut on all CapEx, not talking about OPEX or compliance and renewals, but basically all CapEx expenditure cut across the organisation without any sort of preference or this or that by 1.5%.
Additional to what we've already done today, are you suggesting?
Pardon?
So that's everything that's remaining in the capital program reduced by 1.5%, Councillor Forsyth?
Yeah, I'd like it to be more, but I'm just trying to find something that might be semi-entertaining. I don't think it'll have the legs, but I would like to put it forward.
Okay, let's get a response.
Since I can say that I've tried.
Thank you. So we have reduced some CapEx today by some margin. So Chris, if we were, I think you've been thinking about this, right?
But to my mind, not enough. That's why I'm suggesting.
No, hang on.
Me, Paula was talking to Chris.
Can I just finish my sentence? I'm going to get you an answer to your question. If theoretically we were to apply a 1% reduction across, what would be the impact, please? In terms of service level.
Through you, Your Worship. So I did have some prior inclination of this. So the 1%, the impact is not very significant at all. There's a couple of reasons for that. I don't think you'd apply a percentage cost reduction on our renewals and compliance program. So we already are looking at treating that as a program and 75 million and working through that. I certainly wouldn't recommend any reductions on our committed contracts that we've got going, and a large part of that is our Peacocks funded projects. So, where we've got contracts and we understand our budgets. So when you take those projects out and you apply 1% across the portfolio, the net savings are something in the order of $3.8 million across the first 5 years. And probably the last thing I would add to that is it really, for the first 5 years, David, yeah. So, it's a risk issue for council. So if you just reduce our budgets, you'll have a lot higher incidences of us coming to our council and saying the budgets are insufficient and we need more money. So we traditionally, like most of businesses in this game, work on a 50 percentile cost estimate. That means we're not gold plating estimates. We're trying to judge the estimates at the right level across a portfolio. 50 percentile means half the time they'll be under, half the time they'll be over. If you just reduce, take a percentage cut off, it just means that we'll be coming back a lot more to say those budgets have been inadequate.
Thank you. That's an answer to your question. You might not find it satisfactory, but that's the answer to the question. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula, and thanks for asking for, additional ideas. I wrote to Chris this morning, Chris Allen, and CC'd yourself, asking for whether or not we could take 20% off capital expenditure in the Rota Kauri program. On page 30, I see it is 31.87 million. And I asked Chris to put forward a series of suggestions of how we could achieve that. It's an attempt to slow up growth and slow up that capital just targeted in the Rotokauri area.
Thank you, Ewan. Honestly, for
I didn't get a response.
no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't have because I was up at very early already in work and I didn't see your email. But I'm looking at it now.
Did you get it, Chris?
I haven't seen any email or any communication.
Yeah,
I haven't picked up anything.
I can't find anything either, Ewan. The last one I got from you was not that. Can you send it again? Or can you step through what you're suggesting here? It's obviously about, would it make any difference to slide out those costs into Rotokauri, Chris?
Sorry, I haven't seen the email.
I haven't either.
So we're looking at, I understand, looking at page 30 in the Rotokauri program. So there we've got a listing of our funded capital program. So there's a number of listed projects there. Some like the first one I look at is Bryma Road urbanisation. So that's the project to do with the zoo. Yeah. So a short answer. I'd be very uncomfortable with a 20% reduction unless you wanted to take out one of those particular projects.
I guess, if I may, Paula, what I was asking, I guess I was saying I wanted a 20% reduction in that expenditure. I wasn't trying to prescribe where or what specific project or whether you just downscaled them all. I was asking for your professional advice and particularly which ones we had legally committed to. So I guess what I'm asking is a subset of what Rob has asked the CEO regarding personnel. If we as a council said to you, reduce expenditure on Rotokauri gross sale by 20%, how would you do it?
So just so Chris is looking at that now, Councillor Ewan. Hey, so that will have an impact on our debt to revenue, but won't have a significant impact on our balancing the books. Is that what you're trying to achieve? Debt to revenue?
Debt to revenue, and there will be some OPEX reduction because we were going to borrow that money, correct?
Yeah, Blair's doing a finger sign to me which indicates a very small amount of OPEX impact. Blair's on the ground at the moment, so I can't really see what he's doing. Sorry? Yep. And all the projects are DC funded as well, so there's a DC impact also.
Yep.
Okay.
I was just going to add that every single project there is is an existing project that we're collecting DCs on. So every single project has got a DC component.
I've asked the question. I've tried to relitigate it again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Hold that for debate then. That is fine. I didn't receive your email either. Definitely nothing in my inbox. But you've covered your question. Councillor McPherson.
You're ready for the...
Yes. So there is nothing... Oh, you want to bring something, Councillor O'Leary?
Just one quick question for Blair down there on the floor. Blair, we realise subsidy in the budget for NZTA, and I know there's a almost 100% surety of 51% for projects. We realise at times for other specific projects external funding. Why aren't we doing that for potential projects on the books for the IFF? I know it's not a subsidy, but it's still the intent is to remove debt off the books, right?
Because we are in early stages of discussions with both Crown Infrastructure Partners and the government around a potential deal, so we don't have anything that would be of any level of certainty to represent in our financial statements. What I would also add, Councillor Airy, is that in the case of Peacock, we don't have a deal yet, but we're obviously desiring to get a transaction. In the case of Rotokauri, the budgets in Rotokauri are very much the funding for the Swale and Transport Corridor at the back end of the 10-year plan, and in effect reflect an assumption that we're almost hoping to get a deal with the government and with the developers to actually enable that infrastructure to be developed. So if anything, Rotokauri probably reflects the presumption that a deal is needed to make it work.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
The last amount of savings I talked about at the retreat was digital savings through our digital transformation as well. So we're looking at what they look like as part of the 8 million or so.
Okay, moving on. We've had plenty of chance, and this is going out as a draft. So let's go now to Dave's proposition on targeted rates.
Yeah,
look,
there's been a bit of a confusion because about an hour ago I gave it to staff, but they got technical on it and I was trying to keep it simple, not to put too fine a point on it. So I've sent one through to Becca now, which the only thing that needs checking by staff is the exact percentages, but so that may change by a decimal point, not a decimal point, a 1 point either way, I believe. So if that can be enlarged, because it's a bit hard to read there. I'm sorry I haven't got it out earlier to people, but I have spoken to quite a few of you about the principle. I'm suggesting accept that that's the total. What I'm proposing it be made up of two parts, which is what we were talking about, one general rate, one targeted rate, or separate rate as one councillor called it, and that...
Why am I moving this?
Sorry?
Just out of interest, why am I moving this?
I didn't put you down as moving it, but you can. But I'd welcome your support, Your Worship.
Well, you might get my support for it in part, but I'm not moving it.
I was just assuming you'd like it so much, Your Worship.
Oh, excellent.
Okay, back to the subject of matter. If you look at B first, I'm saying to simplify matters, have the targeted rate only including the two compliance rates, government-driven compliance rates that we've already decided on, one being Three Waters at $109, and the other one being the district plan government compliance issues at $31, total of $140 average per rateable property, or the way we expressed it before. And that equals 4.6% by my calculations. Willing to have that juggled slightly, but I don't think it'll change much. And which would leave out of the 8.9 the general rate being increase being 4.3%, and that all expenditure items except for those two that have been singled out in B are put in the general rate, including, because I've been asked this question a few times, the current gardens targeted rate be incorporated into the general rate, and obviously there's a budget that includes all of those line items in there.
Okay, so the intent is clear. Let's just now drill in with some questions about any implications.
Just possibly an idea to the mover. Would you also include, and I'm focusing on the B with the government compliance rate of 4.6%, would you include adding in somewhere that we write to whomever, the ministers of both of those areas, and explain to them why we are having to strike this rate?
Yeah, I'd suggest not as part of B, perhaps, but as an addendum to the thing, or a note.
Or something, yeah.
They'll read about it in the paper.
Yeah, but we... Yeah.
Well, I think it's an important political point, but it's not a rating point as such.
Okay, we've got some questions about this. I know I have some questions myself. What does this do to balancing the books, just out of interest?
And while they're bringing that up, so basically, Councillor Dave, your comment before about us overcomplicating it was not just because we wanted to overcomplicate it. I know sometimes you think that's what we do. We don't have an overcomplication department. It's just a natural thing.
Comes with the salary, does it?
It does. The absolute intent of our resolution we put together and Councillor Dave's resolution was exactly the same, no question. We were just trying to make sure that the clarity was in line with the other resolutions that were done in the past, and including descriptions of how the targeted rate was going to be collected.
Yeah, that's all right, but the Mayor has been on my back quite rightly to propose it, and I didn't have it, so I had to do my own.
So just hang on, let me just try and be constructive here. Can you put up the staff one as well? Because it's potential that they'll both come quite close, right?
Sorry, so that...
Just put the staff...
Our one is wordier.
Put the staff one up, and Dave, so we can see in which way we can phrase it, because I think the intent is close, right? Am I right?
It's exactly the same.
So the intent is exactly the same, but the staff believe... Now, staff... you've got spelling right there. Plus, explain to me why all this additional wording that, as Dave describes it, complicates the look of it.
So there are a couple of there are a couple of extra things that we have wanted to clarify. One is that the rate is based on a capital value rating system. So we thought it was important to make that clear. That the rates being described are for the first year, but that following that they increase at 4.9%.
Well, my motion made it abundantly clear which year it applied to only, which was, it actually said that up front, 2021, 22.
And the last was clarifying the 140 per SUIP to make sure it's consistent with what we talked about previously as well.
Your Worship, could I suggest a 5-minute break to get an agreed wording together to avoid further confusion?
Well, I mean, to be honest, if Dave wants to put his motion forward like it is, that's fine. I was going to suggest a way forward with less argument, and if we just, because our notes here can be just put in the minutes as a note so we can interpret it later on rather than debating the point out, right? You know, I'm just trying to find a pragmatic solution through this without changing your motion. Same intent, just have that captured in the notes in the minutes from a staff point of view so we know how to put it into the model. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay, so I see various facial expressions over there. I was like, watch very carefully for that. Is there any issue with that? Hang on, is there any issue with that?
No, sorry, but this particular one, so from a legislative and an actual description, I actually need the detail in it to be really clear what I'm modelling in the first couple of years.
Okay.
But you don't do that for all the other motions.
Let's just progress. Just before we break for the wording, was there any questions that...
Show the balance book, don't you?
So if I may, I can show you what this actually does. So what this does, and the reason why I'm trying to be really clear on what this is setting out, is what we've actually done is change. So what we've been modelling all during the day is the targeted rates, which was specifically to fund capital projects. And that was the change. What this does is basically now becomes effectively a general rate. So what it does is hits the balancing the books and positively. So if you look down, Amy, can you just go to the bottom, please? So that is now what it looks like if you go forward with this particular motion. So what it does is it takes all of that revenue, puts it into our general revenue, and obviously has a positive effect on our balancing the books number.
Okay, I'll go with the technical explanation.
You're welcome.
So you're happy with our recommendations now?
As long as you can explain them.
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, so I think the main thing that I was trying to look for, and I have during the last couple of days, is I need to be really clear what it's funding and why we're doing it, because there's a big difference between funding capital and funding in a general rate to be used to fund those projects, and that's what we're trying to do for you today.
Both capital and operational get funded at a general rate anyway.
They do now, but that's not what
they were before. There was plenty of capital.
Correct. Yeah. That's correct.
Okay, look, we've got to have confidence in the staff's response here. So are there any other questions on this for clarity so that we can make some progress?
Could I just make one extra clarification? There's no attempt to change the rating system, i.e. capital value, or to change any agreed projects.
Okay, we can see that. So that's for debate. Councillor Bunting, question.
Regarding the following few years, because there's 3.8 thing, Is your intention, Dave, that it's 4 point whatever it is here, and then that rate would be back to 3.8 next time, or are you talking about this being every year?
It's to end up exactly the same as the proposal in the motion we passed just before, moved by the Mayor.
Which is
Which had it from
4.9.
second year onwards at 4.9.
Oh, so it stays, so the
Yeah.
3.8 is
The same, that's the one we've passed, that the Mayor
It's the
moved.
structure of the rate itself, not the
Yeah.
total.
Oh, no, I get that. I'm just thinking of the messaging, because this 3.8 thing's burned well in.
It's the start-off rate.
4.9 is the new 3.8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
okay.
don't forget, this is the basis for consultation.
Right, that's right.
And it's not actually the way we'll communicate it either.
Right.
That's the point.
Absolutely correct.
And you're
Right.
expecting the
You
compliance
would never put this
angle-
out to the public like this without.
Oh, no.
Okay.
They are watching.
And the compliance angle, you're expecting that to carry on
Well,
going
that will
up anyway?
continue, except the district plan element of
Yes,
it, which
that's right.
will only go for 5 years.
Yeah,
Because that was
yeah.
our decision.
That's right, too.
Yeah.
Okay.
And after that, it would only be the waters component.
Everybody's talking at once now.
Start.
Sorry, it's like a little noise distraction in my tired head. Okay, any other questions on this? Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, look, I think Dave might have partially answered it, but I'm just wondering about what he calls the government compliance targeted rate. As we complete each of those tasks and those expenses are no longer incurred, what happens to that rate? Do we stop charging it?
In the case of the district plan one, yes, because that
But that could take 5 or 10 years, couldn't it?
No, well, with staff, Jen's given us info, it's a 5-year one, so we've spread it across the cost across the 5. The rest, we've assumed will continue, I guess, up to the end of the LTP. What happens after that will be decided next LTP, presumably.
So will you build that in, that after 5 years, that portion actually
Would
is
come back
removed?
into the general, I guess.
Oh, no, okay,
or
so-
it may drop the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I guess that might be part of the selling factor if it is a specific targeted rate because of these compliance costs at the time that the
In year
compliance costs.
6, it's a little bit lower because that's no longer
Yeah, I don't
needed.
know, I presume we're legally obliged, aren't we, if it's a targeted rate and we're no longer funding that target?
Yeah, look, the purpose of Councillor Wilson and bringing it in there was to identify it, but only for as long as it was needed, I guess, so that would follow.
Okay.
Any other questions, councillors Hamilton?
Yeah, that is one.
Oh, okay, and then Kesh.
Thanks, Chair. Just for clarity, so in years 2 and beyond, we drop back to the 4.9.
Oh, sorry, can we just have a little bit of quiet while we listen?
Yes, as to Richard, in years 2 and beyond, we drop back to 4.9. And that includes the general rate and the compliance rate.
Yes.
But are we then able to still extrapolate the two? So you've still got the compliance rate sitting at 2% and the general rate increase at 2%, whatever it is?
Both will move by 4.9%. Yeah.
So is it still going to be a total 8.9 in year 2 and year 3?
No. After year 1 is the 8.9. Then
Well,
after that,
my point is, can we still show them as two separate line items?
Yes, you would have to.
Between the two.
Because you've
Yeah, we
struck
can-
it for
Yep.
LTP.
So our council's ongoing rate increase would only be 2% next year and the year after and the year. But
We can do it that way.
compliance cost would be 2% or 2%, whatever it is.
well, we sort of can do it that way.
Well, that's the intention I think this motion is doing, and
Yeah, whatever's the targeted, the government compliance rate, I'm suggesting it be called, stays on the rates bill.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
the whole period all the
Yeah,
way
that's
through,
correct.
and is identified as a separate rate. And the balance is the increase on the general rate.
So how do you express that in a written resolution?
You might need
stuff?
a table because it will change in year 2 and again in year 6, the percentages.
but just back to me. But the point is having transparency with the targeted rate. So I'm wanting continuation of this line item in future rates bills.
Both the general rate and the targeted rates increase at 4.9% every year.
No.
They have to do, because the total rates will increase by 4.9%.
Yeah, total rates,
The
not
total
both.
rates increase by 4.9%. So
And
by,
they're both capital values, so you assume. But
so what you're asking is you want those two lines separately on your rates bill all the way
through.
Yeah, they might increase by 4.9, but they still need to be identified separately.
They will be.
Yeah,
They will be identified separately. They will both increase at 4.9% per year for a total increase of 4.9% per year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's mathematically the way it has to work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I was getting confused there.
Councillor Cash.
It just makes it confusing.
Councillor Cash, please.
Yeah, thank you. Just to get my head around this, so are you saying that the general rate would now include the 4 different targeted rates that we've been talking about for the last couple of
Yes.
days? And are we saying,
Were 4.
so out of interest, because I didn't expect this, if we did keep the 4 separate targeted rates that we'd initially discussed, if we did keep it separately, what would that general rate increase be?
So, Kesh, it's Sean. So, if as it stands, all the projects that were in the report tagged to be part of those 4 targeted rates are now covered under the general rate. So they're still in the budget and they would be funded from the general rate. If you wanted to still ring fence those and pay for them with targeted rates, that would be $200 out of the general rate, essentially to pay for those targeted rates. So the
ones that have been knocked off in the debates.
Correct. Yeah. So the general rates increase would be 0. Is what I'm around 0.
Say that again, sorry? The general rate?
So just to be clear, the total rates increase doesn't change. Doesn't change at all.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you take more spending out of the general rate bucket and put it into the targeted rate bucket, then the targeted rates will go up by approximately $200, and the general rates increase would come down by approximately $200, which means that the general rate increase would be close to 0.
Okay.
But yeah, the total rates increase would be the same either way.
Yeah. And if I can, Councillor Kesh, you wouldn't balance your books either. So what that does is it would reverse what we've just seen, and you'd go back to not balancing your books.
All right. So in essence, the general rate is literally just made up of the 4 targeted rates combined.
And plus everything else is business as usual. Kesh?
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Any further questions or considerations? Will we have a seconder for this? Councillor Hamilton? Will we now debate it? So, yeah.
We've had a fair bit of discussion. I just want to stress that the attempt here is to simplify things and to identify the government compliance aspects, which our earlier motions from yesterday did in 2 parts, put them in one government compliance targeted rate line, everything else in general, everything on capital, total of 4.6 for the targeted plus 4.3 for the general gives you your 8.9. It's as simple as we can get the collective decisions of the last 2 days. It's not trying to change a single decision that we've made on individual line items. It's not trying to change the decision we've just made on the rateable amount. It's not trying to change the decision on the rating method that we decided earlier on in the meeting. It's simply showing, expressing to the public what their increase is made up of.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, just to follow on, look, I think this is a really good outcome. We've achieved what we wanted to in terms of a mix of trying to be conservative, but had the aspirations of our portfolios. This gives us a better outcome than targeted rates because we actually balance the books in 3 years, which is only 1 year, I think, off what Councillor Rob was trying to achieve, which is a really good outcome. And I think secondly, what we're doing here is going to attract the attention of other TAs and councils because we're highlighting the external pressures put on us, and I think it's good to take to the market and let's test it and see what our community has to say.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Look, I agree. I want to thank Dave for his very elegant solution. It took him 3/4 of an hour to explain it to me, but I got there in the end. And I'm kind of about 70% there so far, but look, no, well done. And as Ryan says, you know, it's good to have this this targeted rate, which just shows how irritating this compliance stuff is and pigeonholes it there. So yeah, well done, Dave, and I'm very happy with it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Forsyth. I thought you was Councillor Wilson's there. Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still not going to vote for this motion, no matter how elegantly it's presented. And I really look forward to the feedback that we receive during consultation. My reading is that 8.9 won't be palatable, but we'll wait and see how things go. I think however we frame it, the compliance targeted rate, I understand the logic for it, but at the end of the day, I think we've still made decisions that go into the general rate that are nice to haves and not need to haves. So I just hope that we tell the full story, that yes, we are going to be selling the line about the compliance generated from government, but we also need to include that we've spent a hell of a lot of money, and it's those are decisions, those are choices that we've made. They haven't come from any direction from government. That's just stuff that we think that we want to do.
Okay,
and
time.
Spending other people's money.
Time, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, look, Margaret's absolutely right, and she's as guilty as any of us of putting our projects forward, and I mean that in a very kind way. Yes, that is it, and now it goes out to the public. I too join in Jeff in thanking Dave. I'm surprised I'm using Dave and elegant in the same sentence, but it was a very elegant. You're a political master, Dave. I've got to take my hat off to you. I think is a. No, and I'll take your hat off too because it's ugly. But no, I think it's as upfront as we can possibly get. Margaret's right. You know, we need to hold these projects that we have, or we believe that we have been voted in to put up, in front of the community now and test them, and that's absolutely fine. I'm happy to have that next part of consultation. I feel a lot more. Maybe it's a second term thing, but I feel a lot more equipped going into this consultation round than I did last term, because a lot of it just seemed a lot more out front. So, thank you, Linesman. Thank you, Ball Boys.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And look, I'd also extend thanks to Dave for the simplicity that he's put around these changes. I was shuddering about the prospect of 5, maybe 6, maybe 7 targeted rates that we were likely to be discussing tonight, and I think that this has simplified. It also puts out a marketing message for us as to why we've got that 4.5% rate adjustment, and I think it'll be interesting to see what sort of feedback we get. The 0.6 around the Hamilton Gardens rate, I'd be really keen to identify in the consultation process what risks there might be for the gardens, because they are in the middle of fundraising at the moment, and some of that fundraising is done on the condition of that targeted rate. So it'll be interesting to see what feedback we get in terms of whether that ongoing fundraising, external fundraising, is at risk from moving that into a general rate. But overall, I think that this is a good policy to sell out for consultation.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, the last 2 days has been fascinating. I have to say that the way this has now landed, and I have to, like others, acknowledge Councillor Dave's ability to succinctly bring to a head a rather complex matrix So I'm taking my hat off to you, Councillor Dave. You've done it again. It's understandable, it's logical. I am concerned about how the community will manage what is basically a 9% rate rise. But I feel I've had a real fair share of trying to press areas for savings. We were able to make some, we weren't able to make the rest. So I'm prepared to support this as being part of the collective. And I think I can argue how we've landed on this. But like all of us, we will have to listen to how our community responds. So in summary, well done. And I will be supporting it.
Time, thank you. I might take a turn now. Just, yes, thank you for this. It will be interesting to say the least. My understanding about the gardens rate is that the gardens will still be getting the same amount of money, it'll just be coming from the general rate. But anyway, so they won't lose that. It does simplify things, and it really sets the cat among the pigeons, really, both at a government level and a community level, while we have this conversation about the costs coming down from central government. I just noted before that Matamata Piaka District Council did 11.3, and they said that a lot of it was due to increased costs coming their way, compliance costs, but they didn't label it in the same way. So I guess we're being really bold about putting that out there. Let's see what people think. Maybe it will refine the conversation the general public has. Either way, we've got to do it. And I will just note that in making this the targeted rate, it doesn't mean we can opt out, because this is work that's got to be done. That's my say. Councillor, anybody else? No? We'll go. I don't know. I'll just make sure I don't miss anybody, you know. Well, let's go to the vote. Then we'll wrap up a few bits and pieces and go to.
We haven't approved the final.
No, that's next. So this is just. Oh, so of course you can.
Thanks. Look, I just particularly want to address what Margaret said. I understand your feelings about the 8.9%, but a little bit like Ewan, we all had a go at cutting some cuts, and we won some and we lost some, and we had a go at revenue increases and we won some and we lost some. At the end of the day, we came up with a collective decision which ended up at 8.9%. This is not trying to change that. This is trying to say how it is split and how it's expressed to the public. And you're still going to end up with a rates increase that you have to decide somewhere how it's split. So I'm suggesting this is more a principle and how to express that. It's not saying we agree or disagree with the 8.9% because that's already been done. It gives each of the four areas, nature in the city, CBD, transport, community facilities, it gives them all their day in the sun, and it says they're all part of the base budget instead of an extra budget, which would have been the case under targeted ones. So I think, you know, every area wins something and loses something here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Go to the vote, please. And we will come for our final wrap-up shortly, where we adopt this for consultation. Okie doke.
Councillor Pascoe?
You look very You did look very thoughtful.
The motion is carried, noting that...
15-4.
Okay.
The motion is carried, noting
Let's crack on, because I think if you, with your forbearance, we can get through the last items quite quickly, and then we will in a minute. It's being typed up. In the meantime, we will... Oh, sorry.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Forsyth is dissenting.
Thank you. it's a long day, but we're nearly there. So let's go on to our next item, which is around the, are we going to do the final adoption now? Yeah. We're going to do the final adoption. Then we're going to talk about consultation. Then we're going to talk about development contributions. Then we're going to talk about growth funding policy, and then we're going to go home and have Milo at, not all at Angela's house, but... She does have 5 Christmas trees. Is it that one? Okie doke. So the final recommendation, I think it's probably, unless you feel very strongly, Councillor McPherson, I'd be happy to move this on behalf of Council for consultation. And Deputy Mayor Taylor, thank you. Now we can go into our final statement in respect of this. I have got a right of reply, of course, but I probably won't do it. But look, all I want to say here is we went into this LTP process with strong guidance from the community about what was important to them across the wellbeings. And we've looked at those 5 wellbeings long and hard. And we've thought about how we get the best outcomes for our people across all of these wellbeings. And we don't all agree with each other in exactly where that landed up. There were some things I wanted out that went in, and there's some things that you wanted out that I put in. And that's how it went. But the reality is we knew we could never deliver everything for everyone. And not if we're going to keep the rates affordable and to a reasonable level. But I am really heartened and thankful for the debate that we've had over the last 2 days. We've really have all tried collectively to push back on the spend to make the burden on ratepayers easier. And I do credit my colleagues who've given up some of their own aspirations in that process. And so what we've tried to do is have a pragmatic solution to go out to the public. And then at the last minute, of course, we've had a new way of expressing that to the general public. And I will be as interested as anybody to see how they respond to the awareness of what's driving our costs. We could have saved, of course, people will argue we could have saved some more. We could have undermined some of the wellbeings as well. This is the first chance for the public to really understand what we've been going through for the last 6 months. I welcome that. I have always said that the most important thing to me is that this is one of the most engaging long-term plans ever. So I'm really encouraging the community when it goes out in draft next year to engage with us and tell us, did we get this right? Are there some changes that they would like to see? I think I'll leave my debate there because I'm almost at the end of my thinking. Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, do you want to go next?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, this never seems to get any easier. It's my 2nd time around. I'm not sure if it's getting harder as years go by. We'll probably have to ask some of the old timers across the table there if it's always been this way with LTPs. But compliance costs, growth costs, it's bloody hard, and we're not alone in that. We know that, so we know it's tough to deal with, and it gives us virtually no room to move. It's not an easy message to convey to your average resident. And who can blame them? They're busy, they're not steeped in this stuff as we are. And I do like our targeted compliances, government compliance little rate. I think that's great, and no doubt that will grow over the years. And look, I think in our way we've all shown intent over the last couple of days, and I know I've had my grumpy moments and my happy moments. And I would say to Margaret that we all have our pet projects to an extent, and really respectfully I would say that, for every project that Margaret thinks I shouldn't have supported, I probably think there's one that she shouldn't have supported, and it's just the nature of it, I think. But there's been a lot of dollars deferred, and I think we've managed to stop this being an outright horror show, which it had potential to be. And what we've reached is actually a starting point to go out to the community with. So given what we started with, I'm really pretty happy actually. And I think we'll get feedback from residents, we'll welcome some of it, and no doubt there will be changes because of it. I think we've been a bloody good team, elected members and staff. I want to congratulate Paula for her leadership leading up to this and her chairmanship over the last couple of days. Massive. And this is a team effort. I think we are a really good team. I've enjoyed sitting on this side of the table with Maxine and Sarah and Rob and Angela and even Bunty. And Paula, you need to take a heck of a lot of credit for the fact that we are a good team. So well done. We've got a long way to go, but it's a really good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Yes, thank you. I didn't debate in the previous item with the 1 minute because I knew we were doing this wrap-up, and just want to support and acknowledge the Deputy Mayor's words just now as well. I have sat around the table for several of these now, and they are never easy. The last one, particularly for me personally, was horrendous, and for a variety of reasons actually. But they don't get any easier because we are trying to balance such a growing city, and we're doing more and more and more and more. But we do need to keep in mind our residents' affordability to pay. They're not going to like 8.9%, but actually we are with the 1% reduction that we had in the annual plan for COVID. This is a little bit of a catch-up. So we're actually still around the 3.8% in the general rate. We have to put a stake in the ground to government, and this week at the council meeting I raised the concerns, and I've raised them several times, and I applaud Councillor McPherson for, what was it, eloquently or elegantly putting this together. I completely support Councillor Hamilton's idea of keeping these separate, because we just simply cannot afford as a growing city to continuously pay for the changes being passed down from government time and time again with no funding attached whatsoever. So the ratepayers are going to be able to see for the very first time in this city's history exactly how much that is costing them. I think it's a really good opportunity, and I think we are actually being innovative. I do wonder, as I sit here and again acknowledge what the Deputy Mayor and Councillor McPherson, I think, might have said about, we've all had an opportunity to put things in, to save, to cut, to trim, and it is pretty tough with a growing city. We have all had that opportunity today. So I think that it is unfair of an elected member to try and remove themselves now that we're at this result, because we have all had that opportunity. I do want to thank all of my colleagues and the Mayor for her leadership, and all of my colleagues for actually the very best LTP that I've ever been through. In terms of being able to be open, being able to discuss, you know, during the breaks we were talking about things, we were swapping ideas, we were open to each other's suggestions. In terms of a governance process, how we've gone through this budget, I think it's exemplary. We will have to listen, and I'm sure we will get plenty of submissions on this. I know we're coming to the consultation, but I really want us to be able to have items in there for the public. If they don't want something, then they'll be able to identify, I don't want us to do that anymore, and I know that it costs that much, so you know, reduce the rates by that much. Because I do wonder and I do worry if we are doing too much. And as a growing city, there are so many services like libraries and sports parks and fields and swimming pools that the public sector won't do because there's no money in it. But we are going to have to start being innovative, because I do look at the debt in the future years, and I'm not sure of how happy I feel about the legacy of leaving that to our little friend Leo, who's sitting at home. So we will be innovative, but yeah, thank you, Mayor Southgate. I think you've led this process exceptionally well, and I have enjoyed it, and this is a draft budget, And I hope that the rest of the process next year, with our consultation and our hearings and our final budget, go just as well, and I'm sure they will. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. And look, as I'm feeling at the moment, and I might feel quite different in the morning, I think we have before us a good starting document for us to report back to our community. And I think it shows that we've worked pretty hard over the last 2 days to sort through what appeared to be, in my reading of the 164 pages, a very, very complex document that could have sent us round in all kinds of circles had it not been adequately managed by you as chair, and I thank you for that. And I also thank my colleagues for the way in which we have respected our very different views at times, but how we've managed to come together with a document which I think will fairly represent the way that most of us feel we're in a position to report. Hopefully the next step is that we can sell this document in a way that our community can understand. And if they can understand it, then I think we'll get good feedback from them. And I feel in the past they haven't, and they've given us feedback, and the feedback probably hasn't been particularly good and hasn't given us a good guide on whether we're heading in the right direction or not. You know, there's a real good selling document here, and I'm sure that Natalie and her team will put together something that, a document that will sell and will get positive, when I say positive, that we will get good, proper, constructive feedback from the many residents who all represent different views around this. On the negative side, I'm a little bit concerned that we haven't had the opportunity of a self-imposed limit on our debt to revenue ratio, and having in B there that we're happy to go below the 280, which is the maximum, I think is a little bit of a concern, particularly in the fact that I think we need some certainty around that headroom given the ever-changing world in which we live. And I'm really concerned about a possible wave with COVID next year, second wave, which is what's happening in the Northern Hemisphere. And we are in a city that does rattle around a fair bit, and we've got a river with very, very high banks. And so, you know, there will be unexpected costs, and we may need to respond to those quickly. And if we're at our maximum, then I think we're in trouble financially. And I would prefer that at some stage we get that headroom available. The other concern is that we haven't stayed true to the budget that we set in 2018, and I'm responsible for that because I was here then, as were some of us. And, you know, we should have been heading into surpluses now because that was part of the promise of the 9.7% rate increase that we asked our residents to pay then. We're now slightly less, but we're asking them for the same, and we're starting off in that same position of having 2 to 3 years of ongoing deficits until we get back into surplus again, and we're in a position to repay some of that debt. And I feel in my 7 years on council that green bar just seems to be getting further and further out. The green bar above the line just seems to be getting further and further out, and that's a concern. And, you know, I think at times maybe we have got high spending aspirations, and I hope that our residents tell us that if they think we have. But apart from that, thank you, Mayor Paula, for your leadership over the last 2 days, and I hope that we have a document that we can go out and positively sell to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Forsyth.
Thanks, Nicola. Look, I too would like to take the opportunity to thank everyone actually that's been around the table in the chamber and not in the chamber, just spending countless hours and a number of days, for us anyway, coming to a result. I don't make any apology for my stance. and I feel like I've been singled out for doing so. It's part of the responsibility of making decisions. I could have taken a Grinch approach and said no to absolutely everything, but I did try to take more of a measured approach in some of my decision making. So yes, agreeing with some things and disagreeing with many. I really hope that we tell the full story. I know we're all geared up for telling about the compliance costs and what that targeted rate looks like, et cetera, and it's beyond our control. We're puppets and we're at the whim of government's decisions. But actually, there's a fair chunk in there where we have made decisions on our own. It hasn't been forced upon us by anybody except our own will. It will be interesting to see what our public comes back with. And if they're happy for an 8.9% rates increase this year and then subsequent 4.6 or whatever the number is, then so be it. And I will vote accordingly. I don't think we are in the same position as we were at the last LTP, because an 8.9 plus subsequent 4.6 is in my mind not the same as a 9.7 and 3.8. So I think we are going or advocating for more than actually what we said we were going to do back in 2018 anyway. And actually, it's the nature of making decisions in the present where you're trying to look forward to the future. We're always going to struggle reading the tea leaves and getting it right. But in any event, I've enjoyed the process. Thanks, Mayor Paula, for the way in which you've guided us. It has been taxing at times. I've personally found it quite taxing with the long days, but I'm pleased to say that I've managed to hang in there and look forward to the next events. Thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. Councillor Van Oosten.
Wow, 2 days of pretty tough work. That's the culmination of many hours before that. And right now I reflect on the last 12 months in this role as a councillor. I think about all of the competing priorities that we've been challenged with as a council and the things that I've learned over that 12 months. And also the responsibility that's been placed on me to balance them and as a part of this council can see just what a challenge that is. I must be satisfied that the needs of the city are being met as the needs of our citizens and the wants of our citizens are also. They've got their dreams and aspirations, and we heard that when we established the long-term plan guiding document, our vision for Hamilton, Kirikiriroa. Whenever you are doing any building, it's really wise to start with a solid base, and I think that that's what the document, our vision, really gave us. It sets out to prioritise those focus areas for the next 10 years. And from there, we set a task for our CEO and the SLT to bring us what they knew we needed. So that set us about spending many days scrutinising it. And these last 2 days, looking very closely, line by line, putting in, taking out, squeezing and smoothing to finesse this document. And the test will be how our residents respond to it. As the components came together, it's really plain to see that those additional expectations being put on us from central government were enormous. And I welcome that we've got the transparency to be able to show just what that is. It's really important to me that residents understand the origin of council's rising costs, and I'm happy to take responsibility when those costs are ours. But I'm equally happy to be able to show where they aren't. And that through that kind of an exercise, we can be educating and empowering our residents to advocate alongside of us, to bring pressure to bear where it belongs. So now I look forward to taking this out with the full storytelling that it needs to show our interpretation of how we can prepare for the future and transform our beautiful Kirikiriroa Hamilton. There's something in there for everyone, and I look forward to the feedback. Kia ora, and can I finish by saying thank you, Mayor, for the leadership that you've shown around this, and to my other esteemed colleagues with much more experience who I've thoroughly enjoyed, mostly working alongside of to come to these decisions. Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I wasn't quite sure what to expect, given this was my first this is my first LTP, and I had certainly some sense of trepidation. But I think thanks to Mayor Paula for your leadership and for I think a really good group of colleagues. We've come through this process. And I think it's been mostly enjoyable, you know, despite being a long couple of days and a lot of work leading up to it and over these days. And also, I'm very grateful for staff as well. You've put huge amounts of work into preparing us for today, providing huge amounts of information and working with us as we crafted our motions. I am happy where things are sitting at the moment. There are things that I'm uncomfortable with. There is the growing gap between what we can fund and the infrastructure that we need in terms of housing, and there is the issue of balancing our books, which, as Rob said, does seem to be growing increasingly difficult. And everyone just talked about compliance costs, so I won't reiterate that. But there was also renewals, and this council has had a really strong focus on looking after what we've got, and that has meant, and what I've been really impressed with is that we haven't gone back and tried to cut back any, you know, renewals and compliance items. We haven't gone back and said, okay, look, let's shave off a bit here and there, because we know that in the long run that just means that we've got a bigger problem to fix later down the track. So I think that's a really positive thing, but it probably did mean that, particularly with our more comprehensive asset management plans, that we end up with higher costs too. And there's also the expectations from residents, and you know, when we look at those possible service level cuts, the reality is that people have quite high, possibly increasing expectations of the services that we provide. They don't want to see potholes, they don't want to see rubbish or the grass getting too long. And all of these things mean that it's very difficult for us to actually cut these levels of service, because we will end up having a lot of dissatisfaction. So it has been quite challenging, I think, when we're looking at our OPEX, to kind of go back and say, okay, well, let's slash these things, because actually that's not necessarily what the community wants either. So I'm looking forward to it going up for consultation, and I think that our staff have put together a fantastic document that will tell the story well and make a lot of sense. And then when we hear back from the community, then that's our opportunity to listen and review things where we need to.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks very much. Look, I think for a council that's facing massive growth issues, both infill and greenfield, we've actually done pretty well. At the same time as handling those sorts of issues, we've been able to focus on some issues that are really new to us. We've only paid lip service in the past to, and one that may surprise its main proponent that's secretly quite pleased me is the CBD improvements we've made. We've just actually decided on this time. I think for once we've got it off the coffee table and onto the street. So that has quite pleased me, Jeff, that we've been able to let you do that, which is good. Look, and I do thank you, Paula, for the way you've run this and the way everyone's kept going with a pretty good humour most of the time. And the way we've all handled it, really, but particularly kudos to both the new councillors and the returning councillors who fitted in so well. They look like they've been here for years by now. In fact, I can't remember when Maxine actually started on council. I'm sure it was at least a decade ago, because they've shown just as much experience as we have in their own time, and that's been good as well. Last thing I want to do, though, is actually give the staff some kudos. I know that I give them a hard time, and so do some other councillors. And I hope that they're not taking it too personally. What I particularly enjoy about it is that some of them have known me well enough to give it back to me now. And 2 hours ago, by way of example, I got an email from Chris Allen, who suggested that I could sort of bring the house down by putting up a motion to bring in water meters, and we still would have been debating that. So, yeah. Look, it was surprisingly enjoyable, actually. I wouldn't have thought, looking back on my other 7 LTPs, that I would have been saying this about the 8th LTP, that it was enjoyable, but thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Bunting.
Yeah, unlike Dave, I can tell the new councillors, because they're going on about, oh, it's been a long 2 days, oh, it's been hard. I'll tell you what, harden the heck up, Buttercups. I mean, the last time round it was 11:30 and we all hated each other's guts by the end of the night. It was 3 nights in a row. Yeah. No, it has been a massive difference, and big ups to you, Mayor Paula. Let's not get too excited. This is still a massive rates rise. And it's a massive rates rise coming into the future because it compounds. But I feel a lot more confident, having worked with this group over the last 2 days, that we can just keep pulling it away without actually having a go at each other. And there have been some lovely moments, and there have been some not so lovely moments, as you'd expect. Some hilarious moments, and some moments where I wanted to rip people's arms off and beat them around the head with them. But I think we've come up with a really cool result. And I think this really speaks, Mayor Paula, to the way you have set up the well-beings and set up the portfolios. It wasn't tribal this time. It wasn't everyone fighting away against silos. If environment won, community won. If community won, transport won. And just the way it's worked out, everyone's been working in each other's patch a lot, and it's been really, really, really great. A year ago, I made it really clear there that I wanted transport. I wanted to be Mr. Transport. And you gave me community, and I said, what? But, you know, after a year...
Yeah, no, you said worse than that, but go.
I thought it hung up. But a year later, and I am confident in saying that community, we have got the best team. We have got the best staff. We've got the best result ever. And that's not just due to the staff and the team, it's due to everybody else who has been so community-minded. I'm grateful for that. But, you know, let me give you an example of how good the staff have been. Yesterday, after a day of being beaten up by you, and I thought it was absolutely magnificent when Rebecca, Helen, Maria and Leanne were all around me going, don't worry, come on, dusting me down and getting me back into another day. And I mean that jokingly, Ewan, but it's hard going. And so having a team of staff around you emotionally is absolutely fantastic. And Lance, I really appreciate your big guiding hands as well. No, it's good. I don't know if you get to say. I don't know if you get to. Those two in a room together. This has gone really bad really quickly. Dave's right. I think we have a lot of really cool new initiatives this time. We have green. I've never seen more tangible green initiatives than this time. Absolutely delighted that cycling, which is something that I campaigned on, is in such good hands with the likes of Sarah and Angela and everybody actually who has taken that on, so thank you for that. I'm excited for the CBD. I'll be really excited to see, I can see Jeff's vision in there. I'm looking forward to that coming in. But what's also really been interesting to me too, it's a sign of weakness, I think, in any discussion these days when people do a thing called, I call it blavarding, and that's blaming it on COVID. And I didn't hear that once this time round. Yes, it was acknowledged, but no one blavarded. No one said, oh, it's because of COVID, and it tucked it into that corner. So well done. I'm really excited about how we're going. Thanks to Dave for his elegant solution. Our citizens are the winners, I believe, at this point. Our citizens will tell us in no uncertain terms what's going to happen. This is not the end yet. We've got to have all these discussions again. Two things to finish up. A bird in the hand does save 9. And Rob is wrong that the bar is getting further and further out. In fact, in my mind, the bar is getting a hell of a lot closer, so let's wrap it up shortly.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I guess I reflect the last couple of days, and I guess over the last 20 or 30 years in governance and management, I've sometimes struggled with the concept of sort of collective responsibility versus holding out for your own particular position, come what may, and wanting to litigate it after the debate and after a decision has had to be made. And in politics, that's frequently the tool that is used. At times over the last 2 days, like all of us, I haven't been happy. And I've been frustrated, and I think we have significant challenges still ahead. I'm particularly concerned, as is Councillor Rob, regarding the 300% debt to revenue ratio and what signal that sends. I remain concerned about balancing the books. But for those negatives, I can also look at a lot of positives. I'm sorry, Councillor Mark, that you feel that at times I was a little tough on you yesterday. They do say this of politics: if you want a friend, get a dog. If you go into the kitchen, you realise that you're in an environment where your thoughts, your views will be challenged and probably should be challenged. And I accept that's sometimes reciprocal. But my critical point is this. Although it's tempting right at the end to say, look, no, I'm going to hold out and not support, and this is no commentary to those who choose not to support the overall motion today, and I don't mean it that way. What I'm saying is I've come to the point in my life where I will have the debate and I will disagree with my colleagues, but when I think we have all had to compromise a little bit and that we're all a little uncomfortable with some of what we've decided, we probably have actually got quite a good outcome. And that's why I'm now prepared to support what's going to go out and advocate and explain why each and every one of us have sort of drawn the result that we have compromised. I look forward to seeing the Chief Executive come back with the savings that he hopes he can achieve, and I hope that in fact helps us and enables us to maybe balance our books earlier or reduce our level of debt. I do want to thank the staff. The staff, I think, often people say of people within local government that they can be quite condescending. I've worked both in the public sector and in local government and obviously the private sector, health board, companies, council. And I think we've got some of the best staff, there is. And so I thank them. Leadership in terms of leading and managing the meeting the last couple of days. Look, I'm the first to say that Paula and I sometimes we don't get it on. But I have to admire you, Paula. You do run your meetings fairly, and I don't think anybody could say that we haven't all had our fair opportunity to express our opinions. And you've done that professionally, and you've done that with a level of courtesy that I don't often see. So I thank you, and I acknowledge that. Because it's never easy to pin down mercury in a bowl, and as politicians, it's very tricky. Finally, Councillor Dave, 20 years I've been working with you, and you can frustrate me beyond words. But inevitably, you can also land things on the top of a needle, and you did that again today, and I thank you for that, and it helped a great deal in me deciding that, look, I think 8.9 is painful, but I can argue why we've landed on it, and I thank you for that. So thanks, colleagues, and we look forward to, this really is the end of the beginning, and we look forward to the next iteration.
Thanks, Ewan. Councillor Cash. Councillor Cash? Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you. Like everyone else, I just want to thank everybody. Thank you to Mayor Paula. Thank you, councillor colleagues and staff for your patience, but also for your great attitude over the last few days. I'm thankful for your flexibility, and I'm thankful to be able to go through 3 full days of meetings relatively stress-free while nursing a newborn. So I have felt like a bit of a cow here, just passing over breast milk. But you know, it's been an interesting couple of days, and I think I have to just pause and publicly thank my husband, who has somehow managed to take a few days off work and let me sleep so I can be in a good headspace with enough rest to go through this process, because this is one of the highlights of the 3-year term, and there's no way I was going to miss it. Yeah, he's been a solo dad doing all the night feeds, and I just to appreciate that. In terms of the work that we've achieved here in the past couple of days, I think that improving community well-being has been at the heart of every discussion and every decision. Our community is the true winner of this discussion. The majority of people will probably disagree with the 8.9% rates rise, especially in a post-COVID world with other challenges. But I do like how it's broken down, to reflect those compliance costs passed down from central government. I'm particularly glad to see that renewals have gone through this stage, especially with our community facilities in those high-need, low socioeconomic areas, which is something that I've been very passionate about, and I'm glad to see that it is baked into the budget. But now, let's take it to our community and encourage as many people as we can to engage and to feed back to us, especially people in those minority sectors of the community who wouldn't otherwise engage. So I'm looking forward to the next few months and the next stage of this process. Again, thank you. I think this is a great starting point for us to go out there and hear what people have to say.
Thank you, Cash. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Just to really reiterate so many of the good comments that have been said, particularly your governance. I think in my brief experience of governance, I think local government's probably the most dynamic and challenging environment to lead, especially when you've got all sorts of personalities, some lumpy and some elegant. But
some can be both at the same time.
But I think you've kept us on point over the last 2 days, particularly. I really like 1-minute speeches, and I'm really keen to bring that in because I think everyone's been much more succinct.
We're the time you now, mate. We're watching you.
I've got deposits in the bank. To SLT, I just want to, I don't want to pinpoint everyone, but I just want to acknowledge Sean and your team. You're a little bit hard-assed yesterday, but I think you're carrying a big baby, and I'm sure it's been caused a lot of anxiety over the last 3 months trying to frame up the priorities and the well-beings and yeah, it's a bit of a beast, and I think you and Julie have done really well, obviously with Richard's oversight and direction. And to the SLT team and management, I think you guys do really well. You've got passion around projects, but you've still got to present it with open hands and let the debate happen. And I think you guys demonstrate quite a lot of tolerance to us and also graciousness. So I applaud you guys in the work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
My very former good friend, Councillor Hamilton, showed that he wanted a 1 minute speaking time, and I sort of will say farewell to our friendship, Councillor Hamilton. It was nice when we had that friendship, but I want to assure you that that seems in a passing phase. I apologise procedurally. I had intended to add a slight amendment to the LTP working group and would just request that the Mayor give serious consideration to adding a member of Maunga Māori team to that consultation group. Whether you can do that, I don't think it's appropriate because the debate has happened, but it's your call because I want to reflect on their very critical participation in this whole work, and that leads me into the wonderful exercise at the veranda where we kind of started this, and it was really wonderful to have them as part of our team and for their insights, and that partnership is important. And what was wonderful about the veranda was to acknowledge the incredible work that the entire staff team here and those who are not in the chamber tonight, and all the work and prep they did. To be honest, I was a bit of a, oh yeah, so it was another one of those, I thought it was going to be a sticky notes exercise, which alarmed me. So, but when I got there, it wasn't. And I really, that really helped. And as Richard did point out, I think earlier, and I did offer him a quick apology, but I think through that process, that was the first preamble. You know, that was a good, you're right, there was a good way in which, you know, we've had the first reading there, we've had the mix and the mingles and the opportunities to ask questions. So I certainly want to compliment you on that. And also what I want to say, the obvious, is there's a really good, I think, intellectual grunt in this entire, I mean that as not in any condescension, in the quality in the total staff team, and particularly shout out to Becca and Amy and the team for the work that you've done, because that's been the parallel. We do clap them and their entire team. And believe it or not, more or less, there's a bit of intellectual grunt amongst our elected members as well. And I really seriously want to shout out for the contribution of the 5 new members, the 2 returnees and the 3 brand new, because I have to say that you have actually brought to this council in the last year some incredible firepower, some incredible grunt, and I don't get a sense at all, particularly with the 3 new people, that you're some kind of sort of brand new additions. And I pointed out Dave, he sort of kind of thinks, being the old timer that Dave might be, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that you know, you'd been there for years. But that I think that was a very, you know, very genuine observation. And I also want to stress clearly that this situation we find ourselves in, along with many other councils, particularly the metros, underscores what we know to be the massive, massive challenges facing local government in the provision of adequate physical and community infrastructure for high growth communities. And we share that with a number of other councils, and and I think it's appropriate that our rates bill should start to actually, you know, identify that area that we are required through a series of compliances to charge as we do. The ability to sell this as a well-beings budget, long-term plan, is going to be a very challenging task for us all, And I totally respect, you know, people talked about the atmospherics of this particular meeting over the last 2 days. I have to tell you, from genuinely me, and I am now speaking as a Deputy Mayor from a former administration, the atmospherics, I think, have been the best that I've had over the last 4 LTPs that I've been a part of in my current incarnation on this council. And you obviously must respect freedom of debate and freedom of thought. But there's a saying that Helen Clark would remind me, hang together or hang separately. And if I can just make one...
oh, it will be just one.
one point is when we go out and consult, we've got to consult with the entire community, the entire diverse community, and not just the loudest voices. And in that sense, I think that's going to be the very, very challenge. And you will allow me, Your Worship the Mayor, one final sentence. You will allow this when I will acknowledge your excellent chairpersonship over the last 2 days. Please allow me that extension of time to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to take up a lot of time in a right reply, just to thank you all for your kind reflections. And remember that no one can lead alone. No one leads alone. We've led together. We've led alongside each other. And I valued, not agreed with it all, but I valued every one of you for the input that you've made leading up to these last 2 days and across the 2 days. We've all fought hard to keep costs down, believe it or not, in our own ways. We've all sought to balance the books sooner. We've all promoted the community wellbeing. We've all talked about looking after what we've already got. So actually, you're right. I'm really proud of this team. And just a special shout out to both Kesh and Sarah. I think my colleagues will all join me in thanking you are incredible role models for young women and what they can achieve. I thought I was pretty big and brave when I took my newborn baby to Teachers College, but what you've done has left me in the shadows, and you've shown that we can really make a contribution at all stages of our life as women. So congratulations. I hope you enjoy some time now to relax and enjoy your beautiful, beautiful babies. Water is a large part of the compliance costs that we're facing. It is in a target rate. Just reiterate, we have no choice. We're going to have to do something about this. Staff, wow, you know, we've come on a long journey, and I have to say, like everyone else in this room, I've been frustrated and occasionally grumpy, and staff have seen that as well. But we've all worked together to get a good result. And I actually do value your input, no matter what mood I am in a given moment, because it has been extremely frustrating to see what's coming and wanting to do better. But we've done well. So look, I want to thank you, because I know that for every hour I've put in, you've also been up. And I've seen the times that the emails come through. I'm still awake and you're still awake working. I've seen it. And I hope that you all get some respite from this as we head towards the holiday season. But you are all valued and appreciated. And Becca, actually, gosh, seamless way through all these complicated motions today. So congratulations to governance. Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll go to the vote, and then we've got a few little bits of business still to do, but I reckon we should do them. Okay. No.
We're going to present the 10-year plan now.
9 years now.
It's a 9-year plan.
Okay, have we got that? Sarah? Sarah? Thank you very much. Let's quickly move through the remaining pieces of business, one of which is the development contributions. All right. And the other one is, do we have to? Policy one. And the growths. Development contributions and growth.
I'll move the
Can you put the recommendations up?
I'll second it.
Okay. This is, councillors, oh, hang in there, please. Because, you know, we can all go home and relax shortly, and I know you guys have been waiting.
Leave labouring at 8, go home.
Yeah, shortly.
Shortly.
As you can see, this is, oh, that's helping. As you can see, this is very high-level direction. We've been across this many, many times. We've digested it, chewed it, spat it out, gone back again. So are there any questions? Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
No, not now. I just give notice, obviously, when we finalise this, just want to clarify the role of the design panel with some of the stuff around the high densities, but I won't pursue that now, obviously. All right, you know, in terms of this is very high level. It's the obviously what I'm looking at is the detail of the emissions in terms of what we get.
Yeah, and we're not going into the detail
No.
today, unless you guys wanted to talk to that, but no. Okay, any other questions? No. We've got a mover and we've got a seconder. Do you want to debate this? No. Okay. We'll go to the vote. I'm sorry to make you wait all for that, but, you know, shows you've done a good job.
Hey, guys, just to wind them up, vote it down. Sorry, Dave.
Margaret, is she still there?
Sarah. And Sarah?
Sarah? Thank you. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Put it up, please.
Amendment to item 5, I don't think we yet have a metro spatial plant. But we do have a plan. Yeah, well, it could well be.
That's the main one of those in the background.
So as you can see, councillors, there's nothing particularly untoward in here. It's very high level. We are going to go for consultation. Devil's in the detail at that point, so I think we can let it go. I have a mover, didn't I? Councillor Hamilton, Councillor McPherson. Any questions?
Thank you, Mayor Paula, for presenting the report.
Okay, no debate? Or no? Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, hang on.
Motion, please.
Pardon?
Staff recommendation.
That is the staff recommendation. All right, Margaret?
I'm still reading it, sorry.
It's in the report. Okay. Any questions? Any debate? No, we'll go to the vote. Television, I think.
The motion is carried unanimously.
You just